can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome to King's Resort. This is the day 3 of the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. You're very welcome. Some exciting poker content in store for the evening. 3 tables remain, 24 players. Originally, we had 841 players who bought in for 300 plus 30 euro, created almost 240,000 in the prize pool. Top prize 50k here in King's Resort at the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. This is a graphic showing the players on our feature table. Big stack up top. Alexander D.A.CH, who is second in chips, I believe. He's second of 24 players who came back today. And we do have short stack UB, who's one of the shortest players left in the field, just sitting on 800k blinds, I believe 20,000, 40,000. So still plenty of blinds. This is deep, this event. And that's Yann Lormel, the Frenchman, just taking a seat just in time for the first hand. Seat 3 there is Marco, who we featured yesterday. Marco also short. Well, in fact, Marco is the shortest stack on the table. And there you have Christian Alexander Mantle. Alexander Mantle there in the center of your screen. On the very right is Attila, who's sitting on 1.2 million. Average is about 1.7. So 3 tables left in play. 8 players on each table. And Marco with just 625k. David Burdis from Slovakia folds. This is UB with the pocket 3s. So UB making it 80k min raise from a 20 big blind stack with a small pair. Not really enthusiastic about this, to be honest. These small pairs, so difficult to play. Alexander is the big stack on the table. The small blind folds, and Jan Lormel is still stacking his chips. He let that one go, and Ubi collects 100,000 that's out there pre, 20,000 small, 40 big, and 40 big blind ante. So we're watching the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. We're live here on the final day from King's Resort. You see the field size described. Top right, 24 remain. And this is the Frenchman. In the small blind position, you expect a limp here. The 8-5 suited. And the short stack, Marco, will check his option. 9-8, getting a free flop. Both miss here. Jan could just win this with a bet, but he decides to check, and Marco, not really much going on here. 9 high. Checks back, but now he picks up the good shot. Jan, absolutely none of this. Could have won this on the flop. It's been checked to him twice. Marco's going to just take this down. Good shot, straight draw. 45k Jan with just 8 high. Considering to do something, but then decides to let it go. And Marco will add a couple of blinds. Well, he's one big blind profit from that hand. But he does get the big blind ante that he posted himself back also. 24 remain. All these players, of course, have cashed 1,147. It was a 300 plus 30 buy-in. And today we're going to be doing a special promo similar to what we did yesterday. We're running a giveaway for you, for the viewers. And the special offer is a 3-night stay in the 5-star hotel here in King's Resort. That's during the GCOP, the German Championship of Poker. And absolutely free. All you need to do is purchase any product at any time during the stream on the King's shop. Now, Christian with the ace queen. Well, this is interesting. Christian looks like limped with ace queen, and Alexander made it 105 with the eights. It's going to be folded. all the way around to the blinds here, Marco in the small blind. And David Burdis from Slovakia in the right hand side of your screen there in the big blinds. Not sure what Marco is thinking about here. This is just a fold given the stack situations. And now David Burdis trying to figure out what's going on. There's a limp from under the gun +1. Alexander makes it 105, and David Burdis in the big blind with Queen 8 suited completes, and Christian with the ace queen makes the call. All of these guys blocking each other, and that's a real action flop given that David has flopped a pair and a good shot on Alexander bottom set. So we're going to see money going this. David Burdis has connected. Christian has none of this. Your screen is Alexander Mantle. It's flop bottom set. Well, Christian does a good shot of his own and the backdoor hearts. So something for everyone. Alexander Mantle with bottom set. That's 265, and now David Burdis. I was kind of surprised he called pre, given that there was a limp and a raise in front of him. But this is where he finds himself. Well, it's pretty disciplined fold, that. Pair and a good shot. Christian has the good shot in the backdoor hearts. He lets it go, and Alexander Mantle raise pre with the eights, drops a set, fires, wins the pot and gets a stack up over 2 million. That's Alexander Mantle here at the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open, live from King's Resort. Going to be bringing you all the action throughout the day. I did mention we were doing a special promo. It's an offer. Basically, buy anything on the King shop and you are in a free draw for a 3-night stay during the German Championship of Poker, which is an incredible event. 1.2 million in combined guarantees, and that kicks off after the Italian poker sport this week. It kicks off next week, the German Championship of Poker, 15th of June till the 28th. Now, Alexander Mantle, his turn. Pick up ace queen, a disciplined fold there from Attila. But look at this, incredible. Jan with the bullets. How does he play it? That's the question. Frenchman playing similar stack size to Alexander, both playing close to 2 million. There's the 3-bet with the aces. Marco will be snap folding 8-5, and then action will move to David in the small blind, and in the big blind, look at this, all the aces out there. Yubi with ace jack, he's 21 bigs behind. It's a pretty difficult spot. I do think he can get away. Given the interest that was shown, I think he can fold this. But Alexander with ace queen will in all likelihood call ace queen. Lots of hands he's flipping against. There's even a couple of hands that would 3-bet that he's crushing. Suited aces. Ace jack could do this quite reasonably. So I expect Alexander Mantle to make the call. He's out of position though, so that is a cause of concern. Too many complications for Alexander. Decides to just dump the ace queen. Pick a better spot in Jan Larmel. Takes down the pot. And what you see is the winners from yesterday for a giveaway. Vladimir S. Congratulations. 3-night stay in the 5-star hotel. And 2 packages to give away. Robin won the second one. That's during the German Championship of Poker's 3-night stay free of charge in the 5-star King's Resort. All you have to do to be part of that free roll, just make a purchase on King's Shop, anything at all. There's real cool stuff on there. Just go to King's Shop, have a look. This is Alexander Mantle with 8-7 suited. Again, Alexander opens, he makes it 80,000 min raise. David Burdis with the ace jack suited. Now, flop is 9-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Christian 7-6. Absolutely none of this. Alexander Mantle with the flush draw. Backdoor straight flush draw. Christian drawing very thin here. Jack on the turn. That gives a combo draw to Alexander now. Straight draw, flush draw. Christian gives it up. Alexander Mantle with that big combination draw. Takes down the pot, gets his stack up to 2.4 million. Now, Attila, under the gun. No interest. This is the short stacked Marco Echenberger from Switzerland. So on the button here, the short stack UBU with ace 10. Three bets. It was Jan Lormel who opened with the suited connectors, and Alexander Mantle now looking down at pocket fives. You'd expect Alexander just to get rid of this small pair. Now this three bet, I expect, will work. It'll get rid of the fives. Jan out of position, 7 high, not really very attractive opportunity. And there goes the 7-6 into the dustbin. UBU gets the pot awarded to him. Marco, King Deuce in the bin, and David folds. This is UBU, Ace King suited, 1 million stack. Big blind now is 50k, blinds are up. So 20 bigs in UB stack. This is Christian with the King Jack off, and I'm just hating this call, to be honest. Alexander Mantle in the small blind with Jack 10. Makes the fold, and in the big blind Attila, 85, 8-5 off. Christian on the button does have position, but if he hits a king here, he's in big trouble. He does flop a good shot. Expect him to stick about. Did see Alexander fold one of the tens, but there's still 3 tens in the deck that Christian can connect with to make the nuts. Yubi, ace king in his hand, ace queen 3 board. Nice safe card on the turn for Yubi to fire again, extract more value, target the weaker aces. Hands like queen jack suited, king queen, all these hands would more than likely pay off another value bet. And UBU maximizing here. Looks like he's sizing up. Looks pretty big, about 225,000, perhaps more. It's way bigger. It's closer to 300,000. Christian now, I think, will just surrender his hand, give up the chase. King, no good. Jack, no good. His draw is the only thing that will put him ahead if he can hit it, but it's too expensive, 290. And that was expensive for Christian. Calling a bit light there pre-UBU, getting the flop value bet extracted from Christian, who's now down under 20 bigs, and UBU has done pretty well so far here. 26 bigs, 1.3 million. Now, David Abertis with the 10-9 suited makes it 100k. David has flopped the gut shot with the backdoor spades. Alexander, well, his ace is under repped here, and it's a pretty strong ace given that it's the ace of diamonds. He does have the potential flush. So, certainly going to be continuing. He's going to check call the 1-2-5. David Abertis, just a good shot. Does pick up now the flush draw to go along with a straight draw. It's an interesting board. I think it's going to go check, check. David, well, there's too high a risk here. The big blind could have been check calling with a 7. And the last thing he wants to do is get check raised, deny himself. Well, I find this incredible that he fires again. Well, well, he's thinking only a 7 here can call him. He can get rid of weak aces, get rid of any Jack X. This is very strong play from David Burgess. I mean, it just screams of strength, this bet. And it looks like Alexander Koch is going to fold here, the chip leader on the table, and David Burgess. I was expecting a check back there in the turn, given that he had the flush draw, straight draw on that 7. Well, it's not unlikely a 7 in the range of the big blind who defended. Check call flop. And there's the chip count graphic for this D.A.CH Masters Poker Open here on the final day. So, looks like we're going to have a few guest commentators coming in today. Just working on a few of my colleagues to come in and join me at some stage. So stay tuned. We also have that promo running. It is a giveaway for all the viewers. Special offer. We're giving away 3 night stays at King's 5-star Hotel. That is during the German Championship of Poker. Stay for absolute free. To be in the draw, just make a purchase on King's Shop. We had Vladimir and Robin M, 2 winners from yesterday's stream. And we're giving away 3 packages throughout this stream. Now, Jack 7 in the small blind, and Jan Lormel in the big blind, and while Alexander has gone ahead here. Bets out, getting called for sure, Jan Lormel with the pocket 9s.
Bet 325.
That's your chip leader in seat 1, which is Alexander Koch, one of the top stacks overnight, second in chips overnight, I believe. And it was Jan Lormel in seat 2, the big blind with the 9s. The overnight chip leader was the UK player Vinish Kocheka, who actually won one of the morning turbo bounty events during this festival earlier in the week, or should I say last week. Came back today with 3.7 million. No information what's happening on the other tables, but I do know there's 22 players left in the mix.
270. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass.
So David opens under the gun with the deuces and a 3-bet here from Christian with the ace-king suited. Now, Marco, I mean, I'm not really sure this is a legitimate position here with the Queen Jack, given the open from David under the gun, which looks strong. Then we have a 3-bet from Christian. So we're looking at Marco in the tank, but I can't see him putting money in. He is short. Guess he's thinking of pot odds. This is going through his mind. It's one of the factors. He's getting a really good price. He's kind of having a laugh to himself. Now, David Burdis, this is the problem with these small pairs. When you get 3-bet, it leaves you in a pretty ugly spot. Burdis just decides to snap fold, and Christian, with the ace-king suited, takes down the pot. You've just tuned in, you're watching the D.A.CH. It's the Masters Poker Open. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. It's a real decent tournament, this. Just 22 players remain from 840 odd players that started. Christian snap folding the King 5 and Alexander Mantel, the German player, sitting on 2.3. Average, you can see in the top right there, is 1.9 million.
Raise 130. 2 pass.
So ace 7 suited, Marco in the small blind. Facing a raise from Alexander, and this is an opportunity for sure. Alexander's been pretty aggressive. I think Marco might take this opportunity. 10 big blind stack, suited ace, cut off open from an aggressive player. Marco Etchenberger, A7 suited, very close to pulling the trigger. I think he will. I think it works as well. Marco does move in. Incredible. David Abertis with the same hand. I mean, Alexander's in great shape. He's actually ahead, given the calculations with the cards folded. Big stack. Alexander, he's hating it now. He really is. He just wants to, like, fold here. Queen Jack off. Getting a big price. It's costing him 8 big blinds, 415k. Well, that's what's done it for him. The price he's getting. He's put the money in, and we're going to go to the races here. A7 suited versus the Queen Jack. Marco, of course, would have been content to take it down, but he's not too disappointed to see what he's up against. And that's in the tournament for Marco. Jack in the flop. Hit a 7 on the turn. Give him a trip draw. We did see a 7 folded earlier. Marco Etchenberger. Busto. Out in 22nd, and the dealer announces seat open. Not what you want to hear as you leave the table. Busted. In 22nd place, he will receive €1,355. Now, Christian with the goods here. Pocket Queens. Makes it 130k. Alexander Mantle. With the sixes. Puts in the 130. Attila, who we haven't seen play a hand yet, he'll fold the 9-10 here. You'll be folding a 6. So Alexander Mantle just drawing 2. 1-6. Ace-10 Jack. Christian still in the lead. And with 2 blockers to the nuts, I think he can comfortably lead here without fear of getting raised. Alexander, well, I mean, it's just pretty horrible. There's no connection to this board whatsoever for Alexander. 3 overs. lets it go. Christian now back up to 1.4 million. The Romanian, who started pretty well, he had 1.6 million, which was average stack when this table started. He lost a series of pots, but now he's worked his way back up. Average closer to 2 million now. In your screen there is Alexander Mantle. This is the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. It's the final day. We're down to 21 players. "21 players, 2 million is the average." This is Attila. We're finally going to see Attila play a hand. He did fold the king queen. It was a pretty smart fold a couple of orbits ago. There was an open before him. Ace king opened. He snap folded the king queen. He opens now under the gun +1. David Burgess folds and right around to the big blind, which is Christian, who looks down at 6-2 and he goes, take it. 21 remain. We do have a special promotion running. If you want to stay in the fabulous 5-star King's Resort Hotel, it really is a special venue, beautiful accommodation, and it's situated right next to the new poker room. We're doing a 3-night package. We're giving it away free of charge, not once, not twice, but 3 times today. So there's 3x3 night packages, and this is for during the German Championship of Poker, which kicks off next week. Kicks off Monday week. Just a week, yeah. And if you want to be eligible for that promotion, just make a purchase on King Shop. Just have a look, King Shop. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised when you go in and you see what's available there. And if you make any purchase throughout this stream, you'll be in for the draw. We're giving away 3 of them today. Meanwhile, back in our feature table, 21 remain. This is one of 3 tables in play. This is Alexander Coach with the 7s. Big stack, 4.5 million in a stack. Jan Lormel in the hijack with the Queen Jack suited. Empty seat, you see, belonged to Marco Etchenberger, who went bust when he 3-bet ripped with the Ace-7 suited. Chippy called him with the Queen Jack. All over for Marco. Now, again, David has picked up the deuces, but look at this. I mean, it's just brilliant timing. And this 3-bet that you're about to see incoming here now from Ubi, there's no doubt in my mind he has to 3-bet here. You don't want to play aces like four-way. In fact, it'd be 5-way because Ubi just flats here. Well then, oh wow, I was going to say he's going to price Christian in. Christian might be staying around. This is an extraordinary hand. Well, the 3-bet sizing is just monstrous. It's about a 4.5x. So he's going to kill a little bit of the action. In fact, I think he kills it all. I think the sizing here is just a little bit too big. And everyone just dumps their cards. I think you want to be making more with these super premium hands. Real crucial stage of a tournament. Down to just 3 tables. Lots of interest in the hand, and you look down at aces. I think his sizing, I think just a little bit too big. I understand though, I mean, there's so much interest shown. He wants to whittle the field, but you want to catch a customer, don't you? UB though has worked his way up from 800k to 1.7 million, 900,000 added to his stack since the start of this stream. Seat 1, Alexander Kuch, 4.5 in a stack, the big stack on this table, one of the overall tournament leaders. He was second in chips overnight. Jan Lormel, well, it's not gone well for Jan. He's lost close to 1 million since we started this stream. He looks down at King 8 suited, makes it 100k. Not sure what's going through Alexander's mind there, but decides to let go. Queen 4 is expected. Attila, he is suited. He's 50k in. Well, in fact, he's big blind ante also. 50k to call here. 10 deuce suited. Attila 85. 22 big blinds behind in a stack. He decides to fold the 10 deuce. Flicks over the chips. That will help. Jan, opening light, gets the job done though. Adds to his stack and the button moves. You've just tuned in. You're watching the D.A.CH. And you can see the 3 flags in the background there. Beautiful graphic. The German, Austrian and Swiss poker flags. This is the Masters Poker Open. 200,000 guaranteed, collected close to 240k. Field size now down to 20. We'll pause the clock at 16, do a redraw. Well, a lot of poker to be played here. We're quite deep actually, and it is a 1 hour clock. Attila 85 with the King Jack. Small blind position. Limps. Now that's an open ender for Alexander in the big blind. Attila 2 overs, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibility. I think it's good enough to lead out here. Bet 75, Alexander. Well, Alexander donk leads this with the open ender. And that's, what am I talking about? It's blind, pardon me guys, blind v blind. Attila in the small blind, Alexander, coach in the big blind. Alexander's flopped the open ender. Attila with the 2 overs. Surprised Attila didn't raise pre there, just limped in with the King Jack. And the big stack connected with that board made an open-ended straight draw. Bet went check to him, took down the pot. David Burtis, Folds Hubie. No interest Christian. Folds, and now Alexander Mantel. So good time perhaps to mention the giveaway. And the giveaway is we're doing 3-night packages in the 5-star hotel during the GCOP, that's the German Championship of Poker, for free. These packages, 3 packages we're giving away today for absolute free. And believe me, I stayed in the 5-star. It's top quality. I mean, just every detail. It's real high standard, super comfortable beds, really nice finish, and it's a real treat. I don't always stay there, mind you, but it really is refreshing when you stay in a, top-notch pad for the night. Definitely improves the concentration levels the next day. We're giving away 3-by-3 night packages, and how you win these is basically make a purchase on King Shop, anything at all, t-shirt, some, like, you could even chip holder. There's a huge range of poker products and some real top quality clothing as well from the King's line. So if you make a purchase at any time throughout this stream, you're eligible for that draw. And basically, we're going to be giving them away during the stream. And there's no funny stuff. It's like no strings attached. Make a purchase, you're in the draw. Draw is done. We'll do it here. We'll spin the wheel on the stream. You can see the winner come up. I'm going to be having my friend Dara O'Carney hop in the booth later on, so you have something to look forward to. And I really appreciate you staying with the stream. I know it can be hard sometimes when you're listening to me all the time, but this is something we love to do, is bring you these poker streams from the resort. And a lot of poker to be played here today and later tonight throughout this D.A.C.H Masters Poker Open. There's 50k up top. This was a 300 plus 30 buy-in. Jan on the button here with the Queen 10, 100k min raise, and Yubi with the Jack 9 and the big blind defends. This is pretty straightforward. 5, 6, 5, 2 spades. Jan with a decision now. 5-5-6. This is the kind of board that would favour a big blind defend, you would think. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a check back. But Jan deciding to show strength here. Bet 75 in the hope that he just folds out. And he kind of weak draws over cards.
Good luck. You have aces.
There you can see the chip count graphic. Gives you a real good idea of what's going on here. Total prize pool 240k. It was 200,000 guaranteed, and first place payout is 50k. All of these guys have 5x their initial investment. They're all guaranteed over 1,500. Hello, Cowboys. Another premium pair for UB. And I think David Burgess might give him action here. Alexander, under the gun, opened very light with the A7. I think it's time to just get out of town here. If you're sitting in Alexander's seat, A7 offsuit. Having said that, UB has 3-bet more often than any other player at the table, so perhaps players starting to get suspicious, but A7 just not a hand that Alexander's going to continue it, given the fact there's still David Burgess to act to. Just flatted his original raise when he did open with the Ace-7, so David Burgess with 10s now. Big moment. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question for Burgess to 4-bet here. Just decides to put in the additional 300k. And we're going to go see a flop UBU with the Kings. And this is not great really for David Burgess. This is a very safe board for UB. No flush draw. These low rundown cards not really going to be connecting with your opponent's range after calling. Raise and a 3-bet pre. It's the continuation, and this is going to be expensive. David Burgess with an overpair to the board with pocket 10s. So what hands is he beating? Yeah, with 3-bet pre. well, all the ace kings, ace queens, all the bluffs, of course, eights, nines. There's a bunch of hands here that David Burtis is ahead of. But unfortunately, in this situation, he's drawing to just 2 outs. Needs to make a set to go ahead. Oh, goodbye, UB. It's over. 1.7 million in the pot. No escape. Horrible situation. It's over. No escape. UBU, and he just great start. And David Burtis, you could see his chip being flicked over the line instantly when he heard the all-in announcement from UBU. Now, can UB resuck? Doesn't happen. Busto. End of tournament. 20th place. It's nasty. But that's poker. Absolutely nothing wrong with the way Bird has played this. Call the original race 100k. Call the 3-bet I expected him to. I mean, UB 3-betted several times. Did have the goods on most occasions. And he had the goods on this occasion, but the player you see in the centre of your screen from Slovakia, lucky by hitting a step in, we have the 5-star giveaway draw. You can see the winners from yesterday coming up there: Vladimir and Robin M. 3 more packages, 3 more 3-night stays in the 5-star King's Resort Hotel to give away. This stay, of course, is for the German Championship of Poker, the GCOP, and how to be part of that draw is make a purchase in the King shop. Now, Christian with the 10s. On the button, he makes it 240. Big blind is still 50k. There's your chip count graphic. Just 6 players on our feature table. There's 19 players left in the mix. And Jan Lormel here under the gun with the Jack 9. This is David Burdiss, up over 4 million. Christian with the ace 10. Small blind folds and Alexander Kutch in the big blind with the king 6. Even though he's getting a really super price there with the king 6. And he did have the stack. I'm surprised he didn't make the call. Christian goes ahead. Makes top pair. David Burdiss with the 7s, but it's a tricky spot for David Burdiss. First to speak. He continues. He makes it 110,000 and a snap call from Christian. Now trips for Christian. David. Well, he's going to be less inclined to believe Christian for an ace, but has to check. Christian showing a lot of strength with the call pre-flop. Full house. Christian. Nice check there on the turn from Christian. Might get him money here on the river. Depending on the sizing, of course. I think anything up to 200k gets paid. Anything bigger, not so sure. There's 200, there's 300. It's too big, I think. I mean, a busted club draw. That's what I'd be trying to convince myself my opponent has. King Queen, King Jack. Smaller pairs, 5, 6s. That's about it really. Everything else is ahead. David Burdiss with 2 pair with the 7s. And there's the call. Christian. Nice check back on the turn. I think that's what's got him paid here on the river. That's a sizable pot. Full house in the end for the Romanian player. This is the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. We're down to 19 players. All of these players guaranteed €1,564. I'm going to be staying with you for another hour or so, and then my good friend Dara O'Carney will be taking control of the microphone and some real expert analysis will be the order of the day. Top class character Dara. Looking forward to welcoming back in the King's live stream commentary booth. Now, button, Attila. He's playing pretty snug. Attila. Expect him to fold this from what we've seen of him. Now, I just tuned into the chat and apologies that I had it open. I've been asked if Christa van Berkel from the Netherlands made it through. She did make it through overnight. She made it through with 1 million, I think. Average was 1.7 million. But no information. Don't know if she's still there. Meanwhile, 7 High is winning here from a player in the small blind. I mean, it's first to sneeze here will win. Overnight chip leader was Vinesh Koteka from the United Kingdom. He had like 3.7 million. And we have Alexander Koch on this table from Germany. He was second in chips. We had Radu Pitic from Romania, third in chips. And he short stacks. Well, Marco, who we seen bust out earlier, he was one of the shorties. Marco busted from this table. Got an all in with a flip. No good. Couldn't hold. This man on the very left of your screen, Alexander Koch, busted him out. Just to let you know about the Italian poker sport, which is a $500,000 guaranteed main event tournament that kicks off this week. The Italian poker sport. The day 1A is on Wednesday. It's a 250 buy-in, so it's 220 plus 30, and there's 500k guaranteed. That's the Italian poker sport. But meanwhile, we're looking at Alexander Mantle with the queens, for sure the most aggressive on this table. King Jack for Attila. He'll be folding this. King Jack off. I would say that Alexander Mantle is very active. So we're going to see, yeah, I mean, this is one of the benefits of being super active. When you do have it, you know, it's not unlikely to get action like, and that's why Attila's 3-betting here. We've seen him like fold King Queen, stronger hand, to Alexander's open earlier. Well, in fact, it wasn't Alexander's open, it was one of the players earlier. But now you can see him 3-betting with the King Jack. And what this is this is down to his perception of what's going on here. Do you know? Well, he gets his answer, Attila. Big misstep, but what can he do? I don't blame him. Now he's looking at his stack to see what's left. 13 bigs behind. Blinds, well, they're due to go up pretty soon. This is really horrible. King Jack, he knows he's behind, but he's doing the mathematics. It's a tough one. big percentage of his stack invested. He's like 35% of his stack in there. It's horrible, really is horrible situation, but I'm not surprised. He just lets it go. 19 players left in the mix. Alexander Mantle, 2.3 million, 9-4. Attila, well, the blinds are up now. It's 30,000, 60,000. So just 10 and a half bigs in a stack. 9-4. He won't be playing. What is going on? No, he's not. 9-4. There it goes in the bin. Alexander Koch, 4.1 million. Folded. Jan, well, he'll open, I expect. Jan, pretty aggressive. One, two, five. Big blind is 60k. Christian in the big blind who will defend. Christian puts in the 65. Christian checks. Both players have made a pair here. Christian with the superior kicker. Jan Larmel does have the backdoor diamonds. Goes check, check. Two of hearts on the turn. Christian checks again, but this time I expect Jan Larmel to fire here. Well, he checks back. And now it's a chop pot. Deuce on the river. Jacks and twos. King kicker plays. I think it's a straightforward call here for Jan Larmel. There's the call. On their backs. Chop it up. Everyone's a winner. See the graphic in the top right showing 18 players. Still 3 tables, 6 players on each table. Alexander Koch 4.1, David Burgess 3.5. They're the two big stacks. This is the short stack. 10 bigs under the gun, and 20% of this stack is going to be posted blind next hand. 60 big blind, 60 big blind ante. David Burgess with the threes. On the button, he makes it 120. He's picked up a phenomenal amount of small pairs, David Burgess. On the button, makes it 120. Christian snap calls with the ace-jack. He could have 3-bet here. I think given versus a button open from an aggressive player, I think ace-jack would certainly qualify as a 3-betting hand. Alexander Mantle with ace-7. in the big blind, getting a big price, and decides to put in the additional 60k to see a flop. Three-handed ace, deuce, deuce. Everybody has two pair. But in the lead is Christian with his aces and deuces and jack kicker. Alexander Mantle, well, he's going to like this. His ace is under-repped. Could be up against the bigger ace he is actually, but he's not going to get raised because as the player in the big blind, getting such a big price to defend, he's got way more twos in his range than either opponent. Nice fold there from Curtis. So aces and eights, jack kicker plays. Christian takes down the pot. Well, Attila's going to put all his chips in here. Alexander Mantle raising with the ace-6 blind v blind, but Attila has looked down at king-queen suited. Looks at the clock, looks at everything, looks again, back at the stack, and now he's going to look at the dealer and he's going to say all in. Alexander Mantle with 8-6, nothing he can do here. I don't mind the raise into a short stack player playing pretty tight. Of course you're going to raise these spots when it's folded around to you, but once the 3-bet all-in comes, you just throw in your 8 high. No harm, I guess, get an exact count. It's 7.5 bigs. It's too much. Sizable portion of Alexander's stack. It's a quarter of his stack. He's not going to put it in. And there's the fold as expected, and Attila does at last pick up a few precious blinds. Gets his stack up to 870k, which is 13 bigs. Well, it's more. In fact, it's 14 and a half bigs. So, change of dealer. You're watching the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open live from King's Resort. We've 18 players left on this final day. 3 tables, 6 players on each table. We'll pause the clock at 16 players.
2 pass, 4 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass,
So Attila in the small blind here, 10-5 off. It's one of the big stacks in seat 1, which is Alexander Koch. Alexander Koch playing close to 4 million. Attila just 840k. Well, both players with the same hand. Alexander Koch getting the walk. 4.2 million in a stack. These white chips are the big value chips, 100k. Greens then are 25k and the oranges 5k. Now, David Burdiss under the gun with the Queen 9 suited, 3.3 million in a stack, averages 2.3 million.
120,
David Burdiss, multiple tournament winner. David played with him a few times. He's been around for a while. Looks pretty comfortable here. Probably the more impressive of all players we've seen so far. Attila on the button here with the Jack 8. He's just going to fold this, and the player in the small blind snap folds, Alexander Koch and Jan Lormel. King 6, big blind position. Puts in the additional 60,000. He won't expect to be ahead, but he is. David Burdiss open from under the gun. That ace will suit David, that's for sure. He's also made a pair. From what we've seen of David, he tends to lead out in these situations, and it's exactly what he's going to do. He 100% continuation bet frequency from David. Absolutely relentless, no connection for Jan. King of clubs, perhaps keep him interested. Jan Lormel considering his options here, in the end deciding to fold, and David scoops another pot, gets his stack up to 3.6 million. Jan Lormel, small blind, queen 10.
Two call, 60.
He limps in, but I think David Burgess with the king queen, I think he's going to apply pressure here. Lormel playing from about a 20 big blind deep stack. David Burgess, I wouldn't be surprised if we put them all in here.
Four raise all in.
There's all in jam. I mean, it's horrible for Jan. He'd love to see a flop. Queen 10, nothing he can do. Just has to fold it. And David Burgess takes down another pot. For me, this guy has shown a lot of quality. Burgess, he did get lucky when he hit that set of tens for sure, but nothing, played it pretty perfect. His tens, you got to take advantage when you hit the board. You got to really maximize.
You're not gonna muck.
It's going to be other times where it's going to go against you. That's what winning players do. They ride the wave, take advantage
Seven pass.
of the heaters, maximize. It's all about
Eight pass.
keeping
Two pass.
focused. Mentally, you have to be just so strong, particularly at this stage of a tournament. Remember, they're playing for a few days now. This is the real business end of things. Just 18 players left from 840. All the big money is
One bet up.
beginning to be paid out. It's all on that final table. That's really the goal for these guys. Top pair for Christian.
Four check.
David Burgess
Six bet.
has missed, and I think a check bet fold.
Four pass.
Quick mention about our giveaway. Basically, we are giving away three 3-night packages, and this special offer is for the 5-star luxury hotel here in King's Resort, and that stay is for during the GCOP, which kicks off next week, and it goes on for about 10 days or so.
One pass.
So the stay is from the 24th of June to the 27th.
Two pass.
And all you have to do to be eligible for this promotion is make a purchase on King's Shop at any stage throughout this stream. Some real cool stuff there in that King's Shop. Have a look, just have a look.
Six pass.
See what you think. Some clothing, real quality clothing line, and of course lots of poker items, all kinds of things, playing cards, chip sets, card protectors, etc. Now, Alexander Mantle in the big blind with the King Queen.
415.
Burgess, who raised on the button with the Jack 7 getting it shoved back in his face here. Mantle, 3 bets. Burgess just lets go.
One raise, 125. Two pass.
Now, pocket sixes for the big stack on the table, who's opened under the gun, and now the Burgess, who you get the feel is just trying to establish his authority here on this feature table. He looks to me to be taking control, and we're going to see him 3-bet here
Four raise,
with the suited ace.
350. Six pass.
350 is the 3-bet size. Pressure now on the big stack, Alexander Kutch. Small pair out of position. Not sure why this Alexander is in the tank. Alexander Mantle with 9-5 off. Is he thinking of a cold 4-bet with 9-5 off? No.
Seven pass.
Attila. He is short. 12 bigs.
Eight pass.
Folds, and now pressure on Alexander Koch with the pair of sixes. These guys are the two biggest stacks on the table, both vying for table captaincy, but for me, Burgess just that little bit more aggressive. But Alexander Koch makes the call.
Four heads up.
We're going to go to a flop. Burgess, 3-better pre, has position. And he hits, he goes into the lead.
One check.
Alexander Koch has missed 3 overs. Burgess, of course, he's going to be concerned about bigger aces.
Four check.
And with that in mind, he checks back for pot control. 3 on the turn. Now, Alexander Koch, what's he thinking? What's he ahead of? I mean, there's nothing really he's ahead of except a bluff. But given that Burgess check back flop, Alexander Koch is saying, right, I'm going to steal this. I'm going to get him off his 9s, 10s, jacks. That's the kind of hands that would probably fold here, given this situation, but Bird is not going to fold.
Four call.
This is quite sizable. I love that check back on the flop. Just open the door for Alexander Koch to make this kind of play, which is perfect setup really for David Burgess. And I mean, this kicker problems just went out the window here. Burgess, good card for him.
One check.
And Koch checks. Now Burgess going to go for value, I expect. What's going to pay him off that he's ahead of? Very little, actually. I mean, I'm just thinking King Queen suited, probably the only hand that Alexandra could have really in this situation that might
One to
pay
one.
off a bet. Looks very sizable. Well, this is a pot size bet and I love it. What he's doing here, he's targeting, um, he's targeting Ace X. So he's going to deny his opponent the split. That's what Burtis is doing, this pot size bet. He's saying, look, I'm the player here with the top set, or the ace king, or the set of kings. That's, I believe, what he was doing. But Alexander Koch with the sixes folding. And now we have a new chip leader. Did you ever doubt it that he would come to the top of the food chain? David Burtis from Slovakia now in control. This is Jan Larmel. Featured Jan a few times on our stream. Very experienced also. But just kind of shackled with his stack size.
6 call, 60. Seven call.
Now, Attila, he's got to make something happen pretty soon. He really has to. It's not going well. So it looks like a limp from the player in the cutoff position, Christian.
8 call. 1 check.
Attila has done the mathematics. He reckons 30,000.
4 players for the
300k in the pot. He's getting 10 to 1. That's why he's putting in the money. He's flopped a good shot, but trying to find who's hit a pair. Nobody. Incredible. Ace 8 in the lead.
6 check.
Everyone has missed. 4 players in the hand. Not a pair between them.
7 check.
It's checked all round. Still no one has a pair. This is crazy. Ace high winning. I mean, this is going to be checked around again,
1 check.
I'd imagine. Alexander Mantle is the only one really that can bet this. If checked to him again. But he's nothing going on, but he is going to steal it.
7
This bet will
125.
end it. 125,000. Attila.
Eight pass. 1 pass. 6 pass.
It works. Alexander takes it down, gets his stack up to 2.2 million. 18 still in the mix here. Blinds still 30, 60. Now Christian, big slick. Ace king, surely 3-bet.
6 raise. 240 to call. Seven pass.
There's the 3-bet with the ace king from Christian, and action with Attila, who's counting out his chips. But given the interest shown so far in this hand, I'm thinking he should save his 11 big blinds and pick another spot. He's on the button here. There's a full round before he has to post, so I think, considering all these factors and his hand strength,
One pass.
we just let it go. Action back with David Burgess. 9-10 suited, that's David Burgess getting 3-bet. I mean, it's just it's a hand full of potential, but you don't want to be putting in too much money. But Burgess is deep.
Four call. 5 more.
It's Christian well covered. He's suited, he's connected. And against ace king, it's just a flip, which is a hand likely in his opponent's range. That 9 in the window, well, that just
4 check.
keeps Burgess locked in. Totally invested now, going nowhere. Top pair.
6
Could be up against an overpair, that's not out of the question, but even so, he has a 2-pair draw, trip draw. So this 3-6-5 will certainly be called. 3-6-5, check called. And now we go to the turn. Burgess in the lead, but needs to avoid ace or king. Let's see an ace. Fold it. Jack of hearts on the turn. Christian with none of this. But does he fire again? That's the question. Does he go again, or does he put on the handbrake? He decides to check back. And 9s are good. 9s and 4s with a jack. Burgess might come out with a small kind of blocker bet around 300 or 400k, just to avoid the very large sizing. If he does check, Christian decides to give up. He checks back, and Burgess wins another big pot. 5.1 million. Very sizable for David Burgess. This is huge. And I'll tell you what else is big, is this giveaway that we're currently running. We had originally 3 packages that we were going to give away, but it's going really well. Viewers seem to be loving this giveaway. Exactly what it is 3 nights accommodation free in our 5-star hotel here in the resort. And that's during the GCOP, the German Championship of Poker event. So basically, we're going to bang out 8 packages over this stream. And we're going to award these packages to someone listening, someone watching, one of the viewers. You do need to make a purchase on King Shop to be eligible. So anyone who buys anything from our King's Shop during this stream, you're eligible to be in this draw for a 3-night stay at our 5-star. Just go to kings.shop for some real cool apparel and poker paraphernalia. So 8 packages up for grabs. Packages, just to be clear, are 3 night stays in the 5-star resort hotel during the German Championship of Poker, which kicks off next week. But the stay is for the 24th, 25th, 26th of June. Doesn't matter what you buy in the shop, regardless of what you buy. Once you make a purchase, doesn't matter what it is. But have a look around. That's why we're doing this promo, is to actually just show off how good the King's Shop platform is. There's a really deadly clothing line there. It really is. I mean, I'm been really impressed by what these guys have come up with. Don't know who designed them, don't know who makes them, but all I know is I see them every day in Kings and they're top quality. Really, really quality material and a pretty fashionable design. So have a look, just have a look online. Now, this is the table captain, David Burgess, in the small blind here, and he puts in the additional 30,000. Christian playing 1.7 million average, I believe is about 2.2. Good shot for Christian. Pair for David Burgess. David in the small blind checks. Christian checks back. That's an open ender now for Christian.
6 bet 100.
David Burgess in the lead here, but Christian, who's missed, will fire again. Will it get through? That's the question. What size?
6 bet
This is pretty big.
25.
Looks like 260. No, 220 it is. It's an interesting one. David Burgess flopped a pair. Checked. Checked, turned again. Then Christian fired. David snap called. I think he called here again. Does have a blocker to the straight, to the low straight. David Burgess. There's the call. This guy has shown a lot of quality. He really has. And he didn't have to show his hand, because once he called, Christian mucked his hand. Now heading towards the 6 million mark. David Burgess from Slovakia. Now Attila, 85 with the suited connectors, playing just 810k. Blind level is 30,000, 60,000. Another 10 or 15 minutes left in this blind level, and then we move to the 40, 80k. 18 players. We're going to pause the clock when we're down to 16 players. Christian and Alexander with the same hand. Christian gets the job done, button moves now on the button, and Alexander posting small blind, the short stack. Attila 85 posting big blind ante. Bottom right of your screen, next to the dealer is Attila posting the big blind. On the left of the dealer then, we have Alexander D.A.CH, who was the big stack overnight, still sitting on 3.2 million. Average is 2.2. But this guy here, David Burgess, this guy is, I mean, he's more than doubled his stack since the start of play. And he's in control, there's no doubt about that. He's looking very comfortable. A real good understanding of what's going on, good recognition. It's going pretty well for him. David Burgess, this is Alexander Mantle, who you feel if he got chips he would be a big threat. Sitting here in the small blind with the 9-4 suited, he folds, and now the short stack. Attila. Wow, it's pretty brutal. Queen 7. 11 big blinds behind. I think he just lets it go. Burgess scoops another one. More than double the average stack. There's just 18 players left. So this guy is average stack for final table. And a lot of poker still to be played before we get there. Excuse me, he doesn't have average stack for final table. He does with 18 left. He's average stack for final table. He certainly does. Jan Lormel folding under the gun. Now Burgess, 10s, they've been good to him today. Won a gigantic pot, he busted out. Yubi Jew cracked his kings. Makes it 120. Christian calls with the 5s, and well, one of his 5s is going to go into the dustbin here. Alexander Mantle folding the 5-3, and now short stack in the small blind position. Looks down at 7-4 offsuit. Alexander Koch, ace 7 in the big blind position. Ten still in the lead here. Alexander checks and Christian with the 5s check. Action is with David Burgess, who's always continuing. Makes it 1-2-5. This is the end, I think, for Christian. 3 overcards. Well, this surprises me, given the fact that Alexander Koch is still in the hand. An interesting one. Koch with the back doors decides to float here. So Burgess getting called in 2 spots. Now he picks up the good shot. Open ender for Alexander. Good shot to a bad straight for Christian. It's a really interesting card. Burgess, well, he's a mile in front, decides to check. So action here with Christian. who checks back. Tens still good here. Koch checks. Burdus with the tens. He checks. Christian could steal it. I think he could. Wow. Tens. Scoop. Another one. David Burdus, 6.2 million. Burdus. Should have two blockers to the nut straight. 6.2 million. Average is 2.2. King Queen, good enough to open under the gun. Chip leader makes it 120, the min raise. Oh, 10 minutes left in this blind level. But we're going to see an all-in rip here. 11 big blinds, ace king. Has to do it. Till at 85. Looks at the clock. Looks at the stack. Looks at the dealer. Announces all in. And it's folded right around to David Burdus, who asks for a count. It's very close here. 540. Sizable enough. It could fold this. King Queen. Very close. Given how snug Attila's playing, this looks pretty strong. And your King Queen is usually crushed, like we can see now. A couple of hands he's flipping against. Tens, jacks. 9s, 10s, jacks would do this. I think apart from that, there's no other hand he's in any kind of decent shape against. So basically, sometimes he's flipping, a lot of times he's crushed, and I just can't see what he's ahead of. King Jack suited, would it do this? No. Not given how Attila played so far. So I think David Burdus might just fold this. And that's a decent fold. This guy Burdus has impressed me. That's very disciplined. A lot of players just convince themselves, well, it's a flip. I've got the chips. Let's run it. And it's a bit of a spew to put in 540k there. Now, Christian, this is really deep, this event. Like a load of big blinds on the table. And we do have a 1 hour clock. But this level, like, this will expire pretty soon, this level. And then we go to the 40,000, 80,000. Now, Alexander Mantle, 2 million stack, pocket fours. And you can see the graphic, 17 remain. So we're one player away from the final two tables. We do a redraw final two tables. Jacks for Jan at last. Playable hand. Nothing's been happening for Jan. Final tables. The high roller here at the Player One Poker Tour. That's the French Poker Festival in March. Been third for 5k. So, Alexander Mantle makes a pair, now makes trips, and he is the flush draws back up. Christian, none of this. So I think it's just check bet fold here. Christian. Well, he does. No, I was going to say he's got absolutely none of this. No pair, no draw. Check fold. Alexander Mantle takes it down. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat there. This is really deep, this event. This is going to be, I mean, this is a long grind for these guys. It's going to be it's not going to be like wham bam kind of stuff. It's a 1 hour clock, plenty of play. So like settle in for the evening, guys. But I mean, it's 50k up top. That's what they're playing for. Of course, all of these guys have guaranteed themselves 1,773. Now, Jan Lormel. Again, he's picked up a pair here, 1.2 million in a stack, which is 20 bigs. Min raises 120. We've seen Burdis play this hand on a few occasions. Opened with it under the gun before, got 3-bet, made the call, went on to win the hand versus Ace King, I believe. But on this occasion, he decides to fold. Interesting. And it's folded right around to the small blind, which is Alexander Mantle. He looks down at Ace Deuce. Now, Tilla for sure will be continuing. Versus an open from Jan Lormel, French player. He's been playing pretty snug, Jan. Hasn't really had many opportunities. Tilla, considering his options. He's 13 and a half bigs. He's considering a shove. This ace is blocking quite a lot of premium hands. Decides to just count out the 120. Puts it in. We're going to go and see a flop. Tilla. Ace 8 of hearts. Well, top set will work for Jan Lormel. We may check this back, you know. He's hit it so strong. Having said that, there's quite a few draws out there. But he's going to go super small. I expect just like 100k or so. Looks like 105. Well, it's smaller, it's 80. It's like super small, super inviting. Just begging for a check raise, but it's not going to happen until 85 is none of this board. And he will check fold his ace 8. Wow. I don't believe he is going to call. No, he looks back down and then folds. Jan Lormel. Top set. Gets his stack up to 1.4 million. Now, Burtis, 100 bigs. I mean, it's just a great situation for him. It really is. Brilliant opportunity unfolding. All of these guys have locked up 1,773. Jan again picks up a pair of tens this time under the gun. Average stack 2.4 million. He's sitting on 1.4 million. Makes it 160. Just saw Christian snap fold a king queen there, I think. Alexander folds and Attila. 12 bigs. That goes in the bin. Blinds will go up, but they're actually up. They're 40-80 now. So just 10 bigs for Attila in a stack. Less 9 big blinds he's playing. Now, big blind defense with the queen 10. And that's an open ender for Alexander. So more money is going to go in here. There's 440 in the pot. Jan Lormel with the tens. Alexander check calls with his open ender. Now that 9 on the turn. Well, Both players be concerned about it. I think it goes check, check. Five in the river, 10 still good. Alexander has missed his straight, but does he try and steal this? That's the question. He missed turn and river. Queen high is not going to win this hand. He knows that. So the only way he can win this pot is by getting his opponent to fold. But he's waved the white flag. I think we might see a check back here from Jan also. Pair 10s wins. Jan scoops another pot. And that gets him close to 2 million. $17 players. 1,773 is guaranteed for all these players. There's 50,000 up top. This is the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open, and we're live from King's Resort. Just a quick reminder, there's also a special giveaway on our stream today. We're giving out a bunch of packages. This will consist of 3-night stays in our 5-star luxury resort hotel. And that's for during the German Championship of Poker, the GCOP. And how you're eligible for this massive promotion is just make a purchase online, can be of any value whatsoever on the King shop. David Burdis directly opposite the dealer. That's your big stack. Started this feature table at around 2 million, has worked his way up to over 6 million. Average is 2.4 now. This is Alexander Mantle with the Queen 10 and the hijack. Blinds are 40, 80. All in for Attila, 710k, 9 bigs, ace 8, and it's going to work. We'll get that rip true. Just catching up with the chat. And Yari asking about the promotion when it'll be announced because he can't watch the whole stream. Well, what we'll do, Yari, is we'll get all the winners together and we'll basically fly them out to your house, bring them in to your home and introduce you to them so you don't miss a thing. Now, Cowboys, for Jan, he's really picked up a bunch of big pairs. Christian in the big blind with the suit of connectors. Jan Lormel made it 160. I mean, it's just, I don't know how many times this guy has flopped sets. He's made a boat here. He'll check back. He has to check back. Give his opponent a chance to catch up. Check, check, the ace, no good. Discard for creating any action for Jan. Christian has none of this, but he's going to actually come out and try and steal it. Now, most of these are low value chips, so it looks like about 200k bet. It's 175. Jan Lormel, full boat. He knows he's 100% check mark since the flop in his hand. No concern whatsoever. So obviously just gonna make a call and try and kind of represent weakness somehow. Six of clubs on the river. Christian with just 8 high. He knows he's not going to win this. And with just 630 behind, he'd probably go for it. He's put in another 200k. He's left himself with like 430. Which is about 5 bigs behind in a stack. Jan is just going to put them all in here, but Christian, of course, with absolutely nothing going on, will be folding. All in announced, and Christian is just hating life at the moment. I mean, it's just horrible. Fold, leaves himself with just like 5 bigs. Brutal stuff. Jan Lormel up to average stack. Now this guy, trust me, if he gets chips, he's dangerous. And that's a sizable pot. 2.2 million in total. Button moves. 17 remain. All of these guys have locked up for themselves 1773. 17 players, all vying for that 50k first place payout. This is the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. Is seat 1 Alexander Koch folding the 9-6, and now Jan Larmel, ace-5 suited. The Frenchman considering his actions. Yeah, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Attila with 9-3 off in the big blind. Just counting his chips. He's 10 bigs behind, close to. So I think he can just fold this 9-3 off. And here we go. The 5-star hotel giveaway that we're doing at the moment. One of yesterday's winners, Vladimir, who wins the 3-night stay in the 5-star resort hotel. Robin M, also another winner. And we're giving away 8 packages today, throughout the stream today. All you have to do is make a purchase from King's Shop, any value, anything whatsoever, and you're eligible then for one of these packages that is a 3-night stay at the King's during the German Championship of Poker for absolutely free. Now, Alexander Mantle, 10-3 of clubs. He folds Attila in the small blind with 6-5. Another walk for Alexander Koch. 10-5 suited. He'll take that. Attila back down to 9 big blinds. Blind level we're currently on is the 40,000, 80,000. And this is the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open being broadcast live from King's Resort. Up top is 50,000. And just 17 players left in the mix. This is our big stack, David Burdis, who's looking down at ace queen under the gun. 160 is the raise size, the min raise. It's folded right around to Alexander Mantle, queen jack. And another queen jack, Attila, 85, 9 bigs, queen jack off. Interesting spot here. Alexander Koch,
One pass.
Jack 10. He folds and now just the big blind, which is Jan Lormel in the big blind with the 5-4 offsuit. 80k to call. Getting 4.5 to 1. So you can see how attractive it is for players to put in the additional 80k in this situation. I mean, he just has 5 high, but
It's after the flop.
anything is possible. Good shot. Is what Jan has flopped. No heart though, so we've seen David Burgess 100% continuation, but on this board he actually checks back. Ah, wow. And it just puts Jan into the lead. Now he makes a pair to go along with his good shot. Checks, and Burgess, who could have won this on the flop, he won't be winning it on the turn, I don't think. Checks back. Ace or queen required for David to go into the lead. 7 on the river. Jan happy to get to showdown. I'm sure he's going to be checking here. He'll check call a bit, but I think he's just wanting to get to showdown here with his 2 pair. It's remarkable, David. First time he didn't continue. Does go for value. Interesting. May get paid, you know. David might call with ace high here. 125. Love the sizing. This guy Jan is high quality. David Burgess, ace high. Pays him off. Jan Lormel takes down the pot. That's why you defend with 5-4 off. You can win a 700k pot. Just like that. And this guy has turned things completely around. Jan Lormel. Up over average stack. He was struggling for so long. But he kept his composure. Stayed disciplined. But he moved when he had to. He pounced on any opportunity that presented itself. Now he did pick up a lot of premium pairs. Desperado, waiting for a train. Christian, all in, has to move in. 390k. It's absolutely compulsory shove this under the gun. 390, given that he was posting 160 blind next hand. Button will probably fold, I expect, but won't take much for the big blind to call here. Well, snap. Ace 9 suited for David. Burgess makes the call. And Christian is live. He is suited. Burgess with the ace 9 of clubs. And with 17 left in the field, should Christian bust out here, we'll be pausing the clock. Heart in the window is good. 5-7. 1 club also. Burgess still in the lead. Well, flush draw. I mean, just a bunch of outs now for Christian. But it doesn't happen. 6 of clubs is a blank. And we have an elimination in 17th. And that means the clock is paused. It means we're going to do a complete redraw. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to be inviting Darrow Carney to jump in the boot. So you'll hear the voice of my fellow countryman when we return from this short break. Do join us then for the conclusion of the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open live from King's Resort.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the final day of the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open from King's Resort. There are 16 players left. This is the final day, so we're playing down to a winner tonight. My name is Dara Carney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland. I've also written a few books on poker strategy, and I host the popular Chip Race podcast with my good friend David Lappin, who will be along later. So we saw before I came on air there, the stacks are pretty much spread out. Chip leader with 97 big blinds, the short stack with 9. He's now moved all of his 9 big blinds into the middle with ace queen, over a raise from Radu. Radu might be priced in here with the 10-7 suited. We're going to have to wait to see what he does. He's getting almost 2-1, which you can see is pretty much the price he has against this hand. Yeah, he does make the call, getting almost 2-1. It's a spot. He'll actually be flipping sometimes there against hands like sixes, and even when he runs into a hand like ace queen, he has 35%, more or less the price he needs. He has so much chips, he doesn't have to worry too much about losing $750,000. So it's a 65-35. And there's the flop. So far, so good for Attila. He's still holding. And he just has to dodge 10 or a 7 on the river, else he'll more than double up with the blinds and antes in there. And there it is. He gets the full double and then some. Borska says no more ambassador of another online poker provider. I still am an ambassador for another poker provider, which shall remain nameless. Good to see so many familiar faces in the chat. Jay Wisello as well. So nice double up there. He was the short stack. Now he'll find himself. Actually, he's got more than 20 big blinds now, considering the blinds and antes that were in there. Bit of playability for him now. I will be with you guys for the next 3 hours or so, and then you will have the pleasure of David Lappin's company. Boy, effect with the troll there in the chat. Good to see you, Andy. I enjoyed tuning into one of your streams recently. Jan has been very active so far because he has actually been dealt some hands, but he decides to let the Queen-8 suited go. Maybe because of that. Maybe he just perceives that he would be seen as opening too many hands. Don't know how much these players have played against each other or how much they know. Finishes on the bottom of an ace, so this is going to be a fairly standard open, I think. Fifth Eight asking what country. I'm from Ireland, if that's the question. 8-3 is going to fold a small blind. King 6 could defend here for sure. These two guys are the two chip leaders, so they're not massively affected by ICM yet, unless the pot suddenly escalates. So they can play fairly normally. King 6 is a hand you would normally defend against a button raise. Ambassador of Ireland, nope. Okay, so flop comes Queen 10-6. Radu has bottom pair and some backdoor straight with the king. Vinesh has showdown with his ace high and backdoor flush draw. Decides to keep the pot small. and just check behind. Radu now turns 2-pair. He's going to feel very good about his hand. Vinish is probably just trying to take this to showdown and hope that his ace high wins. And now I think Radu is going to have to put some chips into the pot. Vinish has had 2 opportunities to do that and hasn't done it. So this is a points position where you have to do your own betting. Vinish is going to know his hand isn't good now very much. Might think about a bluff raise here. Calling doesn't seem like a great idea here. So details of the giveaway there in the Twitch chat. We'll talk a bit more about that. But basically, if you buy something from the King's shop online, you get put into that giveaway. Yep, Vinesh makes a disciplined fold there. No reason to call with his bad ace high. Poker provider is greenish of color. Yeah, a lot of people think that it's actually an Irish site because of the green. So I'll be talking a lot on this stream about ICM because this is the stage of a tournament where ICM really starts to ratchet up as you get down towards the final table. A lot of people don't realize that the point in most tournaments where ICM is actually the most extreme is the final table bubble rather than the actual money bubble. This is a great time to have a big stack where you can take advantage of people who are clinging on for the final table. It's a fairly miserable time to have a short stack. But what it essentially does is it completely changes the strategy where the chip leader, when they're playing against stacks that they comfortably cover, can play a much wider range, much more aggressively, do much more betting and raising, and the other players just have to sort of play much more straightforward. So Lucas is going for an enterprising open. No, I thought he was going to go for an open there, which wouldn't have been standard really, given his stack size. But he decides to be disciplined and fold. Vinish, on the other hand, he could certainly have opened with his stack and the 8-5 suited. Players are just going to fold so much. Again, we have another blind on blind confrontation. Again, a bad ace for Radu. Considering, as I said, you can go 2 ways with these crappy aces. I'm not sure the stack size behind. Oh yeah, the stack size behind is only 12 big blinds, so this is a fairly standard shove actually. Once you have an ace, you just shove, and he tables the 7 deuce. And you can see there's the giveaway draw showing some of the winners from yesterday's stream. Vladimir S won a hotel package. Robin M also. We will be giving away 8 more of those today. So get your merchandise and get a chance to win free hotel. Okay, let's catch up with the chat. So more TB says ICM doesn't exist. It is designed by poker players to confuse people and sell books. Yep, that's a perfectly legitimate theory, Andy. There will be a final redraw at 9. That will be the final table. I was really kicking myself that I didn't watch Tom Hall last night on GKPT. Tom's one of my favorite players, and he's such a wonderful exponent of ICM. He's one of the guys I've talked the most about ICM to down the years, and he's just really, really good at it. So I'll probably try to watch that on replay for sure. I imagine it was a masterclass by Tom. Tom just doesn't tend to make mistakes at all in those spots. He really is. Jabbercat, as he's known online, he's a master. Okay, so small blind, king 10 suited. He's the short stack who got shoved into from the previous hand, so he obviously has a perfectly legitimate hand to shove here. He's now the shorty because the other shorty doubled. It's relatively easy for the short stacks to play these positions because they're not going to get to the final table without taking spots like that. So they just have to kind of take their spots, hope for the double, like we just saw Attila get. But on the other hand, it's more the middle stacks that are in the tricky spot of not knowing which way to go. Hello to Big O Boom Baby, saying it was a pleasure to play with you at the same table in the last UK IPT Dublin. Thank you very much for that too. My next stop in Ireland, I'm not actually sure because I'm going to Vegas in a couple of weeks for the WSOP, just over 2 weeks from now, and I'll be there till the end of that. I think I'll get back just in time to play the first event, which is around then in Ireland. Okay, so Dominic has jacks in the hijack. He's obviously opening, trying to make it look as casual as possible with his monster at this stage, with his 20 big blinds. He's definitely hoping for action here. He might get it from the ace-9. The ace-9 offsuit is in the hands of one of the two chip leaders, one of the two big stacks at the table. It's a tricky spot because if he 3-bets, he pretty much commits against the stack. So he has decided to just call. He gets to apply a lot of pressure post-flop. Attila in the small blind. The ace-5 is tempting here, but when two players have shown interest, these rag aces are just going to be dominated a lot more. So he's going to let it go. So two players to the flop. Pretty safe looking flop for the jacks. You're mostly hoping not to see an ace, but you don't. When you see no overcards, you're going to feel very good about your hand. He's going to come out betting here because his hand is vulnerable. An ace obviously has an overcard and a gut shot. You can also get smaller pairs in right now before the board gets any scarier for them. If Radu had something like 6s or 7s. Radu is going to just call here and see what happens on the turn. 3 is a relative brick. Neither player should really have a 3. So pot's now 920. Dominic is probably trying to get this in over 3 streets. So let's see what sizing he goes for here. He's bet 350. Sorry, 450 it looks like. Yeah, that will fold out the ace now. That's designed to keep the overpairs in, and then when he shoves the river, they might talk themselves into a call. More TBC asks, if you and Lapham got drafted in the 25k fantasy they do at WSOP, what dollar value would you go for? And who do you think would earn more points this year if you're playing the same schedule? Well, we're not playing the same schedule because he's getting there a week after me. I'm not sure how the points work. Is that like what your average expected return would be from all your events? More TBC? Wages Day, definitely worth watching there. A very dynamic fan. Tim Chung has. Oh wow, Tim was there as well. Didn't realize that. Yeah, played against Tim. I'm not. Tim's a man who goes for it. It's fair to say, contrasting style to Tom. You can also run very bad, of course. You could. I mean, you can come in as chip leader and bust in 7th and still do nothing wrong. So jacks again in the cutoff, and again we have an ace behind in the hands of a big stack. It's almost the identical spot because, or actually, sorry, it's the hijack who's open here with the ace-8. No, it's not the identical spot. It's a reverse spot. The jacks pretty much just have to get it in now. I think there's no point, there's no real argument for just flatting here. You have 15 big blinds. Your hand's quite vulnerable. It's quite a big win for you if you shove here. Yeah, he has shoved. If you pick up the 400k that's out there, you've added 33% to your stack. Attila lets the king queen go, which, yeah, facing that action, king queen doesn't look very good. Now, what price is Ryder getting? 1 million into 1.6 million. Yeah, that's not enough. He needs about 40% there, and he's not going to have that very often with ace-8 suited. Big O Baby saying Tom Hall played well ICM, but he got a lot of luck. Yeah, I mean, you kind of need that at the end. That's often how tournaments come down to. People, sometimes people talk about, oh, somebody played brilliantly, and, that might be true, but you still need luck to win tournaments more often than not. So, Vinesh under the gun with the queens. Genuine, legit hand. He hasn't been stepping out of line too much as chip leader, so he'll probably get more respect than most chip leaders would in this spot. Going back to more TBC, I mean, this question. I mean, Lappin runs really well at the WSOP, so I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up getting more points than me. I mean, we both don't play really the high buy-in stuff apart from the main event, and I played the 10k bounty last year, so we're probably not likely to win massive amount of points. Pocket twos is an interesting spot now. Does he want to set mine against the one player on the table who covers him? They're super deep. They're almost 80 big blinds deep here. So yeah, he is going to try and flop a set with his pocket twos. There's a hidden danger that people don't often think about with these small pairs, which is sometimes when you hit your set, the other guy hits his bigger set, and then that's an absolute disaster for you. So, probably more prudent in the situation to just throw away the twos. Also, he's kind of in the middle of nowhere. He can get squeezed behind, so he's not necessarily going to see a flop. And I think actually the tens are probably going to shove here. This just looks like a great spot. There's 570k out there. You have a hand which can actually be in decent shape even if you're called. And if you get the fold, you add 33% to your stack, which is what he did last hand with the shove as well. He added 33%. More TBC asks, is that because the fit is more on his level these days? I guess I have to balance up my answers on Lappin. I will say that he has put a decent amount of work into his game in the last couple of years, with DTO in particular, and he's a much better player now than he was pre-pandemic. So the tens here have an agonizing decision. He's not really deep enough to set mine, but it looks like that he's going to go for the call option. Now you've set up an amazing squeeze spot for players behind if they can find anything remotely decent. 7-6 offsuit isn't going to do it for Attila though. Yeah, this is the spot I was talking about. With the ace queen suited here, there's 755k out there. So even though, whatever that is, a 43 big blind, 44 big blind shove might seem very rash. If you shove and get this through, you pick up, you add 20% to your stack. So it's kind of the same spot as shoving 12 big blinds on the button, which you would definitely do with ace queen suited. Ace queen suited is also hand. Ace queen off would place pretty badly out of position multi-way, but ace queen suited, the suitedness adds a decent amount to it. You can also go for the smaller. You don't necessarily have to shove here. You could just bump this up to something like 800k and then throw away his hand if the big stack shoves. So there's a lot of ways you can go with this. He has decided to move all in though because he doesn't want to get blown off his hand. And now I think the 2s and 10s will definitely be folding. D.A.CH doesn't love this because obviously aces and kings are possible. This will also be ace-king a lot and doesn't really want to flip for half of his stack. But on the other hand, sometimes it's ace-queen and you're significant favourite. Sometimes it's jacks, maybe tens. Never raised me asked why many players tank so long just for call. I mean, they were all tricky spots where they could have done other things. The twos was a choice between calling or folding. The tens, probably all three options were in play. The fold would have been very nitty. The shove would have been the more standard play, I think. But in the end, he opted for the call. Yeah, he doesn't like this because he thinks he's going to be flipping for half of his stack a lot of the time. So he's having to think about this. He's going to fold. Is he really going to fold the queens? Wow. This would be a huge fold. Some suggestion this might be a Hollywood. I don't think it is. I think he's genuinely agonizing here. He's just looking at all the stacks. It's one of those spots where, like, if you have kings, you don't really think about it, and if you have... Wow, he's let it go. That is a huge fold as the chip leader. That is basically a man saying, I don't want to flip for half my stack. I want to maintain my chip lead. That was a big, big fold. Now, the tens are in an interesting spot here because he's getting an amazing price with the fact that the other players have folded. But he does fold in the end, so a huge pickup there for Jan. Jan has certainly impressed so far. He's not afraid to get his chips in, and he likes to get them in first. And that's a significant pickup. As I said, like, that might look rash shoving 44 big blinds with ace queen, but he picked up 9 big blinds, so he added 20% to his stack with no showdown, no risk once he doesn't get called. So it's essentially the same as shoving 12 or 13 big blinds on the button. More TB says that wouldn't happen if ICM wasn't made up. Yeah, I think even with ICM that is a call, but I take your point. It's one of those spots where you'll often hear players justifying and saying, well, I don't want to flip for half my stack, but you have to ask yourself always in those spots, is it really a flip always though, or can I actually be crushing the guy? And I think when you think about it, well, we know he had ace queen suited, so you can be crushing the guy, but he can also have jacks, maybe tens as well. See you later, Joe Rosello. Enjoy your dinner. Nobody has been drawn for the giveaway while I was here, so keynote. And as I've said a few times, we are giving away 8 hotel packages tonight. As the Jack 10 suited is going to go for the open. His stack side, he could also just shove this hand. He's less than 20 big blinds. Would be a reasonable hand to shove. You'll get some stuff that you dominate, like Queen Jack, King Jack to fold. Jan's on the button with the ace-8, lets this one go. Lucas might put this in now. He's the short stack with less than 15 bigs, and he has a pocket pair. Yes, some chat about the Queens having 2 players behind. Yeah, that's certainly a factor, and maybe occasionally they're capable of doing that with kings or aces. Although kings would usually 3-bet. Aces is, I guess, the one hand you have to worry about. So it's certainly a factor. But he did cover everybody, so they all need monsters to call him off. I think people sometimes worry too much about limps. Just because people sometimes trap limp or trap call in those spots, it's still a very small part of the range. You know, unless they're the kind of old man coffee players who only ever do it with big pairs. You know, they're just going to have the pocket pairs that they're set mining and stuff like Jack 10 suited so much more often than they're going to have aces or kings there.
7 bet.
So we have a three-way pot here. Threes doesn't like that flop. So he's going to let it go. The queen 7 has absolutely nothing, so he's going to fold too, I imagine. So Till is going to profit from his aggression here, betting his gut shot and his backdoor flush draw. Takes it down. Yeah, Apocalypse UK says with 2 pairs behind you, it could be easily a flip. Yeah, it's that's what he was clearly worried about. I think he was worried about the fact that it would be a flip a lot of the time, and he didn't want to flip for half of his chips in a spot where he's the chip leader. I mean, I personally would have gone with the hand because I think there's a lot of value. That's just such a good spot. Like, you're going to dominate the guy a lot of the time, and there's just a lot of chips out there. You're going to win 4 million if your hand holds. And that puts you in an amazing position. If you play very cautiously, particularly if it gets back to these players that he raised folded queens under the gun, then you know you might make the final table, but you're probably not going to have a commanding stack. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting spot, and there was a lot to think about in that hand. So Lucas is on the button, ace 2. I mean, it's not the best hand in the world, but when you have 12.5 big blinds and an ace, the only real play here is to stick it in. You don't want to raise and get shoved on yourself, so yeah, he's going to move all in. The A2 is not interested. It was actually ace queen suited that shoved Tucker. Yeah, it's definitely not the worst fold in the world. I mean, I completely understand the reasons for the fold. It's a pretty close spot. So the ace jack is called here. The ace 2 is at risk. So unless he pings a deuce ball, we are going to lose Lucas. We've lost somebody on the outer table as well, so we are down to 15. So at least they've laddered in another couple of hundred. And we could be down to 14 here if the ace-jack holds. Big moment for both players. And that's a pretty good flop for the ace-jack. Although Lucas does have the ace of clubs, so he has backdoor clubs now as well. And now, quite a lot of chop outs now. Ooh. That's cruel. Yeah, he hit his 2 pair, but it's no good to him because of the paired nature of the board. Or he hit his 3 pair rather.
Winds up 50, 100, 100. Sit open,
So we're down to 14 now, which means all the players are guaranteed €1,982. We're 1 player nearer to that final table. Ace King under the gun. Blinds have gone up now as well. You'll notice there to 50k 100. So he has 14 big blinds. You can go 2 ways with this. You can raise and call a shove, or you can just shove yourself. So that's why he's thinking here. You might think, well, what's he thinking about with Ace King? But it's not that he's considering folding. It's just he's considering whether he should raise or shove. While he makes his decision, Wages Day asks, how was my Sunday grind? It was kind of frustrating. I got got stacks in a lot of tournaments and made like a lot of second last table and third last table, but made no actual final tables, which is why one of my students sent me a message asking was I sick because there was nothing on my Instagram. It was kind of break even because of the number of deep runs I made, but yeah, it felt like it could have been a lot better. So he's moved all in with the ace king, and that means somebody needs to find a legit hand behind to call. Anybody watching have a good Sunday grind? I guess a lot of the big Sunday tournaments are 2-day now, so if you did, you'd be getting ready for your day 2 now. So the ace king gets through. Yeah, you can go 2 ways. The advantage of shoving is you'll get the blinds more often, and to be honest with a hand like ace king, you don't necessarily even like getting called all that much, because 2 times out of 3 you're going to miss, and then you're going to have to try and guess whether your hand is good or not. Whereas when you shove, you take away you take away a lot of the calls. Okay, more TPC. I think you're definitely trolling me now. But yeah, you're right. There's actually, I mean, Pad's talked about this once. It's difficult to prepare for live because it plays so differently from online. There's far more multi-way spots. Standard on this table has been very high, I have to say. It tends to be the case late on in tournaments that people kind of know how roughly how they should be playing. But early on in live tournaments, you will often see like 6 way pots. And my first event will actually be the seniors, and that's the king of the multi-way, the family pot, where all 9 players are involved. Standard seniors hand is 6x under the gun, and then the whole table calls. The king 5. Okay, so the king 5 decided to limp with the 16 big blind stack or 15 big blind stack, whatever it was. He could have just shoved there the king 5. It would have been profitable, and he would have got a lot of hands to fold. Once he limped, he put the option out there for the ace to shove, and it did. So we're not seeing a lot of post-flop play, it has to be said, which actually means these players are playing pretty well. You shouldn't tend to see too much post-flop with these stack depths and the ICM pressure. The nearer we get to the final table, the more the ICM pressure ratchets up as well. Jan has been the most aggressive player so far. We saw him make the move with the ace-queen suited. He's going to open the ace-jack for the absolute minimum. Finish, let's see, the king 10 goes. Some chip leaders would think about 3-betting a hand like king 10 and using their chip stack, but Vinesh is playing the chip lead fairly cautiously. Ace-7 suited is a hand you would like to shove against a late position raiser. Against under the gun is a different proposition. Just gonna have a think about it. Nice on Apocalypse UK. You had a day 2 online yesterday and finished 4th for 1300. Very nice. Tella is similarly, like, you would love to shove this hand over a late position or even a mid position raiser, but against somebody coming from under the gun, it's a different proposition. You can just call here. He's getting an amazing price, 4.5 to 1. If you call, you're pretty much set mining, but you don't have to win too much more to get the correct payoff, and you should get at least 1 c-bet from an under the gun raiser. Set mines with these small pairs in the blinds are more profitable against players with tight ranges, so you know it's better to set mine against somebody who's under the gun, because if the flop comes ace king 4, they're more likely to have something than a late position raiser. That will pay you off. So he has gone for the call. So now he's just going to lose interest in the hand. He's looking at an ace, which is going to hit Jan so much. Ace 8-9 board against a short stack. Your hand is going to be strong enough to get all in. You're hoping he's defended something like a worse ace. Ace 10, ace 7 on down. I think Attila, can't imagine he's doing anything other than folding here. But he looks more interested than I thought. I'd already have my board. Let's play the next hand face. But there he goes. He does fold. So more questions from the chat. Wages there. So what's the exploit in these Vegas senior tours? I'm heading out to Vegas next week to play the Win and Aria seniors. Oh, good luck in this. The exploit is, and it's incredibly simple, but it's like just wait for a really big hand and value bet them to death. They don't like folding, so yeah, just wait for a hand. It's a very boring strategy, not peddling, but it's very effective. My first seniors, which was at WSOP seniors, I lost third of my stack in the first 20 minutes, trying all sorts of creative bluffs, and just didn't work in that field. Yeah, just play a much tighter range. Wait until you actually have a hand, and then start shoving chips into the pot. Open from the nines. Radu has queens in the cutoff. Dominic's opening off 31 big blinds. Queens. Standard way to play this is 3-bet call. 3-bet, and then if you get shoved on, just call. And it looks like that's what he's done. He's gone for 600, is that? Yeah, he's 3-bet to 600. 3x the open. Dominic's in a tricky spot now. If this was a more aggressive player than Radu hasn't. I think this is Radu's first 3-bet. You could certainly make a case for just shoving with 31 big blinds and nines. Calling feels a bit mucky, but it's probably the best option in this case. You might hit your set. If he has something like ace king, you might check call once and then he gives up. So yeah, he's going to make the call, which I think is probably the standard play. He'll get in trouble now if it's a low card board. He'll lose at least one bet. Other than that, he should be okay. Get a king. Neither player's going to love the king, but it's not as scary as an ace. Radu has the exact hand that doesn't really want to bet, because it's not going to fold out a king. Yeah, that's why he's checked there. Now the nines have picked up a gut shot. If Dominic thinks it's true, he'll realize his hand almost certainly isn't good because the heir would have bet the flop. So it looks like Radu either has a monster or he's trying to get to showdown with a marginal hand. Almost certainly the latter now after the turn goes check check, because his monsters would have definitely started putting money in on the turn if he had something like pocket kings. Radu might go for value now because most of Dominic's range is a lower pair. He also might have hit the jack on the end if he had something like ace jack. That's a really small bet as well. Yeah, the bet is really designed to get a call from that type of hand. I've seen the lady with her dog as a card protector pictures going around. Yeah, that seems fairly extreme to say the least. A couple of years ago, they started allowing care animals or support animals, whatever they call them, and there were some strange ones. They're not all dogs, it has to be said.
3 pass, 4 pass.
Yeah, that is definitely a strange one. Yeah, I think you could definitely have c-bet the flop there, even though your hand specifically doesn't like doing it. Your range kind of does. Like when you've missed that board, you want to bet and
5 raise 200.
start putting pressure on. And when you have the king, you obviously want to bet as well. A small bet and a small bet, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what's happening here? The sevens have opened, and ace-8, 17 big blinds, cut off. Calling doesn't seem very attractive here. He might think Radu is stepping out of line now because Radu has been playing a lot of hands. Now he has had legitimate hands, so he might think this is a spot where he can shove, and again he'll add a decent amount of stack. But yeah, ace-8 offsuit just feels a bit mucky. Attila's not going to get involved with the 10-3. I can't imagine Alexander's doing anything. We haven't really seen anything from Alexander yet with the 10-9 off. Yeah, and the 6-4 offsuit. Getting a really good price. Jan has been the most aggressive player so far. He might decide to peel here, but no, he decides to let 6-4 offsuit go. Which is definitely the ICM approved play there. You should defend your blinds a good bit tighter with ICM because you just have to check fold a lot more post flop when you miss, or when you, and even when you flop something, it's not as good a spot to be check calling. And Radu covered him comfortably, so he got to put a lot of pressure on him post flop. Dominic folding Jack-9 suited under the gun. With a deeper stack he could have opened that hand, but 24 big blinds and the whole table to get through, he lets it go. Don't actually know Attila's. How do we do now? 10-8 offsuit. This is probably going in the bin. He opened Jack-10 suited earlier off a similar stack size, but 10-8 offsuit is significantly worse. The Jack-7 will fold the button. Alexander has played. He hasn't really had much to play with so far. He hasn't been stepping out of line. What's Jan going to do with the suited ace? Sorry, suited Jack. Bad suited Jack in the small blind. 43 big blinds. He's looking at the big blind stack because that's a determining factor here. Gone for the limp. It is Vinish. The cautious. Oh, I like this raise from Vinesh. This is good. This is putting pressure on. He should be raising a lot of his strong hands, obviously. And then you want to pick hands like this that are just terrible, so you don't mind if you get back raised. You can just fold. Yeah, this is a good raise from Vinesh, and Vinesh does seem to be playing very tight, so he's going to win this post flop nearly always when both players miss. Both players have missed. They both have some backdoors, but king high board, Vinesh can throw out a bet here, and that should get the job done.
Free bet 500.
And it's a half pot bet. Jan is going to be a bit suspicious, but really there's nothing he can do here. That's the power of that raise. Like, playing against the limping strategy from a small blind, generally the way you want to counter it is raise your really strong hands because you want to get more money to the pot with them, and you don't want to let the guy just see the flop, but balance that out with absolute trash as well. What you don't really want to be doing is raising a hand like 10-8 suited, for example, because then if you get limp re-raised, you're in a horrible spot. If you raise your really strong hands, you know what you're doing. When you get limp re-raised, you're continuing. And you know what you're doing with a hand like 9-4 offsuit as well. You're just limp folding, or you're raise folding. So yeah, good play there from Vinesh. It makes you much harder to play against too when you have that strategy where you're raising the really crap hands and also the really good hands. The other player basically has to guess which part of your range you're in. And it also means that no matter what the board comes, you can have something. You know, if you're just raising strong hands there and the board comes 9-4-4, an observant player will know that you can't really apart from pocket nines, I guess, can't have a super strong hand or the overpairs. But if you're raising trash as well, like 9-4, you don't have that problem anymore. Alexander's a tricky spot here now at the fives in the cutoff. His stack is a bit too big to just open shove with ICM. Fives is just about good enough to open, I think. You don't really want to be opening twos or threes from this seat with this stack, but the fact he's been so tight as well, this I think is the first hand we've seen him play. Dominic will probably just peel here. Yeah, he's going to just call. If it was against a loose button raise, it would be a different situation. You could certainly justify shoving, but against Alexander, who's played super snug so far, doesn't seem so good. Now, what's he going to do with his fives? He's going to basically just bet and try and take it down here. The Jack 7-2 board is pretty hard to hit. It's a lot different from, say, Jack 9-8. So this bet, but this bet up, even though like you're only folding out worse hands, you still benefit a lot because even a hand like Ace-10 has a lot of equity against you. So in those spots, even if you're not betting all of your pairs, you know, if you had 8s or 9s, you have less incentive to bet. But with 5s, pretty much anything the guy folds probably has decent equity. So you would tend to bet your lower pairs rather than your better medium pairs. So 14 players left. Been a while since we've seen an elimination. Tilla has a tricky one. It's a bit early for Queen 10 offsuit with 16 big blinds, so he does let it go. King Deuce folds as well. Can't imagine Jan's going to do anything with the Jack 4. The 9 Deuce on the button. Unless you're opening 100%, you're not opening this. He's not opening 100% clearly. And the 3-2 suited folds as well. And Radu shows the 7-3, which he's not to know actually dominated his opponent. So still 14 players left. The average is just over 3 million, which is over 30 big blinds. So still lots of playability. This is not a crapshoot by any means. Jan Vinesh, most chip leaders would open the Queen 9 there, but he really is playing his chip lead quite cautiously. Dominic is going to open the Queen Jack on the button. It's the kind of hand you really don't want to get 3-bet with, but on the other hand, it's kind of rash to just stick it in with ICM. This would be a good spot to 3-bet the Ace-6 suited now, I think. You can make it something like 625 here and get a lot of folds. Instead, he's decided he's going to play the hand. Oh, aces. Run into aces in the big blind. Now, against one player, he'd be very heavily tempted to just call here, but against two players, he has more incentive to try and narrow the field. Okay, he's just moved it all in to make it look like a squeeze. I mean, no matter what you do there, it's going to look super strong on this you fat call. So that's going to get the Queen Jack out, and it'll also get the Ace-6 out pretty quickly as well. Still a useful pickup for him, though. He gains 400k there, adds almost a quarter to his stack. Doesn't show the aces there. We often talk about, you know, whether we should show or not show. And people say, oh, well, you don't want to show because you're giving away information. In those spots, I often do show because you're not really giving away anything there. You know, aces, what are you going to do with it? It's obviously in in the shoving range if you have a shoving range. And players often remember what they see more than what they don't see. So you can shove 5 times and not show, and then you show aces, and they remember that more strongly. Maybe get a bit more fold equity on your future shoves when you have the ace-6 suited. It can work the other way too, of course. Some players will work out that you're only showing the really strong ones. The ace-2 suited. Now, I think most of the players at this table would not open this hand in this seat, but Jan, as I said, has been the one player who's been the most aggressive. And that will allow him to chip up a lot of the time, because most of the time there are not... A lot of the time people, just nobody has anything much. And if you win a lot of those pots, you put yourself in a good position to chip up without any major aggression. Now, the ace-10 here, again, this is a spot where if Jan was in later position, you would shove. But he's slightly worried that Jan is coming from early, so because of that he's going with the just call. And the 5-4 is getting an amazing price here. It's a hand which, with 5-4, you're kind of hoping to flop 2 pair or better, 2 pair, or at least a very strong draw. But it is the kind of hand that can do that. So, but he does let it go. So, battle of the aces, and the deuce hits. So, I mean, Jan should be betting this flop anyway, whether he has the deuce or not. That's pretty much... So now he's trying to decide, well, I have the deuce, so maybe I should check. Yeah, he's gone for the check, because he specifically has the deuce. You can call at least one bet if the ace-10 starts betting. But he's decided not to. He might bet his deuce now for protection. But he also might check and bluff catch the river. Yeah, he's given this a lot of thought because this is a tricky decision. Both options have some merit. If you bet and you get the guy to fold, he's folding away equity. If you check, you're definitely not getting check raised, and you might get a bluff on the river. So he does check in the end, and the 7 on the river will look fairly safe to him. I don't think there's much reason for the ace-10 to bet now, really. He has showdown with his ace-10. He could be winning against worse aces. And the ace-2 is not gone for any thin value there. Some discussion about always c-bet. I mean, there are some boards where you can pretty much always c-bet, and Queen 2-3 might very well be one of them. I'd have to look at the solver, but it's definitely going to be a very high frequency c-bet board, I think. Dealer just showed an ace, thought the button had checked. Okay, so that's why I saw the dealer shuffling mid hand, and I was wondering what was going on. That's I guess what happened. He prematurely showed the river and then had to shuffle the ace back into the deck. Interesting. Ace on the river would have been interesting for sure. He was definitely going to win more had that been the river. Yeah, It was an interesting situation. If the ace comes on the river, okay, let's think about what would happen. The ace-10 probably checks because he figures that it's better for his opponent's range. Yeah, it probably just goes check call actually. Yeah, check bet call seems like the line there. And the bet probably isn't going to be too big either because he's going to be targeting a fairly weak range. If it was the ace of spades, that would have been a third spade as well, which is another reason for going small. Okay, ace-7 under the gun. A lot of chip leaders would open this. D.A.CH isn't a lot of chip leaders, but he did show he was capable of a move there with the 9-4 offsuit in the big blind. So at the very least, he's mixing it up. A lot of rags being folded behind. Radu's probably going to throw away the king-6 in the hijack. This gentleman appears to have been very active, but he's actually just got dealt a lot of hands. He's going to fold the jack-3. Tell you with the king-4 on the button. Yeah, this is a spot you could consider pretty much all the options. You can shove. It's just about reasonable to shove a suited king. You can raise fold. You can limp. Or you can do what he did. You can just fold. Queen-6 from the small blind is going to just limp in, try and see a flop. Not a great seat out of position to the most aggressive player on the table. Queen-4 is an interesting one. This might fall into the category of this hand is so junky I should raise it. Yeah, that's what he's... Actually, no, sorry. The Queen-6 went for a min raise, which is... Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. You're not going to fold out anything. Now you're out of position in a more bloated pot. He decides to check. Jan has a reasonable amount to show down with his queen, so yeah, he checks behind. Nobody's hit as yet. I'll check. They both figure they have reasonable showdown and they don't see much point in betting. Not entirely sure what this bet is. Hard to see anything better folding to that or anything worse calling. But he gets the fold and he wins the pot. Still 14 left, so we're on a pay jump. Players remaining guaranteed €1,982. One more player goes, they will be up to 21.94. Radu opens with the ace-jack offsuit. He keeps getting these sort of hands. The tricky ones. 3-bet fold is an option here. Shove is an option, which seems to be the one he's gone for because we saw the all-in being slid towards him. That should probably fold out the ace-10, ace-jack rather. We can see he's ahead, but you're going to be crushed a lot of the time. You're going to be up against ace, queen, ace, king, jacks plus. They're asking for a count, but it's 1.9 million to call. You might be commenting on the speed of the shove there. I don't know. 1.9 million into a pot that would be 4.5, so he'd need about 40%, and you're, yeah, a lot of the time you're just going to be dominated with ace jack. So that's the power of the shove there. You get the better hand to fold. Still 14 players left. Radu, under the gun, having gotten shoved last hand, isn't going to get involved with the ace-7 off. Polish gentleman next to act has been one of the most active players, but has genuinely had a lot of hands to play. Queen 10 in early position, Queen 10 offsuit in early position isn't a great spot. 13 big blinds, Queen 10 in the hijack. This feels pretty close. But he lets it go. Alexander lets go the rag queen. Jan's on the button with the 5 deuce suited. Wouldn't be a standard open, but Jan has been the one player who's gone a bit wider than standard. And he's going to go for it here. Min raise. Vinny will let the 7-3 go. And Dominic lets the 5 deuce go. Yeah, the jack deuce go. Yeah, Jan, by being the most aggressive, I guess with the possible exception of Radu, he's going to pick up a lot of these pots uncontested, and the longer this final table, the longer they take to get down to the final table, the more these opportunities he'll get. So he's giving himself a good chance to get to the final table with a decent stack. Taylor won't be playing the 10-8. We saw him fold a much stronger hand than that last time. And Alexander certainly won't be playing the 7 deuce. Jan's not going to play with the 6 deuce on the cutoff. Vinny, as we have noted, has been playing quite cautiously despite his chip lead, and Dominic lets the 8-5 go. So another walk. Seen a few of those. Vinny finally picks up the hand he's been waiting for, aces. We saw him raise full queens earlier in a tricky enough spot. Safe to say aces is not getting 3 folded, raise folded. Radu's going to bin the queen 9, and the 10-6 is probably going in the muck too. This is one of the drawbacks of playing a tight style, let's say. When you do finally pick up a hand, you're much less likely to get action. And he does show the aces. Yeah, he 4x there as well, which, you know, that might be about sizing tells. Sometimes see that. Players are afraid that they don't want their aces cracked, so they raise bigger with them. King 7 suited in the cutoff. He could have thought about opening that. Just open and mostly try to blind steal, but if you get called, you have a pretty playable hand, and if you get 3-bet, you have a very easy to throw away hand. You can see we are down to 13, so we've lost a player on the outer table, so the players have all laddered another €200 approximately. Radu opens the King 6 suited on the button. Another tricky spot for the Polish gentleman. He's really had a lot of these. Radu might suspect that he's that he's starting to pick on him now, which could be an interesting dynamic to watch for between these two players. A lot of table chat between those two guys. Would be interested in hear what they're talking about. They're probably talking about. He's probably saying, "Look, every time I open, you 3-bet me. I'm not going to keep folding." That's usually the way these things go. Which can sometimes be a tell as well, because like if he is sitting there with aces on the button, he's not necessarily going to start talking to the guy. He's going to stay quiet and so as not to scare off his customer. Again, long consideration here from Kondrashuk. Yeah, this is a genuinely tough spot, and it's made even tougher by the recent history between these two guys. If you 3-bet, you might be getting 4-bet light more often. If you shove, you might get a spike call. Yeah, he's decided to just let this one go. I don't mind that at all, given the recent history. I've been very impressed by him as well so far, I have to say. He's picked spots really well. There's no automatic time clock, I don't think. Roll my. Obviously, players can call clock if they think somebody's taking too long, but for the most part, the pace of play has been pretty fast. Doesn't feel like anybody's stalling for the final table or anything like that. Vinny under the gun, King 9 suited. Most chip leaders would open this. We are down to 12 now, so I guess 2 tables of 6, yeah. Dominic has a hand. He will wager all of his chips with if necessary. The queens. Brings it in for a min raise, hoping to get 3-bet. Can't imagine the 9-7 is going to be the hand to 3-bet him though. With just 11 big blinds. And the King 6 offsuit in the big blind. Earlier in the tournament this would be a possible defend. At this stage it's probably less of the case because the opening range is that much tighter. But he does decide to defend. He's gonna. It's the kind of hand which, I mean, it looks very bad, but it shouldn't really get you into too much trouble. And he's probably instantly lost interest. When you have the queens, you don't like the ace-high flop, but if you're going to get the ace-high flop, you'd rather there be two aces, because it makes it that much less likely that your opponent has the ace. It looks like he's gone into bluff-catching mode here. That might be a good turn card for him, because king-high actually has a decent amount of showdown now. It's drawn level with king-queen and all the better kings. It's pulled ahead of some small pairs. Yeah, so the small bet here might be trying to get a call from the king six, or other king highs, other pocket pairs maybe. Although I guess most pocket pairs just get it in pre-flop. Long think, he does let it go in the end. Good discipline fold. As I said, king high does pick up a lot of showdown on the turn. It suddenly draws level with all of the other king highs and actually pulls ahead of some small pairs. You can see we're six-handed now. We lost a player. I think Alexander got moved, it looks like. So 2 tables of 6 as they play down to 9 in the final table. Radu opens the queen 10 suited and the hijack perfectly fine open with his stack. Attila's in the spot again now where he just has to get his chips in fairly soon. As you get more short-handed, the blinds and antes race around faster as well. You basically you're losing 2.5 big blinds every 6 hands now because the table is 6-handed. So if he folds the next 25 hands, he's out of the tournament basically. Jan in the small blind. I mean, against a stack that covers him, he doesn't love it, but you know, Jacks is just a gift from the gods at this point, and he is the one player who has shown willingness to put his tournament on the line without an absolute utter premium, as he did with the ace-queen suited. So yeah, he's counting on a 3-bet. $6.75. He's gone on the and Vinny's woken up with ace king in the big blind. Well, this is a great spot to really put them both in the bin now and 4-bet. Yeah, he has 4-bet all in. Queen 10's going to instantly lose interest, and now the jacks are in a gross ICM spot. This is gross. This is, and remember, this is against the gentleman who folded queens earlier. So you might think, well, what's he thinking about with jacks? But it's just Vinny has been playing so tight as chip leader. This doesn't feel great anymore. And Jan is probably third in chips on the table and has been chipping up steadily without having to take a flip. Now, jacks are normally a favourite against ace king. The graphics suggest otherwise, which is because of cards that have been folded. This is a gross spot now, because you have to think, well, Vinny's probably not doing this with 10s. He's probably not doing it with ace queen even. So it's basically ace king or a bigger pair, and you're not even sure he's doing it with ace king the way he's playing. Yeah, so I'm talking to chat about you can fold. Yeah, I think this is a spot where, as strong as jacks is, you can mount a very strong case for just folding here, preserving your stack. It's possible he does know that the Queen's was folded earlier. If he has anybody watching the live stream, that was more than half an hour ago, so he would know. I feel like he's probably going to fold it here. I could be completely wrong, but I feel like he's just grieving over the loss of his big hand, coming to the terms with the fact he's put a decent amount of chips in and he's still going to have to fold jacks. Looks like maybe clock has been called there. I mean, this is not Hollywood or stalling or anything else. This is a genuinely tough spot. Yeah, this live stream is delayed, so. Okay, what do we think? Is he going to call or going to fold? Blair Twitch thinks call. Okay, no. Quick answer. He did fold. Yeah, I kind of felt like he was just talking himself into the fold there. You can see Vinny's really relieved. He didn't want to flip either. Yeah, queens you have to call. I mean, with queens, the guy can have jacks. He can have... Sometimes he can have ace queen. ICM as well is a factor there. Like, Jan is one of the medium stacks, so he's the most under pressure there. So even if he knew it was a flip, it wouldn't be a slam dunk call because of ICM. That's the first major setback we've seen for Jan. But I do like to fold in the end, specifically against Vinny. Yeah, it's very hard to call there if you know that the guy, particularly if you know the guy has folded, as Foreman has no name has pointed out. If you know that he's folded queens, then you're really not liking your jacks. So Vinny opens the jack 10 suited from the small blind, perfectly fine open. Dominic could have shoved his hand there, but again, I think that's down to how tight they all think Vinny is. And Vinny's missed it completely. He just has a bad gut shot. King of diamonds might not even be good. He's picked up double gutted now. He might go for it now because figuring Dominic would have bet a lot of the time on the flop that he had anything. Dominic has the kind of hand that wants to call one bet but no more than that. So he's going to call the turn and pray for a check on the river. Diamond, the fourth diamond. Neither of them have a diamond. It looks like, yeah, Vinny's going to represent the diamond and now Dominic really doesn't like it. There's a lot to think about in this hand now from Dominic's perspective. You have to think your opponent doesn't have the ace because he would have bet the flop. You also have to think that a lot of the time he had a one diamond hand. He would have bet the flop as a semi bluff. So this bet is just a little bit fishy, but it's going to work. So while Vinny is playing more cautiously than most chip leaders would, it's fair to say he's not as tight as the players at the table probably think. They've really only seen premiums from him, particularly if they've heard about the Queen's fold, they'll think he's just playing insanely tight. But we did see him raise with 9-4 from the big blind, and fire off when he missed. We've seen him raise there the Jack 10 and bet turn and river with nothing. So he's capable of using his image as well. Now the King 7 suited, we saw We saw Dominic, I think, fold this hand earlier in the cutoff. Jan, on the other hand, is the type of player who is going to always play this type of hand. Dominic has a reshove hand here now. He has 13 big blinds. It's the loosest player on the table who just opened from late position. Yeah, he's moved all in, as you would expect. 7-4 gets out of the way, and the King 7 will be quickly mucked as well. I like to see the speed of the muck there, not pretending he has a decision. He knows he has a very easy fold. Twelve players remain. Means we are on another pay jump. The 12 remaining players are all guaranteed €2,194. When we lose one more player, that will rise to 2,545. The really big prizes, of course, are up top, particularly with those three WSOP main event seats that are worth over €10,000 for the first three. Dominic with the threes on the button. Not a hand you want to raise unless you're moving all of your chips in, which is what he's done. And Radu has a decision. I think he's going to have to go with this now. Against a button shove, this is a very, very strong hand. And he does call very quickly, and we're going to see a flip. And it is literally 50-50 because we saw a three folded. Normally the pair is a slight favourite, but with one of his threes folded, that is not the case. It is a genuine 50-50. No longer. The unfortunate threes are... Well, he does have running spades, I guess. So running spades are the one remaining... Or maybe there's no remaining threes. I guess both threes were folded, so... Turns the spade, but fades the river. We're down to 11 players. We leave Dominic. Nothing he could really do there. When you have a pair and less than 20 big blinds on the button, you're basically just shoving and hoping to get it through. But if you don't, you're hoping to win the flip. Radu continues to profit. Down to 11. 2 players away now from a final table. And this is the 5-handed table, so the blinds and antes are racing around really fast here. Attila is very, very short now. Vinny is going to open the Queen 10 suited. Nobody wants to get involved with him with those hands behind. The King 6 will be folded, and I think it's into the short stacks big blind. Does fold, yeah. The short stack's hoping to look down at something, and he looks down at 7 deuce and thinks typical. He's going to be patient and wait for another hand. They're all guaranteed €2,545. The next pay jump isn't onto the final table, so it's a great spot for Vinny now to just keep opening. 2 away from the final table. Players are going to have to wait for a hand. Okay, let's see what he does. He's up to 9.1 million now, so he's absolutely massive, overwhelming chip leader. And he does fold. We don't know what he had actually. Queen 6. I think it was Queen 6. Flash briefly there. Looks like the card reader might be malfunctioning. Small blind, 8-4 suited. Ugh, this is about, yeah, it's like shove and hope, I think. Looks like they're telling them how many more levels they're playing. Hi Donna, great to see you in chat. He lets the 8-4 suited go. I personally would have shoved there, and certainly you'd get it through against the 7-5, but I understand him not wanting to put his tournament on the line with 8 high. Okay, so now that puts the short stack on the button, so if it's folded around to him, he'll be looking to shove, but I don't think it is going to be, because Rad is the kind of man who's not going to fold ace-5 suited. I mean, it says under the gun, but that is the hijack when we're 5-handed. Oh, look at this. The two guys who've been dancing the most, because they genuinely have got legit hands against each other. The last time there was a long discussion between Radu and Kondrachuk, when Kondrachuk was considering what to do with ace-9 against a button raise. Now he has kings. He's going to 3-bet here and hope he gets shoved on, I think, or else he might just shove. It's just over 20 bigs. I think the standard play here is to 3-bet to like 600 and then hope the guy thinks you're trying it on. And yeah, Tilla's like, okay, please get involved and somebody bust. I only had Jack 3, which I probably didn't want to shove anyway. Jan is not going to be getting involved with a King 3 facing this action. And round to the big blind, he has the 3 deuce and he's the chip leader. I guess he hasn't looked at his cards yet. No, he has. He just quickly folds them. And ace-5 suited is the kind of hand that you would put into your light 4-bet shove range. So if he thinks there's any prospect here that Kondrachuk is actually picking on him, he might stick it in. The 3-bet is really small as well, so it's designed to look like there's fold equity if he shoves. Kondrachuk is sitting there looking philosophical, but he's thinking, please shove, please shove, please shove. And he has moved all in, yeah. I'm not at all surprised. It's the right type of hand to do it with against a guy who seemed to have been picking on him. It's just his timing is very bad. But you can see there, you know, he's still 38%. That's why you use a hand like ace-5 suited. Even when you run into it, even when you run into something as strong as kings, it's still not much worse than a 60-40. And here we go. Okay, nothing for backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw, but other than that, he's still trying to hit his ace mostly. And 6 of diamonds. That means the ace, the flush is no good to him, because Kondrachuk would have a house. So, yeah. Full double up there for Kondrachuk. Major setback for Radu. While they count out the stacks, let's talk about the giveaway again. Today we're running a special giveaway. For a lucky 8 of you, you will win a hotel stay for 3 nights at King's during the G-COP event for free. That's from the 24th of June to the 27th of June. To be eligible, anybody who buys anything from the King's shop during the stream online So if you head to the King's shop and pick up a cool King's t-shirt or King's poker mat for your home games, you could win a free stay in Rozvadov. As we see the stacks on the screen now, Vinny's massive chip leader. Radu has taken a major setback there. He's down to 52 big blinds. Huge double up for Kondachuk. He's up to 36. Jan is now the second shortest stack after that setback with the jacks and just the way the chips have moved around the other stacks. And Attila now is super short with 6 big blinds. So he's not going to survive without a double. Do you know Vinny Dark Angel as a matter of interest? I see that he's from the UK, which I kind of gathered from his accent anyway. I do know another Vinny who plays, but it's not the same Vinny. Also from the UK.
6 raise to 5.
Kondachuk, oh look at this. Kondachuk has really been impressive so far. He's been very thoughtful in every spot. He's picked his spots very, very carefully. Now that he actually has a stack, he's opening up. Attila's in a grow spot now. He's got Queen Jack, which... I mean, we can see he's actually dominating his opponent, but you're going to be dominated a lot of the time here. Ace Queen, King Jack, Ace Jack. Jacks plus, all those hands. You're just in terrible shape against them. You don't have much fold equity with 6 big blinds, so you really kind of have to be ahead or at least priced in, considering the blinds. So that's why he's taking his time here, even though he has 6 big blinds and 2 picture cards. The blinds are also coming for him. That's another factor. Yeah. That might be the decisive factor there. If he folds this hand in the next hand, he's going to have to put in 240k, which is a big chunk of his stack. So he decided to take matters into his own hands. Now, Kondachuk's going to hate this, but he's priced into call. Even when he's dominated, you can see there that it's roughly 2 to 1 because of the suitedness. And a chance for Attila to double now. This is as good as it gets for him. He wouldn't have expected to be dominating very much. He's got these doubles when he needed them in the past. He has tended to get it in good. So far so good. Just has to dodge the ace, the 8 or running diamonds or running 6-7 for the straight. And lots of chops now. Lots and lots of chops. And that isn't one of them. So, full double up for Attila, or actually better than a full double up. Setback for Kondachuk. Having got the full double himself, he decided now is the time to put the foot on the gas and start opening up. And it's a good idea in theory, but you do sometimes run into it. So, while we wait for the next hand to be dealt, again, if you don't know who I am, my name is Darragh Kearney. I'm an Irish professional poker player, primarily online, but I do play a decent amount live as well. Been a professional for 15 years. I co-host the Chip Race podcast with David Lappin, who will be up in just over an hour. He'll be relieving me in an hour and taking you to the very end tonight. And I've written a few books on poker as well. One on satellites, one on knockout tournaments, and one on ICM. So one on ICM, which is probably the most relevant now at this point. All of these players will be feeling the pressure of ICM. Yes, you will have to listen to Lappin in about an hour, Donna. And look, we're down to 10 now, so we must have lost somebody on the outer table. So we are now right on the final table bubble. Which actually puts Till in a bit of a pickle here with the ace-9 offsuit. Don't know what the stacks are on the other table. We do know he's the shortest here. Because I think he's the shortest. Dominic might be shorter, actually. A five-handed. This is mucky. I mean, in theory, I think it's probably a raise fold. But if you're at a table where you think you're going to get 3-bet a lot, then you don't like the folding part of the raise fold option. No, he has decided to take raise folding out of by just moving all in himself. So unless he runs into something now, and so far so good. Yeah, this is going to work. I mean, I don't think he would have got 3-bet anyway, but so this gets through. He adds another 300k to his stack, so he's going to be feeling great. He was sitting there with the what did he have? 600 something k not so long ago. Now he's got 3 times that much. Throws out the blinds and antes. So with his newfound wealth, it's not such a big deal anymore. Have to put out 240k. Yeah, and with 3.1 million. Rather, he's going to fold his 10-5 on the button. This is an all-in, I think. Given the stack behind, which is 15 big blinds. Yeah, it doesn't quite feel strong enough to raise call with ICM, so I think the standard play here is just to move in. Oh, this is a rough spot now. This is a rough spot. Ace-7 is a monster. Yeah, he has decided to call it off here. You're just going to be ahead so much. But even when you're ahead, like you can see it's 55-45. But this could be real 0 to hero stuff if he holds here and gets the full double. He will effectively cripple Kondrachuk down to his stack, and they'll more or less swap stacks. So far so good. Still has to avoid the king queen or running jack 10 for the straight. Huge spot for him here. Can he find the hold? King on the turn. Cruel. Cruel. That could be our final table, folks, unless he can find an ace on the river. And no ace. That was a very, very eventful 3 hands for Attila. He started it with about 600k. He could have finished it with almost 4 million. Instead, he is our bubble boy for the final table. Unlucky, but you know, you could see there the percentages are closer, I think, than most people think. Effectively 55-45. Kondrachuk is incredibly relieved. He now gets to the final table with a decent stack. You can see there the 4 players who survive from this will join the other 5. Thanks to Dark Angel for the shout out in the chat for my recent webinar. And we will presumably take a break while they form the final table and be back for you. Yeah, we're going to go on a 19-minute break, folks. See you back after that. I'll be with you for another hour or so, and then David Lappin will be stepping in to take over. Thanks to everybody in the chat. See you all in just under 19 minutes.
stay in this table, so it doesn't matter.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the King's Resort for the final day of the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. Final day and now final table. Just before the break there we saw the 10th player being eliminated until getting unlucky on the turn when his A7 fell behind King Queen. So we are down to the last 9 players and there they are on your screen. And you can see the stacks are fairly spread. Only C3 is super short. There's no massive runaway chip leader either. Vinny, who we saw, is the chip leader. But Yuri, who we haven't seen yet, has almost as much. And then there are a lot of guys not too far from them, including Kondrachuk, who we just saw take out Attila in 10th. So we are down to 9. We're playing down to a winner tonight, obviously. In addition to the prize money, the top 3 will also win a WSOP Day 1A ticket, main event, worth over €10,000. You can see there the stacks ordered by in big blinds. We have 3 big stacks, 50 big blinds or more, and actually Kondrachuk not far behind that. Then we have 4 stacks bunched roughly between 20 and 30 big blinds, and then the 1 short stack with the 6 big blinds. So he'll be looking for a quick double. The others have a lot of ICM pressure on them still. Thank you, Dark Angel, as ever. Wonderful moderator. She mentioned my webinar recently, which she also moderated. Hello to Daniel T in the chat. So the payouts are first prize is 39,500 plus that 10,000 ticket, so almost 50,000 in value for first prize. The next player out will receive €3,130. So these players can win anything between 3,000 and effectively 50,000. Alan under the gun. I think this is just a shove. He's going to have to put in a lot of his stack next hand. And this is a pretty nice hand when you just have just under 7 big blinds. Doesn't look like he loves it, but I think this is just, you have to go with this, and he does. Pretty unlucky to be under the gun too, first hand as the short stack. I mean, I guess it'd be worse to be in the blinds, but didn't give him much time to make his settle down and make his move. Two suited Broadway cards, and he is going to get the very bad news shortly that he's in about as bad shape as you can be with that type of hand. Radu has picked up the hands in these spots, it has to be said, and he's just called, which means Yuri might have a decision with the ace-10. I think if he thinks about it, he'll decide he doesn't want to play ace-10 three-way. Interesting that Radu and Yuri are sat side by side. Oh no, sorry, Yuri is the chip leader. Yeah, he's not going to get involved. I can't imagine. So it's a just under 7 big blind shove basically, and all the players behind are getting out of the way unless one of them wakes up with a big one. And they don't. So it's going to be queens, jacks suited against queens. He's pretty disgusted to see the hand he's up against. He would much rather be up against kings or aces. He's going to have to hit something big. He's playing his jack and his hearts and possible straight. You can see he's actually not in as bad a shape as you might think, because of the suitedness and the connectedness. Oh, there's a flop. He can hit backdoor straight either end, and he can also hit an immediate flush, which would pull him ahead. He's actually almost 50-50 now. Now he's down to just his flush draw. Needs a heart or he's gone. No heart in the river. The queens hold. It's fair to say the other 8 players will all be happy with that outcome. They all ladder a spot. They're all now guaranteed. Let me find it. €3,943. Alan gets 3,130 for his trouble. I've had those spots where you make a final table and then you last one hand. It's always a bit of a weird feeling, but it's going to happen when you're short stacked a lot. Oh, shout out to Maureen in the chat. Hi, Maureen. Great to see you, Maureen. Big fan. Yeah, I'll be on commentary for the next 45 minutes or so, and then David Lappin will be subbing in. Radu the pocket threes. It's very early to be opening a hand that is essentially just 2 low cards, but Radu has been one of the players who is willing to get involved with hands that are not necessarily solver approved in these spots. Yeri with the king 10 suited, and he covers Radu, so he can put a lot of pressure on post flop. It might be a spot to just flat, but he decides to let it go, stay out of the way. He's got a lot of players behind him. And round it goes. And Vinny is in the small blind with ace 10. He throws in the call. So heads up to the flop. Threes won't mind that flop too much. I mean, it's hard for your opponent to have hit that flop. So he's going to fire out a c-bet and try and take it down. The ace 10 can continue here. He has... His ace high will be good some of the time. He has backdoors because of his 10. And when he's up against the type of hand that he's up against here, he also has counterfeit outs. So he does call. That's a complete brick on the turn. So now Radu was torn between wanting to get the showdown and hoping his hand is good, or keeping the pressure up. He decides to get to showdown. Vinny checks, thinking he's good showdown with his ace 10. Don't see much reason for Radu to bet here, and he doesn't. And he checks, and he'll be very happy to see that his pocket threes have held. Hello to Arcane231 in the chat. Great to see you, my friend. Good to see Lappin in the chat as well. I'll hang around for a short while when you jump in, Dave. But my dog got home after months away and needs to be walked, and I also need to get out for my run today. So down to 8. We had that quick bust out, of course, at the start. Nothing he could do it there. The queen jack suited. He had to go with it. Run into queens. Yuri, haven't seen him yet. The fact he folded the king 10 suited first hand makes me think he's probably going to play fairly snug. The fact that there are 3 seats worth over €10,000 sort of for the big stacks makes them less likely to press to put the foot down on the accelerator, I guess. They want to make sure they finish in those top 3 spots. So Belgishem Ori, I'm sure I'm butchering his name, the French gentleman raises the ace-8 suited, perfectly fine hand to open from the cutoff, and this is almost certainly going to get through as nobody has anything behind. So players moving around a bit because of that early bust out. They're now 8-handed, of course. At these feature tables, you can't just spread out though, because the whole cards have to go into the box so that the card reader can pick them up. So Yuri now the chip leader, Vinny more or less the same stack, and Radu actually is up to the same stack as well. Those three guys very tightly bunched. Kondrachuk is mid-pack then with 43 big blinds, and then everybody else is between 20 and 30. So with the stacks being this level, that makes the ICM much more extreme as well. They can all do damage to each other. Even the short stack, if he gets it in against the chip leader, would take a significant chunk out of the chip leader's stack. So we're probably going to see quite a cautious period of play until we get another bust out or two. So blind on blind. Kondrachuk is trap limped with the kings here. Gotten the desired raise. Now does he spring the chap and re-raise? This puts the ace-10 suited in a very difficult spot now. Oh, look at this. The big blind has aces. Oh, no, sorry. The ace-10 suited is on the button. Okay, so the kings have 3-bet, and now we have aces in the big blind. What a setup this is. Oh my god. Unbelievable. What a spot for Radu. Button is raised. 3-bet from the small blind, who we can see has a legitimate hand, kings. Very hard to see how this doesn't get all in pre-flop now. So I think there's a 4-bet incoming here. That will make things relatively easy for the ace-10 suited. Yeah, you don't like your ace-10 suited now. But the kings, the kings are probably thinking, yes, this is the spot I dreamed of. Kondrachuk has also been one of the more aggro players on the second last table, and there's quite a bit of, there was a lot of history between himself and Radu, so he might think this is Radu trying to turn the tables on him. Yeah, I think he's going to move all in, and then there'll be a snap call. That's the only way I see this going. Now we did see an ace folded, so that does make the kings slightly better than normal at 23%. Don't know whether this is pure Hollywood or he just genuinely has a horrible feeling in the pit of his stomach that this might be a setup. Yeah, all in a call. There it is. He's going to get the bad news in a minute. He can't believe it. It's, how do you have aces there? This is a huge spot for everybody at the table as well, because these are two of the bigger stacks. So all of the 20 to 30 big blind stacks are absolutely loving this. And whoever wins this pot is going to be a massive chip leader with 11 million, or in the case of Radu, it will actually be 13.5 million because he's got 2.5 behind. Huge moment in the tournament now for both players. Obviously, Kondichuk's tournament is on the line. But if Radu's aces get cracked, he'll be down to 2.5 million. Here it comes. Okay, so some runners for the running straights for the kings. Well, I guess specifically Queen 9. King on the turn! Oh my lord. Okay, now Queen does it for Radu, so... Can't believe his luck. And that is cruel, cruel. That was a cruel turn card. Cruel turn of events. Radu was looking at having the massive chip lead, twice as much almost as anybody else. Instead, he finds himself one of the shorties now. Once they count down these stacks, he'll have about 2.5 million left. He's taking it on the chin. There's no histrionics from him, but that is a cruel blow. And Kondichuk, who was short for a lot of the second last table, picked his spots very well, got his luck when he needed it. He now suddenly finds himself chip leader. Very stoic response from Radu, I have to say. You could forgive him for feeling very, very sorry for himself there, but these things happen in poker. You have to just get on with it, accept a new situation, do your best. He's not out yet, so still has a job to do. Yeah, I agree with Debilial 666 in the chat. Both these players have played very well throughout, and they have gotten into some big confrontations. Remember the Ace-5 suited as well, which you absolutely couldn't blame Radu for going with, which doubled up Kondichuk just before the final table. So Bertus, having raised folded the Ace-10 suited, now picks up kings. Radu is just going to fold, and Yuri probably won't get involved with the Jack-3. And on the screen there you can see yesterday we gave away 5 hotel packages, and these were the winners. Today we're actually giving away 8, and if you want to get into that draw for 8 hotel packages in late June, 3 nights free at the resort. If you buy anything from the King's shop, which you saw the ad for just before we came back, you will go in that draw, and we will announce the winners later on in the stream. So that's for 3 nights at King's during G-Cup, which is running from the 24th of June to the 26th. So Vinny folds the 2s under the gun, not getting involved with the low pair. Radu on the button, I think 10-9 suited, 20 big blinds. Yeah, this is... It's going to be a profitable shove, but it's probably better to do something else with the hand.
6 raise 250.
Yeah, he's gone for the slightly more than min raise. Now Yuri might 3-bet him here. This king queen suited is a very legitimate 3-betting hand against a 20 big blind button open. This is the first real decision we've seen Yuri. Yeah, I mean he declined to get involved with the king 10 suited first hand, but in the end he's gone for the call. 20 big blind stacked behind. Again, he had a possible squeezing spot. It wouldn't be the worst spot to take there. Just shove it in with your ace, and if they both fold, you pick up a lot. You add a third to your stack. If you get called, you still have your ace. But we are going 3-way. And okay, so the 10-9 suited has not very much at all. The king queen has a gut shot, and the ace has a bad top pair, it has to be said. 3-way, you're not loving ace 8 necessarily on this board. Would be strange for him to bet 2, given that he just called pre. Does Radu want to bet into 2 people? He has a very, very marginal hand. Well, he has absolutely nothing now, but he has all the backdoors, and sometimes these double backdoor hands do actually make good bluffs, because if you get raised, you're not really folding away too much. You're just folding away 10 high. If you get called, there's a lot of good turn cards you can hit that allow you to barrel again. You could hit an 8 or a queen to go open-ended. You could hit a king or a 7 to pick up a gut shot, or you could hit a heart to pick up a flush draw. That's why he's bet here. Now Alexander has the choice between check raise and check call. It's not a particularly drawy board. There's only a couple of gut shots: king queen, king 10, queen 10. There's no open enders. There's no flush draws. So he might just go for the check call here. This will get interesting if Radu picks up something on the turn. A heart or a straightening card. That gives him a gut shot, which might encourage him to keep betting. Again, it's the kind of hand that if you get check raised, you're only folding away a gut shot. So if the turn was, say, the 8 of hearts, that would be a horrible hand to get check raised with. So you would check that back because it's a very, very strong draw, and maybe bluff the river if you had to. But this is a pretty weak draw. It's just a gut shot. So I think he's going to fire again and try and... He's mostly trying to get a pair that isn't an ace to fold here, like a jack 10 or something like that. But you might also get a weak ace to fold some of the time. If he bets here, he probably has to commit to the triple barrel, because he'll have one of the worst hands he can have on the river unless he hits. If he hits a 10 or a 9, he could possibly check back. If he hits an 8, he's obviously value betting. But if the river was a blank, he probably would fire again. Now, Alexander's not loving this because he's really only beating bluffs. There's no hand worse than his hand that's value betting. And he's in a tricky spot that he knows that if he calls this, he could very well be facing a shove on the river. Yeah, that's why he's let that one go. Very good play from Radu there. He basically just used the equity of his hand to apply pressure. That's a good turn bet there, because even if he gets called, he has the chance of hitting his 8 on the river, obviously, and then and potentially winning a big pot. But if he gets check raised, he doesn't have to. He's not folding away too much. But the second barrel will fold out a lot of hands, because a lot of the the big blind's range there is sort of reluctantly hanging on hands. Turn is a good point to apply pressure on those hands.
Two raise, two
So
fifty.
queen's under the gun for the Frenchman.
Three pass.
Ace 10. Ace 10. I mean, it's a pretty looking hand, but it's not great against an under the gun open. So yeah, he does let it go. Ace 3 suited as well, similar category. He's short now as well. If you're super deep, you can obviously call with a hand like Ace 3 suited. It flops pretty well, but because of that big setback, he's down to 20 big blinds now. Jan, who we haven't seen much of since he 3-bet forward to the jacks, has the king 3 suited. It's the kind of hand he was. I mean, he was defending worse hands than this earlier. He's somewhat hamstrung by his stack of just over 20 big blinds, but he's going to call here and try and flop something. Tricky enough hand to play, because even if you hit your king, you're not necessarily good against an under the gun open. But he has played very well so far and very well post flop, so I guess he backs himself to navigate well. Now, this is a kind of flop that he would much prefer they were deeper because of his backdoors. Queens are obviously pretty happy with this flop. No king or ace.
Did you check? Check. Two bet, 225. One pass.
So had they been deeper there, a hand like king 3 suited would have made a reasonable check raise candidate, but you're kind of hamstrung when you just have over 20 big blinds. It's just too much of your stack, so he ends up having to check fold.
Three pass. Four pass. Five pass.
A little bit early for the 5-4 suited when you have 20 something big blinds, I guess. Yuri 7-4 suited. I mean, some people would open that when they have a chip stack, but he has some big stacks and reshove stacks behind. Alexander should now be looking for a good reshove spot.
Ace pass.
So now we're onto the blind on blind action. Jan going into the chip leader, so not a great spot for him at all. This is probably just a fold, to be honest. He might try and limp in and hope he doesn't get raised, but yeah, that's the option he's going for. Limp in and hope not to get raised. He's getting raised. He's getting raised for sure. The only question is the size. All in might seem weird here, but it's not completely out of the question. But I think our hand is strong enough to 3-bet call, to raise call as well. So you can raise to a normal amount, and if you do get shoved on, you snap call, and you're exploiting the light hands in his range, like ace rag that are doing that.
Two raise. 320.
So he does raise to 320. Small raise, it has to be said. 2.75 big blinds. That's throwing out maximum rope, but Jan is not going to fall for it. He lets the 9-3 go. So D.A.CH folds. He has a lot of support in the chat. Clearly a very popular King's Resort reg here. Radu who has been very, very impressive so far. Got very unlucky with the aces against kings. Goes for the open, and he's going to get unlucky again because he's going to run into kings. Don't think he's going to be able to continue once this 3-bet comes in. Three bet does come in. 3-bet to 825. So he's sized up. He's gone for 3.3x the open. And that'll clear out everybody behind unless they have a hand. And 9 suited won't be getting involved here. Vinny in the big blind. Folds as well. Quick fold from Radu. No Hollywooding. No keeps his discipline. Very hard in these spots where you've just gotten really unlucky and you get dealt a hand you're supposed to open and you get 3-bet and you know you're supposed to fold it. It can be hard to keep your discipline and actually do the fold, but he has played impeccably so far. Kondrachuk with the ace-8. He of course now is the massive chip leader. I mistakenly said somebody else at the table earlier, but he's a massive chip leader after that. After his kings crack the aces, so he gets to open hands like this from any seat. Frenchman won't be getting involved with the Jack-10 on the button, I don't imagine. 5-3 suited will be going in the bin. Just leaves the big blind to the 9-7. He has 27.5 big blinds. Yeah, this hand has enough going for it that you can peel. Call, try and flop something. And flops nothing, so this probably goes check bet fold. Small bet here will get the job done a lot of the time, and he does, and he gets the snap fold. Yeah, really small bet. Love his sizing there. That's all you need to bet. You don't need to go bigger. Doesn't matter how big you go. You're not folding a jack. You're not folding a flush draw. Apocalypse UK, how should 3-bet size on the final table compare to earlier in the tournament? It depends on the stacks and who's 3-betting who. As a general principle, you can usually get away with a little bit less because there should be a lot less peeling. In other words, people calling your 3-bets. But yeah, it very much depends on the stacks. Jan and Belgium, they both fold. Vinny with the 9-7 suited. This is definitely a hand you want to open on the button. 325. His sizings have been quite big. We saw him 4x with aces earlier. He's gone 2 point whatever that is. 2.7, 2.8x roughly. And it gets the job done. The A7 would have almost certainly appealed to a smaller size there. King Jack suited under the gun hand you generally want to be opening when you have a stack. It's his card protector down, thinks about what his sizing is going to be. So it's absolute minimum. And eventually the absolute minimum is you lose less when you run into it behind, as he has here. Jan, pot's 540, he's got 260. I mean, I guess there's some room for normal 3-betting, but he'll probably just shove. Yeah, so all he's thinking about here is, can I 3-bet call, or do I just shove it in? He does move all in, which I think is the standard play. Even if he knew he was doing that, I kind of like the fact that he took a little while to think about it, because often when you see the really quick shove, it is ace king. So by taking a bit longer, it makes it less. It might make it a little bit less obvious that you could have that hand. It's going to come back round to Yuri, and I can't see him calling off 22 big blinds with King Jack suited. A hand which is just going to be dominated so much. And he does let it go. It's a very pretty hand, but it plays really badly against shoving ranges. So 8 players remain. They're all guaranteed €3,943, but they're all eyeing up the top prize, 39,500, plus that WSOP main event day 1A seat worth 10,350. That seat will be awarded to actually the first 3, not just the winner. So that would create some interesting ICM later. Alexander with the King 10 suited, just over 15 big blinds. He could have shoved this hand. That would be profitable. You can also raise fold. We saw the King Jack suited raise fold from under the gun last hand. It's the kind of hand, if nobody has anything, it'll get through. If you just get called, your King 10 suited, it will be fine post flop. But if you get 3-bet, you can send it to the muck pretty quickly. Here he has a 7-5. And the big chip stack. And I think it's the second factor which is making this peel possible. He can put a lot of pressure on low card boards post flop. And that's the kind of board he might think he can actually start to put a bit of pressure on. He has backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw, albeit a very bad one. Alexander is going to like this flop. It's pretty hard to hit, apart from the fact that he has the flush draw. His hand is strong enough to get in, so he might as well start putting chips into the pot. Mostly he's hoping his opponent just folds now, but and that is going to work. Panther 786 in chat says it's nice to see the players have decent big blinds to play some good poker. It's a nice blind structure, great job from Kings. Yeah, it's a feature of the Kings tournaments in general that the average stack stays fairly high late on, which allows for a decent amount of play on the final table. So lots of raggy hands being passed. Folds around to David in the hijack. 26 big blinds. Ace-9 is going to be an open. Again, it's a hand you're mostly just hoping to get a blind steal through with. Hand really doesn't play well post-flop or against a 3-bet. He should be okay. I can't imagine the King 7's getting involved. Oh, spot for Radu now. 22 bigs. Ace-9 on the button. Can consider just shoving this and hoping the guy folds. There might be room for a 3-bet fold as well, since it's a min raise. Yeah, I think that's the option he's going with. No, sorry, he has just called. Okay, so he's calling in position. Now this would be a good spot. Actually, Yuri could bring the hammer down here. A lot of the time, the other two players just have the type of hands that we can see. They have margin enough, and there's 780 out there already. So a squeeze would work quite a lot to be profitable. I think Alexander. I mean, we saw him take the passive line before with ace-8 and actually pay the price. He ended up folding the best hand on the flop. Yeah, I think he could have gone with his hand there. 18 big blinds, queen-jack suited, facing that action. Just stick it in. If they both fold, that's an amazing result for you. Even if you get called, you're probably going to have 40 to 50% equity. But he's gone for the more cautious approach. So he's missed completely, just some backdoors. Interesting to see now what David does here. This is a hard flop to hit, but it's king high. He has nothing with his hand really. You can see that the queen jack suited actually has 35% equity because of the backdoors, and the ace-9 are both card sharing. So he's going to bet here and try and take it down. Basically just hope they've all missed. Radu's in a bad spot now because he's stuck between the better and the big blind, who could have literally anything. And Chad asking who will win. I mean, it's very hard to look past the chip leader at the moment. He has played maybe the best of anybody so far, and he's the chip leader now. He obviously got lucky to get the chip lead, but you need that as well. So we're going to see at the turn. The hand that had the most equity actually folded out there. So both players are chopping at the moment. Radu might think he's floating here, trying to get a pair to fold. Actually, sorry, Radu has raised here. I thought Radu had just called. So Radu has raised. He is literally trying to just fold out something like pocket sixes. He's this bet is basically designed to find out whether his opponent has a king or not. Question from Big O Boom Baby. Final table 5-handed ace 10 off under the gun. 5.5 big blinds. Shove or fold. I would definitely shove that, yeah. If you're that short, just shove. Yeah, horrible spot for David now. He just doesn't know where he is in the hand anymore. He suspects this it's a fishy line because there aren't really too many hands that should be raising here. But he does just have ace 9. Yeah, he definitely suspected something there, but and the old tongue flick, which is almost always a sign I got away with something. Unlucky Big O Boom Baby to run into ace queen. Yeah, Radu's played very enterprisingly. He himself and the chip leader have been the two most impressive players so far. Both in terms of how they played and also their temperament, they haven't allowed the setbacks to affect them too much. And you can see he's clawed his way back up to 4th in chips now, so he's definitely not out of this yet.
Ground control to Major Tom.
It sounds like we have Mr. David Bowie. No, sorry, Lappin in the house. Hey, David, are you back from your gin run or whatever it was you were doing?
yeah, that's what I spent the afternoon. So just going around collecting gin. Thank you. I had a Freudian slip in my message to you when I asked you for a barnstorming intro.
Yeah, David asked me for a barnstorming intro. He's famous for his barnstorming intros of guests on the chip race, and he was expecting one from me, but instead of typing barnstorming, he typed bar storming, of course. So that immediately made me suspect that he was actually just going from bar to bar in Malta. That's his idea of preparing for the stream. Great to hear you anyway, David.
Great to be here. It's wonderful to get here in time for, I assume most of the final table. I know you've had a few bust outs. I was watching the stream on my way home to join you, Dara. I saw that bust out early on, the Queen Jack against the Queen. And then, of course, I saw the incredible cooler, which turned into a bad beat, the Kings and Aces. So exciting stuff so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A couple of people are commenting in the chat that your audio is not great, and it doesn't sound great to me either. Are you sure you have your good microphone on?
I will check that immediately. Let me see. I do have it on, and it is the one that's engaged as far as I know, but let me just check that. We do have a tech department here on this professional show.
In the meantime, we have an all-in here. Alexander has found jacks, and he gets to shove over a button raise. The shove is for, what is that, 16 big blinds? So I don't think the ace-8 suited will call off here. Various people are saying David sounds like he's either in a barrel or in a bath. Both of those options are completely possible.
I sent out a message to our audio team here on the show asking for assistance on that. It is possible the wrong mic is connected.
The ace-8 suited folds, yeah. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe one just not set up for a two microphone setup, but I'll stay here for a few minutes anyway and see if they can sort out the audio for David. So 8 players left. 3 of them now are sub 20 bigs, and 2 of them actually are just over 20 bigs. So the top 3 are now in a great spot, obviously, to win those WSOP main event tickets worth 10,000. The other guys have a lot of ICM pressure on them. Raduin is the player who has been most willing to get involved.
I'm wondering, Darren, is it possible now that it is improved because I turned off my fan? Means my
No,
office
I don't.
is
I don't think it's your fan. It's just the quality. It literally sounds like you're talking into a laptop microphone or something.
I'm not on my laptop. I'm on my desktop, which doesn't have a microphone apart from the one that's plugged in. So I suspect something is awry.
Okay, maybe just check the connection. Welcome to the David Lappin Tech Support live stream. Okay, so chip leader opens the sevens and gets lots of quick folds. People really don't want to tangle around the small blind. He's not going to get involved with the 4 deuce. And the 5-3 is not going to get involved either. Somebody's suggesting maybe you should just reconnect. Yeah, the old turn it off and turn it on again trick. Okay, so Radu, King 10. Everybody else at the table folds this hand, I'm pretty sure, but he is the one player who's been shown willing to get involved with this kind of marginal hand. It is very early, though. And he has, yep, true to form, he's going to come in with this hand. If this was a high roller where everybody was playing close to GTO, I don't think you could get away with opening this, but he figures he's going to get 3-bet a lot less at this table than at most tables, so he reckons it's fine to open this hand, and so far so good. And the 10-3 suited. I mean, it's the kind of hand you could peel for sure. It's just Radu's not super deep, but yeah, he's going to peel, or is he? No, I thought you fooled me there. He reached for chips, but he didn't actually put them in then. He does call now. So 10-3 against King 10. 10-3 is suited. Hits his 3. These low coordinated boards, they very much favor the defender. He has all the 6-7s, ace 2s that the opener just doesn't have. And yeah, Radu immediately recognizes this is not a good board for me. I don't need to think about this anymore. Very, very impressed by the way Radu has played, and I agree completely with a Big O Boom Baby in the chat. I like that Radu did not get tilted after his cracked aces. You can see that even at the time, even though he was obviously churning internally, there was no real outward reaction. He just kind of accepted it and got on with it. And Corey Poker says he's a great player. He's on my table during the ZTO series, not afraid to play and create some big pots. Yeah, he has been significantly looser than everybody else, except the gentleman beside him, who's the chip leader. And for the most part, he has profited from that. But he lost a few more chips there, and now he's drifted back a bit further, so he doesn't want to get involved with the ace-5. So the ace-9 suited opens on the hijack off just under 15 bigs. This would be a nice spot to apply a bit of ICM pressure. He lets it go. And he, runs into an even bigger... They both run into hands that dominate them behind. The ace-queen dominating both the king-queen and the ace-9. I mean, David doesn't really have any real play here other than all-in. And yeah, there it goes. He sends it. And Alexander doesn't really have any play other than fold. If you're raising a hand like ace-9 suited, it's not because you're trying to reduce action. It's to give yourself the chance to get away when this happens. While he thinks about that, let's plug the giveaway again one more time. Today we're running a special giveaway for the viewers. 8 of you will win a hotel stay for 3 nights at King's during the G-Cup event from the 24th of June to the 27th. All you have to do to be eligible is to buy anything from our King's shop during the stream. So if you head to the King's shop, pick up a cool King's t-shirt or a King's poker mat for your home games or whatever, you could potentially win a stay at King's later this month. So yeah, he did fold in the end.
Okay, Dara, how is that?
That sounds better to me. What about chat? What do you guys think? Bit loud, bit shouty, but
So that's back to normal then.
Back to normal, yeah, that sounds better.
We discovered what was happening was my webcam must be plugged in order to connect to the stream, and therefore my webcam mic was taking precedence. But now we fixed that, so we're all good.
Yeah. That happened to me on my first stream, I think, as well. So yeah, good to know. Okay, so I'll stay with you a few more minutes while you warm up your vocal cords. I'm sure you haven't said a word today since you got up.
No, it's been a mute morning and afternoon so far. Busy afternoon, must be said. Lots of prepping for all the content we're making, Dara.
Yeah, I think you had a great morning. I think you had a very enjoyable morning too, trying to sort out my Vegas flights.
Well, that wasn't you, because I was basically being on hold for about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, people don't know it out there already. I'm Dara's co-host on the chip race, fellow Unibet ambassador, and his secretary, his personal secretary, when it comes to organising any of his flights.
And also, according to our entire chat, twice as loud as everybody else. So you need to lower your volume maybe a little bit if you can.
Okay, going to save you guys. Going to hit the gain is down. The gain is down.
Okay, so meanwhile we have another hand here. Ace King is raised under the gun. Vinesh is on the button. He has called with Ace 9 suited. These two guys are very deep.
My missus is fairly convinced, Dara, that I am actually deaf, that I'm going deaf, and that's the reason I shout.
Yeah, I mean, you've shouted for as long as I've known you, so...
I did put the gain down there. I hope that's a bit better, is it, as we watch the Ace 9, Ace King?
That does sound better, yeah. And maybe just use your indoor speaking voice.
I only have one voice.
Yep.
So...
Okay, this should be the end of this hand. I can't imagine the Ace 9 is going to continue here. Yeah, people are saying it's better, but you could go down even lower.
When I just stand at the other side of the room, is this what the people want? Do people want me just, maybe 10 feet from the mic? I'm doing my best here, guys.
I think it's always difficult when it's the two of us, because I'm a bit of a mumbler, and you are the opposite of a mumbler. You declaim to the people at the back of the room. So I know when you edit the chip race, you edit my voice up and yours down, but we can't do that live and running on these things, so we kind of have to do it ourselves. I have to remember to talk a bit louder. Okay, Vinny's taking longer than I would have thought to fold his no pair, no draw here, no back.
Look at all the beautiful hands he unblocks, Dara, with this hand. That must be what's going through his head.
He's blocking Ace King. He's blocking Ace 8, 8 9. Wow, this is not the Vinny we've seen so far. This is not the Vinny who raise folded queens under the gun.
It certainly isn't, and it's such bad timing if it is against type, and this is the moment he's chose to step out. He's running into top pair, top kicker with the back door, flush draw, with
Yeah.
I want to say no equity hand. Now, obviously his hand would theoretically have some equity, but I guess given the hands behind, he has no nines to hit.
That's right. Yeah, you can see there on the screen. It's very unusual to see one hand being 100%. But that's what we have here, folks. There's literally no way Vinny can make the best hand by the river. And okay, the ace king might decide to check here now and just let Vinny start putting chips into the pot.
Yeah, like all I can think of is if Vinesh decides to triple barrel here, he will at least put Yuri in a spot that will be uncomfortable on the river, but still, it's a strange old situation. And it's certainly
it
not
is,
going to
yeah.
get through for a double barrel.
Yeah, I mean, the ace of clubs is blocking a lot of the hands that Vinny's supposed to have as well that might be doing this, but...
Exactly. So you might start putting your opponent on, pocket eights right away.
Yeah,
and be a little worried.
Always then just put your man on an exact set. Like it's fair to say he doesn't. Neither player really has any two pairs here, so the only hands you're worried about are sets. And hard to make a set, hard enough to make a pair, let alone a set. But yeah, Yuri's not loving this at all. This is high pressure poker now. He's been put to a large bet, 2.4 million to call. It seems like Vinny has just decided, like something's gone off in his head, and he's decided this is the hand where I'm going to rep a set. But
it's fair to say, Dara, it really isn't the board texture for it either. Obviously, the king high board favouring Yuri's range.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I really feel it's just a case he's decided for whatever reason this is the hand he's going to do it on, which is quite old school. Meanwhile, in the chat, Dara or David, is Unibet going to run some festival in Ireland in 2022? Well, we will be involved in the usual ones that we're involved in, like the Dublin Poker Festival and the IPO, but we don't know yet about anything more than that. So, long think here. Like, he really doesn't like this. This is a spot where even though you have a very strong hand, you're only beating bluffs. Like, Vinny shouldn't be taken off like this with King Queen.
Is he about to let it go, Dara? This is pure larceny, boys and girls.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's definitely not solver approved, but it might actually work. Sometimes these players just they work out in practice. You do put your opponent in a horrible spot because it's a large bet. It's 2.4 million. So if he calls this 2.4, he's gonna only have 3.4 behind. So this
Darren, I'm putting in a limb here. I'm going to say that he is going to fold his hand. The reason being is all of his body language has basically been, I don't want to call the turn, so he certainly wouldn't want to call the river.
No, and I mean, if he calls the turn, the pot's going to be, what's it going to be, 8.5 million, and so he's going to have less than half pot left. I think this is a spot where, yeah, you either decide your opponent's on a mad one and go check call, or you decide your opponent isn't bluffing and you fold now. Or you decide maybe my opponent is on a draw that he's doing this with, and I just stick the chips in now.
Wow!
That is
Dinesh Kocheka, 0% equity, has pulled off the heist of this final table.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if his opponent Yuri there was aware of the fact there was a huge hand on the second last table where he opened queens under the gun. There was a couple of calls behind. And then Jan, who was still at the table, shoved 40-something big blinds with ace-queen suited, and Vinny folded the queens. And if the other players have heard that when he was a massive chip leader, he raised folded queens. Ever since then, they do seem to think he's playing insanely tight, and therefore he's getting more respect. Even though it's not necessarily always the case, he did raise from the blind, a big blind in a blind and blind confrontation with 9-4 offsuit. He did he double barreled Jack 10 on an ace high board where he turned a double gutter. So he's capable of those plays, and the other players are probably giving him too much respect at the moment.
Yeah, they sure are. As we see, he has chipped up now to 11 million, very much in the box seat now, and giving himself a very good shot at winning this one now, Dara.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those spots because he basically just for whatever reason he decided that hand he was going for it, and even though he ran into top pair top kicker, he managed to win the hand because you put your opponent in such a horrible spot there where he has to decide does he want to call off his entire tournament with one pair, and a lot of players will say no. The more modern breed of player will kind of look at that spot and go, well, look, if I'm folding ace king here, I'm just folding far too much, and players can do that with any two cards. So they will click call. But a lot of the older school players will just go, look, I only have one pair. He's representing a set. If he has a set, I'm dead. So I'm just gonna let this one go and hope for a clearer spot in the future.
Yeah, we see the body language there, still mulling over it, still wondering what he was up against. When he finds out in 20 minutes' time or whatever it is, he's going to be sick to his stomach. But immediately, Vinesh's image will be in tatters, and people will realise that the man who, race folded queens, as you said, Dara, there with maybe 10 left or 11 left, whatever it was, there's a different man at this table right now.
Yeah, Yuri's going to feel pretty sick if he does hear about that hand afterwards. But yeah, I mean, he's pretty much just only representing pocket eights there, and but he got it through.
I'm going to take my lead from you, Dara. Now I want you to pronounce all of these lovely Frenchmen's names, and then I will do my very best to do exactly what you did. Say it exactly the way you said it.
Yeah, the Polish names are the ones I struggle with. Jan Lormel, Radu Pitic, I guess, from Romania.
No points for that one.
No. Yuri Havlicek from Czech. Yeah, he's going to be pretty sick when he finds out that he not only folded the best hand, but a hand which actually couldn't be beaten. So Yuri flops the gutter. Jan has the top pair.
Kind of like a check back here in this spot from Jan. I think you can go both ways. I'm going to guess the solver probably mixes. But I think in this spot, your hand, not too vulnerable. Obviously, if lots of chips get in the middle, you're worried about the 10.
Yeah, the stacked pot race. Yeah, the stacked pot race is only 3, so I think you're kind of going to be committed to the hand anyway with all the draws. One of the advantages of betting now is that you might induce the draws to try a move, and you can also get worse kings in as well at this point. So it has gone check bet call. Now the stacked pot ratio is less than 2 to 1.
It's a bit dangerous to bet again here, Dara, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's some argument for taking a street out now, because you're more likely to get called by a worse hand if you check the turn and bet the river than if you bet the turn.
Yeah, almost always better in this spot, I think, to check back and then be looking to pick off missed draws on the river.
Yeah, and then if you you might also induce bluffs on the river this way as well. Like, he won't bluff call the turn, but he might, if you check the turn behind, he might bluff the river. The only advantage really to betting is when Yuri has the type of hand that he has, which is some equity. You fold out that equity. Looks like he's gone for a small bet, which is, yeah, if he's bet less than third of pot, well, actually exactly third of pot.
I guess, much like you said, Dara, he's decided that his ace-king is probably just too strong not to get the remainder of his chips in with, and he may as well target the weaker kings, maybe the king-jacks that might be in there, the king-9s. He might get 3 small streets from those.
Yeah, and also charge the draws as well, who won't pay him off on the river. So, yeah, it's a tricky spot, and you could definitely argue both ways.
In fact, it's probably one of those spots where it's good to have that hand in both ranges, because you do need it to pick off some bluffs on the river, and it is quite a nice hand to extract thin value because you can target the king X's.
Yeah, exactly.
great to see a chat so engaged. I'm seeing lots of breakdowns of that fascinating hand we just saw from a few moments ago.
Yeah, it was a fascinating hand because, I mean, Vinny basically just stepped out. Like, he just decided for whatever reason, this hand I'm really going to go for it. And it worked. So he pays. You can definitely understand the reasons for the fold. Not just the fact that he only had one pair, but also having the ace of clubs is kind of bad in that spot because that's supposed to be in a lot of the bluffs. So he was blocking bluffs and he wasn't blocking pocket eights. Pretty much the only hand that was being represented. So he decided to let it go. And with that, I will bid you all an adieu and leave you in the capable hands of David for the rest of the stream. Thanks to everybody.
There, guys, for Dara O'Kearney.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure, as usual, Dara, to share the booth, if ever so briefly. We will no doubt be making lots of content this week. Shout out, of course, to the chip race. New episode just went out a couple of days ago. And we have an episode of The Lock-In coming later this week. So, Dara O'Kearney fans out there, you can get your fix of him. Go to the Chip Race YouTube page, Chip Race SoundCloud page, Chip Race Apple Music page. That's where you can find the podcast. And thank you to Dara for putting in this stint in the afternoon. It's a bit of a strange stream in the sense that we had Finton earlier. Dara in the afternoon and I will be taking you guys home. An all-Irish stream. From all parts of Ireland, in fact. So as I said earlier, guys, in chat, no unfavourable comparisons, not necessary right now. Save it. Save it for the next stream. Don't need to be beating me up while I'm here. I know Dara O'Kearney, endgame poker legend. I know he's the man you'd want to bring you home, looking at all these spots with the forensic eye that he possesses for ICM. I'm going to do my best. I'm a poor man's Dara O'Kearney at best, but I'm going to give it my best shot. As we see here, Jan Lormel considering the fine defend with the 6-3 of spades. Suitedness definitely brings this into the calling range. Lack thereof would remove it, one thinks. These guys playing a relatively short stack game here, 20 bigs each. Pretty much each can knock the other out. Radu, just favourable without making a pair. Flop of King 9-7, all diamonds. He has the ace of diamonds in his hand. That's the important bit here. Jan Lormel, well, we see he has a snap fold. He's already checked out of this hand. This is one of those ones where you just need to see your opponent move his hand towards chips, and that 6-3 goes in the bin. Or not, or he has a little think about it. Well, we saw some grand larceny a moment ago. Lormel takes a moment or two before releasing the 6 high. Thank you to Jay Wazillo for the shout out there in the chat. That is an excellent summary of my vital statistics. So we see Vinesh under the gun here. Big stack now with the pocket threes. Given that he's playing the stacks of his opponents for the most part here, there may be one stack equivalent to him. There's a lot of 20 big blind stacks out there. I would actually like to see a fold here under the gun. I think a hand like ace deuce is a much nicer open than pocket threes in this particular situation with those stacks around. Well, there we see the one man who has a... Oh no, sorry, it has moved along quickly. No, and he has folded. So, yeah, look, the advantage of opening this one, obviously, is that the threes from under the gun, you know, he gets a bit of credibility from that. But on the flip side, just doesn't have any blocker potential. A lot of guys out there with 20 to 30 bigs. I prefer just letting this one go and maybe opening a hand like the ace-2 suited instead. I think when you analyse the ranges of hands, when we get into this sort of spot, it often is the case that the range doesn't necessarily get smaller, but it changes. As the big stack, he wants to open up his ranges. He probably is allowed open slightly wider than other people at the table, but I would prefer to see him do that with ace-x and king-x suited hands rather than a hand like pocket threes. Now we see Alexander Koch has woken up on the button with the Django's. He's got the pocket kings. He's kept things simple for himself. He's lamped it in. And he's actually got one of those stacks that's a little bit tempting for Vinesh here. He's already committed some chips. He's probably getting a reasonable price here against a, I want to say, 12 big blind shove. Yeah, he has called it off with the threes. He's going to get the bad news. And therein exposing maybe one of the big problems here. When he opens under the gun, yes, of course, there will be some ace-king, ace-queens, maybe even an ace-jack suited, a king-queen suited might make a move like this, but it will a lot of the time be bigger pocket pairs. And Vinesh beating nothing here with the threes, hoping for a flip, doesn't get it. No help on the flop. Sorry guys, just a little bit of audio tech work taking place here again. So we make sure I am on the correct device. You can see here, guys, a battle of the players in mid position here. Hijack 8s. Alexander Koch decided to flat the ace-9 suited. Awkward little hand here, the ace-9 suited, must be said. Certainly would flat this on the button. Cut-off's a little trickier. But he is going to play it in position against Havlicek. And that will probably bring in D.A.CH in the big blind.
3 players to the flop.
D.A.CH has the gutter. Cook has flopped best here with the ace-9. Yuri looking at 2 overcards. Probably not a great board for him to continue.
Ace check.
And unsurprisingly, given the equities and given the sort of hand strengths we have checked around, bottom card pairs on the turn.
3 check.
This is maybe a spot which has opened the door now for D.A.CH, but he elects to check.
40.
Yuri going to fire out a small bet, try to figure out where he's at, try and deny some equity. Alexander has a slam dunk call. Raising really makes no sense in this situation. Folding would be far too nitty. And given how small the bet is, D.A.CH could be tempted
8 call.
to raise here. Remember, it looks like he's just thrown in the quick call here with the gutter and some overcards to the 9, 1 overcard to the jack. But it is an interesting spot to consider a raise when you're probably the only player who can have a 5 in their range. It's not unthinkable that Yuri has an ace-5, but that's sort of how that looks. Now, very interesting card here, the King of Clubs in D.A.CH's hand. Huge card here in combination with the 10, which is a great blocker for a straight. So he can represent Queen 10 here in a way that neither of the other players can. He's also got the King of Clubs in his hand, so he can represent sort of plausible flush possibilities like no other player can. I'm really disappointed that he hasn't decided to fire out a little bet here. He has left it for Yuri, who's in a funny spot here. He's obviously made his boat here.
60,000.
Pretty beautiful card for him to see when he fired out on this board. Sort of got a target now, Queen 10 and flushes. It's possible, given the small sizing, Queen 10 might have stuck around on the turn.
8 pass, 3 pass.
Like his sizing, gotta say, not too greedy. But I would like to see D.A.CH, even though it was actually a disaster card for him as it turned out, making Yuri the boat. Think he's the one who should have been representing that card.
Five pass. pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. One race, 325. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
3 million behind. The green stuff is very chips, yeah?
I mean, my friend said it to me, but I got all in call. Extra all in the stuff. So can you say that? Thank you. $3 million and 30,000.
Because like you have aces or something.
Yeah, just does not go with them. I know I have 20 big blinds.
Yeah, just one big.
7 pass, 8 pass. 1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass, 4 pass. 5 race, 450. 400,000. Six go.
We see here now, Macho has gone from turn trips to riverboat. Always a nice situation. Radu obviously misses his draw. Interesting spot here, whether you like to check in this situation. I think you probably have to bet and target the ace-x yourself. The ace-x, any ace-x will be... okay, he has gone for check and it's quick check back there. I guess the queen high feeling he had some showdown. But in that situation, I think you got to bet, because I think the ace-5s, the ace-2s, these kinds of hands will check back, most likely. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll go for thin value themselves, put themselves in a tricky spot. Everything plays the king. Maybe it was a good check.
Anyway, I haven't got it anymore. He's got your chips now.
Was a heart draw out there as well. Interesting on the river there. Probably comes down to being...
8 pass. One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Four pass. Five raise. 330. Six pass. Seven pass.
Okay, guys, bringing you some exciting news.
One pass.
There's brand new exclusive apparel celebrating the WSOP Europe. Of course, that is going to be on right after the WSOP in Vegas.
Five pass.
It is available in the King shop. Get yourself a brand new hoodie or maybe a pair of sweatpants. Do it today, and you have the possibility of winning one of our 8 5-star hotel stays at King's Resort during the GCOP. That runs from the 24th of June to the 27th of June.
Six raise. Three.
Head over to your browser, type in king.shop or type in !shop into the chat. Dress like a king.
Eight pass.
Dinesh Kotecha. He's going to let go the ace-9 of hearts. See, that's the kind of hand I would prefer to see open up than the pocket threes that we did see earlier on. But again, some players, maybe just for personal preference reasons, favour those small pairs.
5 raised 330. Carson 1. 6 plus.
Okay, guys, I'm getting in the chat here that you have some problems here, some laggy, some internet issues. Sounds like there are a few people suffering.
1 plus.
Maybe it's back now, says Keynote. Apologies there, guys. I don't know if that was with visuals or with audio. Either way, we will endeavour to bring you clear picture and sound for the remainder of this fascinating final table of the D.A.CH. These guys playing for some serious money up top, it's got to be said. It always is the case here at King's Resort that 300 buy-in, think to yourself, wow, prize pool can't be so big. Yes, it can. Every time they seem to smash it. 841 entries to this one.
5 plus.
Always big, big 5-figure paydays for that 300 buy-in. Always seems to be those very juicy WSOP seats there as well. In this instance, this week, 3 are up for grabs, top 3. That's going to make an interesting sort of bubbly situation with 4 left.
1 plus.
Big O Boom Baby says, I asked earlier, is the IPO in October or November? Good question. I don't know. My guess would be very end of October, but sometimes it just depends on where it falls. I'm sure that's a scheduling thing with our partners. So I can't be exact about that. I hope that answers your question.
25 more.
Dara O'Kearney and myself, both from Dublin. Love playing a bit of poker on the Dublin poker scene. Nothing confirmed yet, Big O. But I'm sure when it is, Dara and I will be
6 plus.
2 of the major mouthpieces sending out the information that you will require. Donna Morton, earlier it sounded like you were in the jacuzzi, but I'm glad it's sorted. How'd you know I wasn't? Alexander Koch with the American Airlines. He's got the pocket aces. Interesting hand here for Jan Lormel on the button, 10-9 suited. The literal definition of an aces cracker as well, it's got to be said. On the button, this is playable in position off this stack. Would not be surprised to see a flat. Big thank you to Walnut Wannabe there. Kings is the best, but that's because of the Irish commentary, he says. Usual commentator on here, obviously, Fintan Gavin. Down the years, we've had Henry Kilban, whose name is Irish, even if he's an Englishman. More recently, Dara O'Kearney and myself joining the commentary team. Yeah, that's what we Irish do. We sort of infest, don't we? One of us gets a job somewhere. Suddenly 4 of us have a job in that place.
3 check.
So Vinesh Kotecha, he did make the call in the big blind.
8 bet 560.
And Cock deciding no slow playing on the ace, queen, 4, 2 spades. Vinesh Kotecha may consider calling here. 560 into a pot of what would be about 2.5x. It has to be 20%. That is the kind of percent that, you know, will be very compelling with second pair. You could be winning right now. You could improve. We see that he has less than 1%. It's the literal disaster scenario, but one suspects. Oh, he does make a good fold. I said one suspects he may well take one off here. Compelling price. Villain who might shut down rather than put quite meaningful lumps of his stack at risk on turn and river. But no, D.A.CH sniffed it out. Well, it must be said, some head-scratching hands. Well, of course, remembering the ace-9 moment from an hour ago, but D.A.CH seems to have the measure of his opponents, manu a manu, getting these key decisions right. Even if we at home with the cards at our disposal are getting it wrong. Keynote says, love seeing the new tournament chips. As a colourblind person, the previous ones were very close to each other in colour. These are much better. That's interesting that you're colourblind, Keynote. A lot of poker players are colourblind. This is something I noticed about 10 or 12 years ago. 4 of the best Irish poker players are colourblind. Actually, might even be 5 guys that I can think of offhand. All top players. So I don't know if there is a strange overlap in the Venn diagram there between colourblindness and poker expertise, but we can add you to the list, one suspects. Donna points out, yes, Dara is colourblind. The other guys I'm thinking of are Jason Tompkins, James Noonan, Peter Murphy. A couple of others, I think, as well. Don't come to mind yet. It does lead to the occasional misclick Mr. O'Carney has admitted to over the years when chips look far too alike. Particularly, I think the trickiest one is when the 5K and 500 chip are very close together. That's the disaster scenario for the colourblind person. Coke with top pair. Not a whole lot for anyone else here. D.A.CH has the deuce. Can't imagine him getting sticky with that. Cook going to pick up another tiddler of a pot here, it looks like. Firing out the near minimum. 210 into 640. Well, it looks like D.A.CH Kotecha is predictably unpredictable. He does make the call with the deuce. Not a believer here of Cook in the hijack. 10 would get him in big trouble. It's just a 5. Pairing the 4th card now. D.A.CH. Checking, hoping for a check back, hoping for a give up. Coke happy to take his showdown and pick up this pot. D.A.CH will muck. Nightbot reminding you guys in the chat about that competition. I don't know who sold it better. I'm sure Finton did his best salesman pitch earlier on today. Darrow Carney, I heard him do it at least twice. But head over to King's Shop. Pick up some swag. There's some new WSOP merch. And you will go in the draw for pretty sexy 3-night package, it's got to be said. The resort in Kings is pretty plush. You can pamper yourself. Or maybe you can play some poker and your partner can get pampered. Yes, Big O Boom, I'm heading off to play the main event. I will be going out in time, I think, for the mystery bounty, which is filling me full of excitement, I have to say. The idea that one of those envelopes has $1,000,000 in it. I don't need any skill. I can just draw the $1,000,000, complete the game. That'll do nicely. That'll do nicely. But yeah, usually try and make the trip over for the main. Never do a long Vegas. I'm a family man, so 2.5 weeks is the longest stint I am sort of permit myself. And yeah, very much looking forward to getting over there. I get there, I think it's June 27th, and I'm there pretty much till the end. I'm attempting to jinx myself by booking a flight that leaves before the end of the final table, in the hope that sufficiently that will jinx it, and I'll have to rebook that flight. Player standing up there, looks like it may be break time. Cigarettes being unpouched. Table emptying as we look down at Macho and Jiri. Well, pretty beautiful flop here for Macho, licking his lips here at the prospect of a c-bet here from Havlicek. Every chip Havlicek puts in the pot here is basically burnt. No reason to raise here, just a flat call. King or a jack could get Macho in serious trouble. Oh, he does raise, and he does get called. Oh my god, levels taking place here. We got some dynamics, maybe some last hand before the break, extra dynamics. Little click back bet from Macho has been called by Jiri, who's going to get sticky here, maybe perceiving Macho to be capable of having something like the 5-6 clubs, 6-7 of diamonds, these types of holdings. Absolute disaster of a turn card. He does hit his king. So he will be in. I was so reading you for, you know, a draw. I was maybe putting pressure on an 8. You called with your 8. I hit my king. I'm going to get some value. But he's going to be absolutely blindsided by this ace-4. Unless a miracle king comes, it doesn't. Jiri Havlicek is going to be in a pretty tough spot here when he faces a bet of, I want to say, 3 million-ish. It could be a big one here, guys. He can target all the 4x's. Now, he's only gone for the 1.2 million. Decided not to be greedy in the end. Gets a very quick call from the king-jack. Macho livid with him, or sorry, Jiri livid with himself. Macho absolutely delighted with how that one played out. And that is break time, guys. Big pot to Macho now, takes the chip lead right as we go on break. Haven't lost too many people yet on this final table, but one suspects as the blinds go up, next 2 blind jumps over the next 2 hours, it's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons here. Might be a slightly longer break. Looks like they're going to chip up a little. Have a quote-unquote chip race. Oh, clunky as hell, I know. Apologies to those of you out there who see through my blatant self-promotion. Yeah, there we see a 12 million, a commanding chip lead now over D.A.CH Kotecha, who's had a bit of a topsy-turvy session so far. He was up to over 11 million, now back down to 7. Jan Lormel, obviously the beneficiary of that 10s ace king double up. He's in third, pulling up the rear. Still David Berdice, 16 big blinds now. He's been quiet. I'll see you in 12 minutes, guys.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
And we are back. The D.A.CH Masters Poker Open final day, final table. Who will take away the 40k first prize? Plus, I want to say another 10k for the WSOP Europe seat. There are 3 of those going to be given away. It creates a little bit of extra ICM for these guys. As we look down, Jan Lormel in seat 1, Aori in seat 2, Kotecha seat 3, he's been active. Burdis seat 4, he's the shorty. Kondrasuk seat 5, well, he just won a very big one right before the break. He's our chip leader. Pitich, up and down, 3.2 million. He's in seat 6. We look there at the chip counts. With the blinds going up to 100, 200k, we see that does dramatically affect things. 4 of our players, Pitich, Havlicek, Ori and Burdis, are now below the 20 big blind zone. They had all previously been hovering around it, or if not, just above it. That is going to change things a lot. expect, I'm going to say, 2 bust outs this level. And we're going to enter into a short-handed game, a 6-handed game, going into big blind 250k. That's my prediction. I'm David Lappin. I took over from Dara O'Carney earlier on today, who took over from Fintan Gavin before him. We have been bringing you 3-handed coverage, tagging each other in for this D.A.CH Masters Poker Open final table, final day. Started with 3 tables, down to 8 now. What up until half an hour ago was a very bunched together group of players. Nobody really miles out in front, nobody really at sea short. Has now been stretched out a little bit. It's like concertina effect as we see 4 players drop below the 20 bigs. They'll all be looking to make their moves. They've all got reshove stacks. Chip leader Machau straight back on the horse here, blind v blind, raising things up with the ace-10 of clubs. Big trouble for D.A.CH here. He might well stick this 2.8 million in. 14 big blinds. Looks like the play, I gotta say. Can't see it going any other way, to be honest. And he is going to get the bad news that he is dominated. All in and call. Now, quick count here from Machau. He obviously hadn't taken a glance to his left pre-flop to see what the news would be. He's going to be told it's 3 million. No harm to get a double check anyway. Sometimes you can make a little mistake in these situations. But I can't imagine him not calling off 20 big blinds in this situation, let alone 15. Radu Pidic, we saw he was so unlucky earlier on today. Aces against the Kings in exactly these 2 players. It was an amazing spot for the aces. It had been opened on the button. 3-bet with the Kings on the small. 4-bet with the aces. Kings went with their hand, but a king on the turn, devastating for Pidic. He would have been the enormous chip leader on this table, and what a different reality we would have lived in then. Instead, here he is, potentially going out in 8th place. Needs to hit a 9, but there is a 9! But there's also 2 clubs. Hold your breath, everybody. It's not over yet. A 10 or 2 clubs is basically a coin flip now. So far, so good. Can Pidic fade the club or the 10 ball? You gotta say he kind of deserves to. It's the right club, the 6 of clubs. It comes to 6 of clubs, but that boats up the board. He might have seen the club first and had a split-second moment of, oh no, I've been done. But he manages to crack it. You cannot begrudge him that, guys. Exactly the same 2 players, Kings against Aces, an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago. Pidic gets the double up. And Machau, who had been far out in the lead and could almost have been able to boss this final table, now pulled back towards the pack. He's probably still chip leader. Maybe he's in second. Radu Pidic, crucial double up. He's back to 30 big blinds, back in the hunt. Exciting stuff here, exciting runouts, guys. Absolutely loving it. Big O Boom Baby says, these 2 boys getting... I blame the button. The 2 boys in the big blind getting frisky with each other all day means that these guys on the button and the cutoff aren't active enough. In truth, they've been the ones with the hands, though. There has been some severe coolers dealt to them. Well, between the jigs and the reels, they've probably got similar stacks now. Time for Aori to make his move. With just 14 big blinds. And he's going to get looked up by Machau again. Wow, what a situation we've got here. All action here, guys. Machado deciding, well, if his opponent to his left is going to take a look at his hand, he may as well wait a moment. He has gone all in. He's isolated. Yuri gets out of the way. And here we go. A 9 and a 9 only. Maybe some clubs. That's all Belichim can hope for. Machado can undo the damage done just literally seconds ago. All in one swoop. It's got to be said he's a very nonplussed guy. Win or lose, he binks that king, doesn't care. Loses with the ace-10 against ace-9. Similarly nonplussed, it's got to be said. I see a queen. And I see 2 hearts. That's an absolute disaster board. Belgacem will have to summon up all sorts of spooky stuff here. Get out of his seat would be my first recommendation. Well, now he really can. A rippling of applause from the players, from the rail. Belgacem Aurori. I'm not sure if the ace-9 is a shove in that spot. It's probably very close. If it's not, it's definitely a shove with ace-10. He may feel like there were a few people behind who would fold a little tight. Probably a pretty reasonable move. Could have perhaps opened as another option with the ace-9. He's got 2 guys, 13 big blinds there. We see Berdice and Yuri. I think I would have preferred on balance to see him just open the ace-9 or maybe make a very tight fold from early position. In the end, he goes with it. Runs into Machado's ace-queen suited, which holds 13 million. He's back where he started. And boy, oh boy, catch your breath, guys. We're only 2 hands into this new level. Normel under the gun, queen jack off. I suspect he'll let this go. No? Is that a limp? No, he has made it 300. Which I didn't believe you could do. So yes, no, it has been corrected to 400. So he is going for a cheeky little open here off 25 bigs. I can't imagine Machado getting involved again with the 6-3-0. He's going to take one off, guys. Just, take a hand off. Pit it with the king 9 in the muck. And this may be a well-executed under-the-gun cheeky steal with the 2 Broadway cards. Queen 6 suited. It's the kind of hand you would defend against a late position open, against an early position open. Too likely that you're dominated. I like the fold. Hard to realise, even with the suitedness. They're just not that deep anymore. There's a lot of ICM, remember here, guys. Most of the ICM on a final table going to be with 9 left, 8 left, 7 left. This is where the ICM pressure is at its highest. Yeah, King 4 suited agreeing with me there. Likes the ace-9 for an open off 14 bigs. I particularly like it with the 2 13 big blind stacks around. I kind of like it anyway, to be honest. I think it is probably the default play. Nice to see someone in the chat agreeing. Love to hear your commentary, guys. Whether you're in agreement or in disagreement, I welcome it all. I do enjoy plenty of commentary from the chat. A lot of love for the chat pros and the chat pros. Andy Payton, more TBC. Is that not your baby I can hear in the background? Go on, go off and change your baby. He's saying ICM is a myth. It's just a makey up thing that the rich guys invented to get richer. More TBC on paternity leave. Give it up for more TBC in the chat there, guys. He's a daddy for the 2nd time. Baby TBC born, I want to say about 4 days ago now. Maybe 5 days ago. Pile your congratulations in, please. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a little experiment. I live in Malta, and it's 36 degrees right now, and I am in my box room. I would normally in this situation have my aircon on, but I'm not going to do that to you because that would be very loud and that would make this unlisten-toable, more unlisten-toable than I normally am. I am, however, going to put on my fan at its lowest, at its very lowest setting. If this is too annoying, I will turn it off and I will treat this like a sauna session for you guys, for the love of the game, for the love of the Twitch audience, who I miss. I used to be a Twitch streamer, not anymore. I miss you guys sometimes. But I'm going to set it to 1 on the fan here, just so that maybe, just maybe, I can breathe a little bit. Okay, it's on. If this is horrible, please sincerely tell me. Please do not insincerely tell me it is, because I would love to keep it on. As we see Radu Pidic with the pocket twos. It's gone runner straight for Macho. Gonna be hard to get paid on this particular board. A straighty 5 overcard board. Not exactly ideal for Pidic. Can't see what he'll be thinking about for too long in this instance. Hard to find a hand he beats. Very hard. King 5. We've got one request, the fan be turned on higher so that it drowns out my awful voice. Thanks, guys. Big up, boo baby. 36 degrees in St. Julian's in Malta. It's been, I was going to say unseasonably warm, but it is sort of getting into the season where it gets warm, but it's especially warm at the moment. Donna Morton says she can't hear us. That's good news. That's good enough for me. I'm keeping it on. I might even go shirtless here, guys. You don't have visuals, so I feel safe enough that I could maybe go taps off at some point if I really need to cool down. It is a proper sauna in this little room. Never say I don't love the game. Thank you, Maureen. Say that there's 2 trustworthy people there. Maureen Blucklinger, Donna Morton. 2 women you can hang your hat on. They're not going to send you the wrong way. They're not going to give you directions on a street just because they don't know the way to go, but they don't want to say they don't want to know the way to go, so they send you fucking 2 left turns and then a right turn. They're just going to say, look, I don't know where that place is, you better ask someone else. Berdice finally wakes up with the hand. It's not going to be an enviable spot for anybody else here, even with marginal hands. Berdice has been very, very snug, it must be said. He's blinded down to a large extent to this 13 big blind stack. I cannot honestly see what Macho's thinking about here, +1 with the King Queen. King Queen in the big blind, small blind, would certainly be a bit more interesting. I still could find a fold against this particular guy, though. I don't think he sat here for the last hour and a half to get it in with rags. In fact, he is pretty low down on his range here with 6s as it is, which goes to show how weak a hand like King Jack, King Queen would be in this situation. You're really looking for a sort of a 10s plus Ace Queen to feel good about life against this shove. Vinesh with a laboursome flourish tosses his Queen 6 in the muck, and Berdice, who will immediately have to reinvest those chips because he was under the gun, so he's going to be in the big blind with the big blind ante and small blind next hand, so those chips will go away as quickly as they came to him. But for this moment and this moment alone, he's got 15 bigs. Geary, 12 bigs. They're playing a race to the bottom right now. They won't want it to be that. A double up could put either one of them back middle of the pack. Well, the job at hand really for Macho is, can he do this by just nudging and pushing and small balling and tippy-tapping his way to a bit of a chip lead? Because if he can get into a spot with 5 left, and then certainly with 4 left, where he's double the next chip stack, he can apply some real pressure with those WSOP seats looming. They create a proper ladder jump at that point that he can really exploit and give himself a much higher likelihood of winning this tournament.
Free. Pass. Four pass.
Maureen Blucklinger is, I think, opening a book here on the rail on how long this tournament takes. It's 10:03 local time where I am right now. I'm going to predict this finishes at 1:15. So that's 3 hours and 15 more minutes. Who likes the over? Who likes the under? 3 hours, 15 more minutes. Big O Boom asking, how did I go in Malta? Any caches? There is a festival here this weekend. There were a few festivals a few weeks ago. Battle of Malta, Malta Poker Festival, and PPC Malta. And between them all, I did manage, I think, maybe 4 or 5 caches across all the festivals. Sort of min-cash main events. It's been a bit of a story of the last, like, 8 or 9 weeks. I've been on the road quite a bit. Daryl Carney's been joining me on the road. We've been traveling to quite a few countries. Story of my 7 or 8 weeks was, actually cashing quite a bit, kind of cashing about a third of the tournaments I played, but a lot of min caches and min plus a few ladders. Nothing too exciting, not certainly what I was hoping for. Vinesh here on the button, happy to ship in the 9s. He's up against, well, he is up against Mathieu in the big blind, so effectively he was shoving 30-something bigs with those 9s into him, but I guess fearing that he could have been put in the bin a bit, didn't want to open the 9s, risk being 3-bet. Just deciding, well, if you do happen to wake up with the 10s, jacks, queens, kings, or aces, I can fill out the form for what an unlucky boy I am. Keeping life simple. Hoping to improve on those min caches when I head out to Vegas. There's one more poker festival here in Malta, as I said, this coming weekend. Looking forward to playing a little bit of that. That will be the last thing I play before a family holiday in Barcelona. And from Barcelona, I will travel straight to Vegas. So a little bit of or, a little bit of study time. Sort of going to take maybe 2 or 3 hours each morning to do a bit of study, work my DTO, work my various training site accounts, Upswing, run at once accounts, watch some videos, sharpen up, but also take a lot of rest, have some swims, some downtime with family, and then, hopefully go to Vegas in a very relaxed, ready place. But you just never know. You can prepare the best you can prepare, and then Vegas has a funny way of just getting you. Poker has a funny way of just getting you sometimes. Vinesh with the 9s, he mustn't have given them back. He's just going to ship it in again, this time for 35 bigs. Check the cameras, guys. Did that man give that hand back? Or did he just keep it? Did he just keep those 2 cards? We need to know. Well, he gets it through one more time. Up to 7.4 million. Getting very close to the kind of stack he definitely doesn't want to shove anymore. But yeah, like I said, the best laid plans of mice and men. You can prepare as well as you want for poker tournaments, and then they have their own cruel, variance-ridden way of deciding for you. And then, similarly, you can do what Darren and I did last November and find out that we're going to Vegas literally a few days before because the border opens. Rush as quick as you can. Late reg day 2. And I had my deepest ever run coming 230th, 40th, something like that. Making day 5. Sort of jet lagged throughout the first couple of days I played. Worst preparation possible, but it all sort of worked out in the end. So that is the nature of the beast. Speaking of Vegas, asks Donna Morton, who are you looking to interview while over there? Actually, not looking to interview anybody, to be honest, but what Vegas is a great opportunity to network and chat to people and book interviews. Nobody really has time. Everyone's coming and going to their tournaments at different times. People are still in things. People are getting into the next thing. It's actually a very awkward time to do media stuff. That's the reason Darren and I have actually put in a Trojan last 2 weeks making content. We've made 2 lock-ins and 2 chip races basically in 2 weeks. And the point of that is that we've banked one show to come out just before the main event. We've banked a lock-in to come out just before the main event with Cara Scott. And we will put out some strategy videos and we'll make a lock-in from Vegas as well. But we won't really be doing any interviews over there. It's just too awkward, but definitely always on the lookout for any people we meet and see to book future guests. I've got to say, really proud of the show that just went out. I know you're a big fan as well, Donna. Check it out, guys, if you get a chance. Daniel Moon Anderson, Steve O'Dwyer Strategy, Lyle Bateman, amazing topical, it must be said. One of the best topical things we've ever done. Fabulous man is Lyle. He was absolutely brilliant. And we also have Kevin O'Donnell, who Dara calls the GOP, the greatest old age pensioner. He's got an amazing resume, 2.6 million in live tournament winnings. Been crushing it for donkey's years. Won an event, I think it was in the Win, maybe it was in the Venetian during the World Series last year. And we see there Mathieu with the second pair gets the hand through. And then he won a WPT, or he at least chopped a WPT in Thunder Valley not too long ago as well. So he's on a huge uptick, almost 500,000 in live tournament winnings in the last 6 or 7 months. I know he's in Vegas already. I know he's actually deep as we speak in the housewarming. I think that's the 500 mega fuckfest bowl comp. 500 quid. Everyone who plays poker within a 3,000 mile radius tournament. Oh, thank you, Donna. That's a link there to you guys if anyone wants to check out that episode. I do strongly recommend it. Sometimes it's very easy to sell a show. We have a very big name, very big special guest. This week, no disrespect to our guests, not so much the case. All great people, but no huge names or, top elite players. But wonderful people to talk to. Absolutely brilliant interviews from all of them, and we really appreciated their time. And I actually think we put out one of our best shows of all time, if I do say so myself. TBC wants me to take 38%, is very specific, of his action at the next Malta series. Sounds like one of those Mike Mattisau packages. What do people think of the markups? Let's have a markup discussion here in chat. Okay, I'm going to frame it in a couple of ways. One, do you think players should share their edge or perceived guesstimated edge equally with their backer? So in other words, if you think you have a 20% ROI, you sell at 1.1. Do you think that a player's expenses should ever be relevant to the equation? Do you think that a player's level of notoriety or fame, or sort of value that they might create, extra value they might create by virtue of the fact that they give you a good rail, they tweet about it, they Instagram story, they interact, they talk hands maybe in a chat group with the people who've invested, that kind of person. Do you think they deserve a little bit more in terms of the markup they charge for that reason? And then I suppose just the fundamental question of, do you think the market should just decide? So if people can sell at an egregious markup, well, good for them, and they're going to sell at egregious markup. And, even though we might all become markup police at this time of year, it doesn't really matter. It's just a sort of talking shop. It's just a way we can talk about what we think are the relative values of people and their packages. But actually, in reality, the market will decide if there's people out there to buy it. They're out there to buy it. Is that fair? Or is that not fair? And actually, there's more of an onus for people to, regardless of the poker public's willingness to buy a package. I'm talking now about people like Helmut and stuff like this. Is there an onus on them to be fairer? Answers in the chat, please. I hope I framed the discussion well enough there. $422 viewers. Had no idea what numbers we were dealing with today. I've just looked at that now for the first time. Welcome to all of you. My gosh. It's like I'm shouting into an auditorium. I'm sure at least 3 of those people are here for me. The other 419 here for the players on show, as we see Yuri. Short stack right now. Shipping in his 9 bigs with the pocket 8s. Maciek opened this up to 400k, so he's getting a pretty compelling price, it must be said. Gonna call 1.4 into 2.7. That makes it pretty much 33% is all you need. And with ace-7 suited, 33% is usually pretty much exactly what you have. Now, if you can throw any amounts of king-queens and king-jack suiteds into Yuri's range here, which I think you can, it becomes an easy call. However, if you think Yuri never does this without exactly 8s or better, 7s or better, if he doesn't ever have pocket 3s, 4s, 5s, king, queen, or king, jack, then you can maybe make a boxy fold in this situation. Either way, as is often the case, these tricky decisions, these close decisions, can actually kind of fall either way. It's not a big mistake to do either one thing. I'm sure if he could node lock, if he could sort of, mentally node lock here, he has to basically figure out, does his opponent do this with pocket 6s, 5s? Does he do it with king, queen, king, jack? If the answer is yes, this is an easy call. He makes the call. He's got exactly the pot odds he was being charged, it's got to be said. Big moment for Havlicek. Remember, he's the man who was bluffed off the ace-king earlier by the absolutely maniacal move from Vinesh. Is an ace going to crush his dreams? Yes, it is! Oh, like a dagger. Like a dagger, that ace. On the flop. Queen, no help. An 8 and an 8 only for Yuri Havlicek, or we say goodbye. We say goodbye. Not a good day at the office. Remember, this guy has waded through 835 people. He's had a great weekend. He has done superbly well to get this far. But down the home stretch, he got scallywagged, it must be said, by Vinesh and the ace-9 earlier on. That was a key moment. He had top pair, top kicker. He found the fold on the turn. It was a strange spot, it must be said. And now he's been bad beaten out of the tournament. Pocket 8s. No match for the ace-7 of chip leader Maciej Kondrashuk. I'm going to give it a go. I've been calling Maciej all day for a reason. 80 big blinds now, more than double everybody else, and he's in an amazing spot. Exactly what I said earlier on, guys. If you can just get yourself into that spot with 6 left, 5 left, 4 left now, he can nudge everybody. He can play tippy-tappy. He can put all the ICM pressure on all of these guys. Everyone will be thinking about getting third right now. Third's an amazing leap from fourth to third. Bingo Boom Baby asking, how did it happen that Ian changed Unibet for 888? Contrary to a lot of people's beliefs, it wasn't that I bullied him. There was no lawsuit that I'm aware of anyway. There's been no HR incident. So beyond that, I can't say. All I know is he's been gone a few months and I haven't received any, nasty letters. So unless his lawyers are very slow, I think it may just have been a positive decision for him, a new start, a fresh start. I know he has an awful lot of time and love for the Unibet team on a sincere note. We will be rooming together at future stops, I'm sure. We will always be hanging out. Still very much part of the family, part of all the chat groups. He didn't get kicked out of all the chat groups. We have a lot of, your WhatsApps and Messenger groups. We let him stay in all of those, even the Irish ones, which is bizarre because he's basically taken so much money out of the Irish poker economy down the years. We should have turfed him out of that one a long time ago. But no, everything ended on great terms with Dini, and we of course wish him well with his new challenges with 888. Great people over there at 888 as well, must be said. Very fond of lots of their team, lots of their pros. I'm sure he will settle into a new family nicely. Sad to lose him from the chip race, of course. Can't say it hasn't been a trade up with Barry Carter. Barry Carter, first of all, knows the news. He arrives with the news in his head, writes his own scripts, writes his own jokes. Big difference. Level of professionalism has gone up. Chip race has improved. We still miss you, Eni.
Free check. Ace check.
Surprisingly big hand has brewed here with Coke and the King 6. Finesse. Fearless to the end. Coke. Sticky all the way down. And Vinesh. He's got the vibe of a man who likes to play pretty snug, pretty solid, and then, just pull out a really surprising move once in a while. I'm getting chat here from my team saying, don't forget the people on the Facebook stream. We've actually got 745 viewers. Savage numbers there. Great to see. Hi to everybody out there on Facebook. Obviously, I apologise for not giving you the required amount of love. I do fixate and stare at the chat on Twitch, so I give them all the attention and I give you none. I'm so sorry. Big news here now, as Lormel will presumably open things up here with the Queen Jack suited, that the draw for those 8 winners of the giveaway. Remember, guys, head over to the King shop, buy some swag, buy some merchandise. Your name gets thrown in the hat. Buy something cheap. Just buy a little thing. You only have to buy something small and you get thrown in the hat. So, if you're planning on a big purchase, maybe, hold back. Make that tomorrow, make that the next day. Maybe there'll be another competition. Just buy a little cap, little something. Get yourself in the hat for one of those 8 fabulous 3-night stays at Rozvadov.
Heads up to the flop.
Fireblade, the 3 commentators, no comparison, yes, applause, are all doing a fine job. Sean from Dublin. Hey, Sean. Hope you're well. David from Dublin, currently in Malta, says hi. And, great job, obviously, by Finton earlier. I must admit I wasn't listening. I often listen to Finton's commentary, but I was at work when I got the SOS, the back call, saying, can you do the night shift? I said, no problem. Darragh O'Kearney put his hand up for the afternoon shift, and we made it an Irish trio today. And yes, we would be very against any comparisons. Only because I'm modest. I know you love me the most, but I just don't. I don't want to make the guys feel bad. They might be listening. Now, in truth, you would be in much better hands for an endgame of a final table with Darragh O'Kearney, the literal master of endgame, the writer of the book Endgame Poker Strategy. You can buy that one on Amazon, by the way, guys. But I have a fair share of final tables and firsts and seconds and thirds to my name down the years as well. So hopefully I can hit you with some knowledge, even if it's not quite as much as he could. The draw is tomorrow. Question there, when is the draw? It's on Instagram and it's tomorrow.
One race, 400.
Donna Martin insisting that I am holding my own. Donna, it's only false modesty. I know I am. It's grand. Don't be worrying about me. Lormel with the ace king here against the 8. A genuine conflict could be brewing here, guys. Finesse has been fearless. Will he decide to 3-bet the button here or just flat? Could go either way.
Free call.
Looks like it's a call. Now Burtis with the perfect hand to squeeze. Gonna be bad news for him if he does. But it does feel like a squeeze. Some dead money potentially in there with the flat from Kotecha. He's going to stick it in. We're going to see an isolation shove by Lormel, which is probably going to get Kotecha out. Should get Kotecha out, let's be honest. And it's the wrong hand, really. What Burdice would love dearly is if somehow this ace-king could pass and Kotecha could get in, he'd have a flip. But that's not going to be how this plays out. Jan Lormel is going to isolate shove for 5.3 million here, 27 bigs. 27 is going to be a little bit too rich for Kotecha's blood. He's going to pass, and Burdice is going to have to hit a 10 to survive. Now, Kotecha is going to get the count. I don't think he can ever call here. I don't think he can call 20 bigs here, to be honest. He certainly can't call 28. So I don't see this being anything more than a sort of gratuitous tank here from Vinesh, who maybe does feel a little hard done by. He does have a hand that's in great shape right now, by the way, but when he sees the hands flipped up, he'll be a bit disappointed. He's going to throw his hands up. Yeah, he's a bit annoyed, but he shouldn't be. He's made the right decision. It's all you can do in poker. Maureen Bluchlinger says she was having a chat just now. She's on the rail there in Rozvadov about the staking sites. Stake Kings and whatnot offer people's packages. I guess people are in association with those guys. Can kind of put their staking packages up publicly. People do some, private selling as well whenever I sell, and it's usually just for the WSOP main event. I have a few friends who'll pick up the action, but if you want to sell bigger pieces or sometimes go in the open market, that's what you'll do. King on in the window and a king right behind it means goodbye to David Burdice. He's already gone. He can hit a miracle Jack Queen here, by the way, but he's got the bag on, got the coat on, and he's gone. Good game, David Burdice. He came in short. He managed to get some ladders, it must be said. 6th place, not a disastrous result for him when you consider the final table. I'm sure, as we all are, greedy for another ladder. He'd have loved to get 5th or 4th, or even get a double up and be in with the shot. But 6th place, a valiant performance. And there we see on screen Vladimir S. He won yesterday's stream, as did Robin M. Love these graphics. Look at these graphics. No expense spared. Joey Ingram, eat your heart out. Normel will be straight back in the action here with Aquaman. 5 left now.
One raise 400. Free pass.
Quick fold by Vinesh this time. Say Vinesh feeling a little bit better that the old King rolled off there. Radu Pitic in the big blind. Looks like he's going to toss in the call. He's playing 25 bigs roughly. He is the effective stack here. So stack to pot ratio roughly 4. Looks like a Jack 10-5 rainbow. So Radu has connected with the 5, but 2 overs and a gutter and a backdoor flush draw is probably good enough to see a c-bet from Jan Lormel. One would assume Pitic, tricky hand to continue it, but he has to continue. He can hit the 8-9, he can hit a 7, he can hit another 5. He could be good right now. This bet is likely to be small from Jan. I'm going to guess he's going to bet something like 350. 350 is the number he chooses. Pidic going to flick in the call here, and Jan on a lot of turn cards can turn up the heat, really. This hand is far from decided. There's a lot of poker to be played. Call from Pidic, all playing pretty standard so far. Will Lormel pick up a card that improves him? Yes, he will. He has. He's now got a double belly buster, 2 overs, and a flush draw. It's exactly the kind of hand you want to apply some pressure with. Now the Queen 9 has got there. That's the 1 draw. He is happy. He doesn't want to get blown off his draw. You will recall Darragh O'Carney making some excellent commentary on an earlier hand about when you pick up the gutter, you like to fire it because you wouldn't be throwing away equity if you got check raised. But if you pick up the sort of World's Fair card, as this 8 of clubs kind of is, you don't want to be blown off your equity. Because if you make a big bet, you probably have to call if shoved on, and now it's suddenly a huge pot and you're drawing. So actually, in reality here, you want to check. And normally you'd face a check, but actually, Pidic going for the ultra small blocker, the literal minimum. He's bet 1 big blind, and that's interesting because that would often be a spot where if it goes check, I think Lormel would fire. He would try and target some 10x, some 5x, and try and get them off their hand. But now facing this 1 big blind blocker is effectively like a check, but it sometimes has a different effect because it, given the fact that he's checked back the turn, he is somewhat capped. And now he's actually going to let it go. Well, fair play to Pidic for seeing a 10% of pot blocker situation there. He very much protected his flop bottom pair from an uncomfortable situation. Some cute poker there from the Romanian. Gets him up to 30 big blinds. Crucial pot for him to win as well. Lormel only perhaps left with regrets. He didn't fire the turn. One would have expected him to potentially fire river. But facing that blocker, which did its job, he chose not to. Now up to 480 viewers. Wow. So lots of people piling in here to the Twitch chat to watch the end game. 5 players left in this D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. Who's it going to be? Finesh from the UK, ace-5 suited. Good enough to open up here. He's playing 40 bigs deep. Radu, 30 bigs. Tosses Doyle Brunson there. And Coke with the pocket 7s, very happy to go with his hand. 13 big blinds. And a quick fold, one would assume, from Kotecha. Or not. He has made the call. Wow. Wow, a very interesting induce there from Kotecha with the ace-5 of spades into Alexander Koch. He's just snapped him off with the ace-5. Well, 7s are holding so far. An ace and an ace only. Kotecha didn't need to call this off, it must be said. Really didn't need to get involved here. But he did, and now he's down to 6 million while Coke rises to 6 million. Yeah, I second that, Donna. Great job from Jay Whistleout, doing Trojan work there as moderator. Very much appreciated. 5 players left. My prediction of this tournament will last 2 hours and 40 more minutes. Does it seem right? What do people think? I said 1:15 by my time. Now that's the delay stream. What do people think? 1 hour 50, says Stoney. Two tens, says Donna. Pittich going to open this up here with Kojak. TBC, he wants pain. Maximum punishment, 5 big blind average, 4-handed. That would be pain. I might be asleep at my desk here if that happens. Big O Boom Baby thinks less than 3 hours. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. 2 hours 40 feels likely. Marcelo, our fantastic moderator, thinks it will go more than 3 hours. Coke makes it 425 with the ace-5. Looks like he's just going to get it through. No, Vinesh going to be sticky with the 9-4 offsuit. God, that 9-4 reminds me of Ian Simpson. I'm getting flashbacks. Donna, you'll remember. Peyton, you definitely will too. Well, they both flop a bit of it. Top pair for Coke, who checks it back. 4 for Vinesh. I don't think it's prudent for Vinesh to bet out here in this situation when it's checked back. Coke will probably have a strategy in this situation where he will check back some of his weaker aces and c-bet some of his stronger ones. The logic of that is that by checking back some of the weaker ones, well, they can take so much heat. They wouldn't maybe get value across 3 streets, and also the value of checking here is that, you know, you could get into a spot where your opponent picks up whatever that turn card is. Jack is definitely the kind of candidate that he would be hoping. You know, a Jack 10 and Jack 9 could certainly have called pre. As it turns out, Vinesh did flop a pair and is willing to be sticky with it. We've seen him willing to be sticky with bottom pair a few times today. And Coke decides not to go for thin value on the river. Don't like that, I gotta say. I feel like Vinesh with the Jack Queen or the Queen 6, you know, he would have done his own betting on the turn. He might have led into him. So actually would have gone for some thin value there with the ace and tried to get a, you know, cry call from a Jack 9, Jack 10. But happy to get the showdown. Coke picks up a nice little pot. Who doesn't love some mostly 30 big blind 5-handed poker? It's sort of pure, isn't it? It's sort of how a lot of tournaments boil down. It's tippy-tappy, it's deft, it's small ball. Sometimes there's some limping, it gets even smaller ball. But it's fascinating stuff. Love to watch it. A nonchalant call in the small blind from Vinesh here with the ace-10. Jan Lormel had opened up the button, the ace-jack suited. Nicely high in his range. Matthew with the queen-4 off. Tough one against button and small blind. Yeah, he's going to flick in a call. Very difficult hand to play successfully and profitably post-flop, but does have a big card in the queen. He's getting an unbelievably good price. Problem is, it's very hard to win a big pot with this, and it's hard to navigate, hard to realise. As we see there, Mathieu has made middle pin, but he's in second place right now. Jan Lormel with the ace-jack has flopped the nuts. And Vinesh, oh my god, Vinesh! What a huge misstep. He's got bottom pair. He's also got the gutter, and he has literally spewed it off. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a play. Well, look, you live by the sword. You sometimes die by that same sword. This man, Vinesh, has been snug in some places, but absolutely capable and positively a wild man on a couple of occasions of making some moves. This was one of those moves at exactly the wrong time, exactly the worst possible time. He can only look back on this with regret. This was not standard. This was not necessary. I hate to be critical. He has waded through a massive field of players. He has done incredibly well. He got that ace-9 through earlier on. He pulled the wool over many people's eyes, but he's not going to get a man to fold the nuts. And there was just no need for it. Simple as that. Absolutely no need for it. And an absolute gift to Lormel, who was basically signed a check by Vinesh Kotecha there. Hate to say it, 10k in his pocket. Maybe he was going for it. Maybe he was sort of trying to apply all the ICM pressure himself. He was aware of that sort of 3-2-1 extra prize for those guys. Just decided bull by the horns. You can't fault his bravery, but you can certainly fault the necessity of a audacious play of that nature. King 4 suited, making the interesting point here that perhaps Vinesh's downfall was a series of hands going against him. The ace-5, unnecessary raise call off against the 7s, followed by the 9-4 defend, which ended up in an unnecessary post-flop giveaway of some chips. And he was just sort of on a downward trajectory, and maybe, just maybe, that influenced a moment of rashness, another moment of rashness perhaps. When the ace-9 move worked earlier on, 8 players left, we sort of celebrated the play at some level for its bravery, for its fearlessness, for its audacity. But the other side of that coin is that plays of that nature are fraught with danger. And when they result in your elimination, you can only be left with regret. And then there were 4, ladies and gents. We are on the WSOP circuit ticket bubble. There is a belief in the chat that this will slow down the action. I apologise. I reiterated what Wisello said there. WSOPE, of course, it's the 10k, the juicy one. Bigger buy-in than the USA main. 10,350 euros. So that does create an artificial money jump here. Quite a big one. And that could make all play in this period very, very cagey. A lot of love for Pittich in the chat here. He was extraordinarily unlucky to be not to be the boss of this final table. His aces against kings, if they hold, I imagine he gets to play out a very different style of final table, one where he's the one applying pressure, he's the one using ICM against his opponents, but in the end he's had to sort of play back to the wall stuff. He's had to get lucky as well. Remember the ace-9 against the ace-10. But a lot of fans for him in the chat, a lot of people saying that he's the man to watch. If he gets chips, he's their favourite. Or TBC says, I hate to be critical, was on his bingo card for things Lappin would never say. Normel will open proceedings up with the king-9 suited here. I kind of like letting this one go if I match check. I think you got to 3-bet it or fold it. I don't like calling. Probably like folding on balance, but maybe he feels like it's time to play bully big boy poker with the one man he can apply maximum pressure to. Jan Lormel obviously would be devastating if he was to somehow find himself in an all-in spot here and bust in fourth. So, match check. Well, I might have gone for a suited ace-4. Certainly would have 3-bet that. He's decided, no, I'm actually going to take my blocker. I'm going to use it. Well, I suppose there hasn't been a particularly large 3-betting dynamic at this table, so perhaps reason to believe that it would have got a lot of credit. King-9 suited, pretty enough to call, connected enough to call. They're deep enough that they can play an interesting post-flop pot. Well, Matthew was ahead, remember, with the ace-4, and he has flop best here. He's made 2 pair now, 7-7, 4-4 with the ace kicker. Lormel, not even a backdoor to speak of. Can't take any amount of heat here. One would assume Mathieu has to just bet range on this type of board anyway. Doesn't have to bet big. 600k seems good. 650, 700 maybe. 550, love that sizing. Absolutely love that sizing from Mathieu. And exactly what Mathieu would be hoping to do for the entirety of this four-handed contest is apply pressure on all of these guys. They all want to get top 3. It's massive. That 10k WSOP Europe seat, chance to win $1 million, million euros, maybe more in a few months' time. He can crush dreams right now. Pittich on the button with the ace-8. He's going to open things up. Quick fold from Koch. No reason, I don't think, for this hand to get too out of line. I think Lormel can 3-bet a hand like ace-6 offsuit here out of the big, but it makes for a very nice deceptive flat. Board comes ace-high, he's pretty assured to get some c-bets from his opponent, holding weaker. And it is fair to say that both Pittich and Koch have exactly the kind of stacks that are very vulnerable to a 3-bet. You can leverage their whole stacks with a nicely sized 3-bet. But should a play of that nature go wrong for Lormel, and he lose a big pot in that situation, he does risk dragging himself back towards the 2 shorter stacks And outside of those WSOP seat positions. So a little bit of small ball executed here by Radu, who decides on the pretty disconnected Queen 7-4 rainbow to just fire a sort of a small bet here, denying equity. Jan Lormel with ace high obviously has just about enough to hang on against a bet of that size. So it goes check, check, and this is just going to check down all day long. This is going to check down now. Radu, his ace, and more crucially, his 8 will play. And Radu will be delighted to see that he has pipped Lormel to pick up a not insignificant 1.8 million pot. Every pot is crucial right now for these guys. How's it going out there in Facebook land, guys? Hope everybody watching on the Facebook stream is enjoying coverage. It's got to be said, Kings put on a good show. All these camera angles, great tables, good standard of poker too. I haven't watched one of these final tables. I haven't called one of these final tables that I wasn't impressed by. 300 quid buy-in, you think, okay, how good can these guys be? But, you know, if there's some dead money in the field, and, you know, I'm guessing there probably always is, the cream tends to rise to the top. 600, 800, 1,000 runner fields. More often than not, the standard of these final tables has been very, very good. Now, I think that's because the overall standard of poker is very high these days. A lot of players playing very well. A lot of amateur players playing very well. So Mathieu will make the call in the big blind. Blinds have gone up here, 125, 250. Wow. Wow, wow, wow for Mathieu. He has absolutely flopped it. He's got the nut straight with open-handed straight flush draw. And he's actually going to play her on the hook here in Coke. This is the kind of board that you would get a lot of checkbacks on. Now, granted, you know, button versus big blind, both ranges are really wide here. So this can connect, this kind of board can connect with both. But Mathieu has got the nut straight. He's got an open-ended straight flush draw, so he's 2 cards to the absolute nuts, even if somebody's out there with a bigger flush. And Alexander Koch actually has top pair. Now, I'd be surprised if Mathieu leads this card. Maybe he wanted to just, like, not see a diamond. Well, not see a non-10 or 5 of diamonds and then lead out himself, perhaps. This is a card that certainly connects better with Koch's range. That is exactly what he's done. Okay, so it's an interesting sort of let one peel sort of line and then sort of lead out on a turn of this nature. Now, I think Koch is actually in a pretty tricky spot here facing a half-pot bet. He flopped top pair. He'll be thinking about a hand like the King of Diamonds with some other card, maybe a pair. Could be a 2-pair combo here. You could have something like the King 8 with the King of Diamonds in his hand. He'll be thinking about a hand like that and how he would be in big trouble against something like that. He'll also be thinking about how this is a nifty little line. If you have, I don't know, a hand like Queen 7 maybe. In the end, Koch makes a great fold. Lets it go. Doesn't put any more money in that pot. Remember, Koch subjected there to a lot of ICM pressure as well. Certainly could have influenced that decision. Well, he has a hand he's willing to go to war with now. 23 big blinds, big slick. Yeah, Normal on the button may well flat a hand like Jack 10, Jack 9, 8 9, 10 9, suited. It's definitely the kind of hand he might want to play in position. I can see him letting this one go. Obviously, the two players behind him have reasonable stacks. Potentially a little messy to just hang a call out there, but now 1.7 million 3-bet by Jormel. Well, this is the spot that Coke was hoping for. He was hoping to get his money in with fold equity. Doesn't appear to be much fold equity against his sizing, which is why I would prefer to see a smaller sizing from a hand like Jack 9 suited. He's sort of made a rubbish bed for himself here. When he gets shoved on, and here it goes, it's going to be an amazing price to call. 4 million to win 12 million. He could have saved himself at least one big blind in that situation, I think. Could have gone a little bit smaller. Amazing pickup, though. Not to have to go to showdown in a spot where I'm sure he expected to have to. Great pickup from Coke. Normel again with a playable hand, ace 10. This will be an open. P.D.A.CH in the small blind with the ace 6 suited. It's an interesting one. How will he proceed? Could see him choosing all three decisions here. Nitty fold would be not unreasonable. Using this hand as a 3-bet would also not be unreasonable. Flatting certainly not unreasonable. Well, he was behind pre, but he has outflopped the ace 10. He's hit his kicker with the 6. It's going to be tricky enough to proceed. No, it looks like Jormel's happy to just knuckle back. 3 spades now. Can't see Lormel betting this street. Delayed C bet in this situation seems a little dicey on a board that's got even more coordinated. Does check back, hoping his ace 10 is good. Well, I think they both have exactly the right amount of showdown to get to showdown with no more chips in the pot, and P.D.A.CH won't know that he got lucky pre, or got lucky, I mean, on the flop, having had the worst hand pre. And that's what happened there, but no more chips got in, so only a nosebleed there for Lormel. King 4 suited arguing, isn't Jack 9 suited actually a nice calling hand on the button? I certainly prefer using it as a call. I don't think folding is bad. I don't like using it as a 3-bet because it actually doesn't have the blocker value that you would want it to, and you've gone for a raise size that is basically commit your opponent to going all in or fold. So you've sort of just chosen a random enough hand to make your 3-bet with, because you're going to get flatted so infrequently that, you know, the connecting strength, flushable strength of your hand is sort of, you know, removed. So yeah, I'm not a big fan, to be honest. I think I prefer a fold or a flat. Probably leaning on the side of a fold, but maybe flatting Jack 10 and Queen Jack. Maybe it just being the one hand too weak. It's just my 2 cents, though. Different people opt for different amounts of aggression and looseness in these sort of situations. Lots of different strategies being deployed. See there, quietly, Mathieu up to 17 million now. He is doing that little trick of edging his way forward. We see he opened up the 4-2 suited. He didn't do that with an intention of checking back too many boards, I don't think. Nice that he's at least wrapped around the 3. Lormel against a small bet may have to call with a king high here. He does have backdoor potential. His king high could be good. I think on balance he lets it go because of the ICM though, and I think that's the whole point. That's what Mathieu is doing. No, he does find the call, so happy to be sticky here, even though he's got 7 million up against the 17 million stack and potentially losing a chunky pot here. Sometimes you feel a bit more protected on the paired board. The Queen X can offer you a feeling of protection because you absolutely can have Queen X in your range and your opponent could find it tough to continue. But we see here Mathieu really keen to turn the screw here, turn the ICM screw, and despite the fact that Lormel will have picked up some equity here by turning a gooder to go with his king high, this 6.5 million, or sorry, 650k into 2.1 million does make life difficult. I love Mathieu's sizing. I love the fact that he's decided to double barrel this for a small sizing on both streets, very much representing a queen, but also, you know, other hands. Like by going this sizing, he's representing like 6s through aces. But a very sticky call from Lormel, who maybe is sniffing this out. Very tough for Mathieu to pull the trigger a third time here. Feels like his opponent has ace high or a pocket pair. Could be a counterfeited pocket pair, in which case you absolutely want to put a bet in. If your opponent had something like pocket 4s or 5s, I suppose 4s you would be at least chopping with, but he is going to bet. Super high level poker being played by Lormel, who again goes for a really plausible sizing. Hard to believe he would choose this sizing with ace high anymore, so it's actually representing a relatively thin range. And I think he's going to get looked up. He's representing a narrow range here. He's really played this across 3 streets like he has a queen. So while king high doesn't seem to be much good, it is beating bluffs. It is a bluff beater. It's maybe not unreasonable that Mathieu plays a pocket 6s or pocket 7s or pocket 8s this way and then decides, oh shit, I've been counterfeited, I'm left with 8 high, I think I need to find a way to win this. This could get sniffed out. Lormel is a smart poker player. He's thinking this one through street by street. The wheels are turning. He's got a pure bluff catcher, but that's all you need in this situation. Your opponent's representing nuttish hands. And he does find the call. Bravo. Bravo. That is absolutely brilliant. What a call from Lormel. He will be fist pumping inside. Inside he's dancing. Boys and girls, Lormel, take a bow. Had the board not paired a second time on the river, I like Mathieu's line and decision to bet again a little bit more. He was representing so thin by the end. It was like he was targeting exactly that type of hand. But Lormel sniffed it out, and it must be said, a crucial key hand. Had Lormel been wrong, he would be the shorty right now. Instead, he is now right on the heels, nipping at the heels of Mathieu and giving himself an amazing shot at first place. What a fantastic hand, guys. Clip that hand. Put that hand on social media. That one deserves it from both players. I love the audacity. I love the move. I love the sizings on every street. That was proper high-quality poker, guys, played by 2 excellent players. Clip that. Make it go viral. Well said, Apocalypse. You don't need 10Ks for proper top-class bloker. No, you don't. And a question from Big O Boom. Do you think the hero call is profitable in a situation when chip leader is starting to use his stack as an ICM? So, yeah, so I think that's what's interesting about the dynamics there. He was able to make a call that wasn't for all his chips. He wasn't put in an ICM bin there because he wasn't being made decide for, you know, all of his stack basically in that situation. So he gets it wrong. He's probably got the same stack or a little bit less than the other player who's pulling up the rear. So absolutely still has a chance to come back and recognize that this was exactly the situation where Mathieu's probably opening up his game, opening up his opening range from under the gun, probably making some moves. So just a great read on the dynamics of the situation, just a great read overall. Extraordinary poker from both players. Loving this game. Well, I gotta say, guys, I don't want this one to end. The standard is so good. Absolutely loving every single moment. Pittich with the pocket sixes. Likely to get sticky here. Blind v blind. He could be up against a king. He could be up against just a queen X trying to deny some equity too. Very hard now for Mathieu, particularly with his image dented somewhat. And that is exactly what's happened. He's going to have to roll over the 10-8, get shown the sixes. And I like this guy, Mathieu. There's no fleas on this man. He's not bothered. He's a very solid competitor. He's very capable of just taking these on the chin. He turned his 4 high over proudly, happy to see and wanting to see the hand of his opponent. Don't think he will feel like he did anything wrong. Sometimes you make a sophisticated play, your opponent is the measure of it. You just have to take your hat off to them. Normel opens up the 10-9 off suit under the gun. So stepping out a little bit himself now. And he will get it through. So a little cheeky raise and take it from the cutoff. Got to stay active in four-handed poker. That is crucial. That is rule one here. These blinds and antes come round so frequently. You are paying 600k, over 600k every 4 hands. So if you're not in there battling for all these little pots, all these little tippy-tappy min-raise into your big blind pots, if you're not opening up, you know, a reasonably wide range from all seats, you're going to get gobbled up by this structure very quickly. So great to see all of these players playing at a high level. Pittich opening the king 10. We'll get it through. He'll raise and take it there. And the stack's all getting a little closer together, it must be said. We've got a battle on our hands, guys. $40-odd million in chips spread relatively evenly between these guys. We've got a little sit and go at work. Sit and go with a huge ICM jump. A huge ladder jump between 4th and 3rd. Thanks to these 3 WSOP Europe seats. This was always going to be a crucial point in the tournament,
Eight race 500.
an inflection point of sorts.
Sorry, 600. Two pass. Five pass.
Cook, not to be undone, he's getting involved. Now, I'm sure you guys have favourites out there in the chat. Let me know who you think is going to win from here. It must be said, it really is anyone's game right now. Coke, obviously, the short stack with 7.4 million. Normal, we see there with 11 million. But one hand could completely change the complexion of this leaderboard. So when you have a situation like that, it really does feel like it's anyone's game. People inquiring in the chat whether the structure actually disimproves slightly, or disimprove is probably the wrong way of putting that, but it's pretty common in tournament poker these days that when we get to maybe 4 or 5 handed, the clock gets a little shorter. Then we get 2 or 3 handed, it gets shorter again. That's obviously because we get a lot more hands in per level, and we're only feeding cards to fewer players. I'm going to guess that that is being deployed here, but I am not sure of the exact details of that. Pittich for the win, says King 4 suited. As one moment in time echoes out in the poker room here at King's. These players wondering if it is their moment in time to pick up a hefty payday, 50 grand, including that WSOP seat.
8 bets, 650.
Always good to have an inspirational soundtrack, I find, in a poker room. No better than Whitney Houston to provide that inspiration. As we see, Jan Normel deciding to be sticky here with bottom pair. He's right to be. Cook with the gutter and queen high. So a somewhat coordinated board gets even more coordinated. Normel with the absolute worst pair. Can we find another hero call if Coke pulls the trigger? Coke is going to pull the trigger here with Queen Jack. Nice sizing to represent strength. He can represent a nice wide range of strength with this. He could maybe go as light as handling maybe ace 9 sizing. 10 jacks, not needy. And that will be in the mind of your man, not greedy, so he's represent a wider range, less likely bluffing range, the classic bluff situation here. But we know it is. Your man, we saw just a moment ago, is a much spot actually in a way. I think this is actually the harder call in the one king high. But he's going to find this one too. No. Oh my goodness. If he pulls it off 2 times in a row, that is some pure sickness. This has been sized to represent quite a large range. That's as opposed to the last hand, where our opponent was incredibly polarized to nuttish hands and bluffs. Now, it was a good storytelling last time around, must be said. Oh, he just bought it! Would you believe it, ladies and gents? This man is a sicko. Normel is they keep trying to bluff him. I don't know why they keep trying to bluff this man. He finds the call with the ace-4 bottom pair in your eyes, sir. What an extraordinary bit of poker there over the last orbit. My goodness. He's putting together a one-man highlights reel with these sicko hero calls, and they feel so good. There's probably nothing in poker that feels quite as sexy, quite as tasty as a sick hero call. That's right. Twice in a row, twice in the same orbit, and two really difficult ones too. Is next level, guys. We're being treated. It's the Lormel show right now.
2 pass. 5 raise. 525. 6 pass. 8 pass.
Okay, I'm hearing a lot of the noise has gone funny here in the chat. I did do a lot of shouting there, it must be said. There was some reasons to shout. Let me know if it's still not good or if it has gone back to normal. It's good now. Sorry about that, guys. I think I probably just found a decibel so high my mic was unable to cope. Give it up for Lormel there, guys. This is really stunning stuff, back to back. Heroic stuff. Chat are encouraging me to stay calm. They can see I'm getting overwhelmed by the quality poker on show.
8 go.
Lormel with the gut shot and overcards. Can't imagine him giving up on this one to one bet. Mathieu, this time he's got the goods. Queen 10. Lormel. Question is, does he decide to turn this one into a bluff or does he call? I think it's a call. Be a strange hand to turn into a bluff here. The ace could be good as well.
Check.
Mathieu going for another value bet here.
5 bet, 850.
Charging the draws. Looking to get value from some weaker queens, some 5s, some 4s. What I think of it, guys. Just a reminder, you will get informed by email or SMS. And the draw will also be on Instagram stories. That's the competition we've been running all day.
raise 500. 8 bucks.
Pittich will open this one up under the gun. And actions on Lormel here with the ace-7 of clubs. From what we've seen already, this is probably going to go into his calling range. But I do like a hand like this turned into a 3-bet, because you can put all the pressure right now on a stack size of 35 bigs, which is round about what Radu has. If you make this 8.5, 9x, make life very hard. Bet of like 1.6, 1.7. Does go 1.6. I like this. It's an easy fold if Radu sticks it in. But you use the value of that ace blocker. You would be out of position proceeding in another way. I really like this. Pittich. No. I'd be surprised if he pulls the trigger on a really light 4-bet bluff here. It would seem a little kamikaze. He just let it go. Nice awareness there from Jan Lormel. Good stack size awareness more than anything else there. That he just had exactly the right stack where one more bet could leverage the entire stack of Radu. Really like it. Sounds like there was some unfortunate sound issues there when I perhaps got a little overexcited there with the amazing poker on show by Lormel. Apologies, guys. Getting caught up in the story here. I'm loving the poker.
2 bucks.
Blind v blind now. These guys have been tussling all day long. It started with that King's Aces battle. Now they are four-handed. Radu Pittich probably calls here with the King 6. King is a big card to let go in a blind v blind battle. Is it possible he's considering turning this one into a 3-bet of his own? Maybe sizing it around the 1.6 million mark himself? Feeling like the King 6 is tricky to play post-flop? Feeling like he could get barreled off his equity in a lot of situations? Nope, he does make the call. Certainly the more standard play. Well, 10 in the window, 3 diamonds. 3 diamonds will keep Radu interested. He's got the second nut draw here. But top pair from Matthew on a monochrome board is a little tricky.
5 bet. 3.
He's going to go small. Just 1/6 of pot. Half of his pre-flop opening size. Radu pretty much has to call against this size. He's just getting amazing direct price.
6 go.
There are some disaster scenarios where he's drawing to the worst hand, but a lot of worlds he's not. Blind v blind. That King of Diamonds very likely to be good if a diamond comes in. Mathieu, again, probably keen not to surrender the betting lead here. He's going to go small again.
5 bet.
It's always been his want
6.75.
during this tournament is this tippy-tappy small ball style. We've seen it work for him. We've seen it not work for him on a couple of occasions, but what we have seen is its effectiveness as a strategy. It's correct. Firing in lots of small bets in high ICM situations is almost always a clever general approach. Good endgame style as well. You can sometimes take your opponent out of his preparation as well by forcing him into parts of his range to defend that he would not normally have to. creating more complicated post-flop situations. Again, hoping to hit that diamond is Radu. He doesn't. And now I think Matthew should turn his hand into a bluff catcher. Now he should be sort of targeting the King X, Queen X of diamond type hands. It's not a disaster. And it is just a quick check. Quick wave of the white flag. Pittich not taking the bait, maybe feeling like that's exactly what he was up against. A player who was willing to fire twice with the top pair and then use his hand as a bluff catcher when the draw never got there. Smart poker from both players. And again, I gotta say, standard is really, really high. It's impressive stuff. The D.A.CH Masters Poker Open has not disappointed. Not one bit. It started with Fintan Gavin 10 hours ago. Taking you through three-table play, I should say. Dara O'Kearney took over for 2 tables left. He was very impressed too, it must be said. Sent me notes on some of these guys he thought were very impressive. And now, well, what a treat it's been to cover and call the final table. Extraordinarily high standard. Lormel standout so far for his audacious heroics. Snapping off 2 very well-told story bluffs, it must be said. Koch has been solid. Pittich, fan favourite out here. Very unlucky right out of the gate. This could have been a very different final table for him had he got a big chip lead early, but he has battled superbly to get back into this. And then of course Mathieu, whose small ball style I've absolutely loved every minute of it. Lormel opened up with the King 10. Looks like it's going to go check. Pittich defending in the small blind with the King Queen. Tricky one here because Lormel will feel like there's not too many hands that haven't connected with that board in the flatting range. I suppose King Queen, King Jack are the most likely ones that he can get folds from. Hands with a 10 in them he probably can't. So this feels more like a bluff. This 700k. This is not really an equity denier. Like it's an equity denier to Queen Jack, Queen 10, those kind of hands. But actually, it's probably targeting some ace-X. Very interesting to see what happens here on the river. Does Lormel take a showdown or does he decide no? I have a pretty good sense of where my opponent is here with probably ace high. He's probably putting Pittich on ace high. Maybe a hand like ace 10. Maybe a 1-pair hand. It's hard though. Hard to think of a, it's a very steady board for the kind of hands that kind of pairs that might have called. Not getting an overpair to fold. He decides to wave the white flag in the end as well. So Pittich giving away maybe a little too much there, but maybe mutual respect being shown between him and Lormel, basically saying I would have found the call with King Queen high, so you save some chips by not betting again. Basically arguing it would not have made any sense. He would have bet the 7 on the flop. So it was a fishy line had it been taken that way. Interesting that they're willing to talk strategy of that nature back and forth to one another. Okay guys, there is a break coming up in the not too distant future. And the team have sent me a little note. They've asked me to pass it on. The first ad break, so you don't even have to stay around too long. But just don't go immediately to put the kettle on. or to refill your pint glass. The first ad, the very first ad when the break begins, is for the new apparel. All that new swag, all those new clothes. So please, please hang around for even just a couple of minutes. Remember, you can buy from the shop some merchandise and still be eligible to enter that draw. You'll be in the giveaway until the end of this stream. So if you purchase any of those things before this stream ends, your name is in the hat. You could be one of the 8 winners of the 3-night stay at Rozvadov package. Draw will be, remember, on Instagram and Facebook stories, and the winners will receive an email or SMS. As we see here, Mathieu betting with flop top pair, now second pair, 400k into 1.4 million. Jan Lormel with the open ender, certainly not going anywhere. Some of those outs are very, very clean. Deciding that actually it's a good spot to turn his hand into a raise. Well, it is 6 high and there is only one card to come, so I quite like this. I would be very surprised if Mathieu folds here. Second pair is a little much to just give up on. What's interesting about this spot, and I'm echoing something said by Darrow Carney earlier on in commentary, is in a lot of worlds, Jan is going to be left with 6 high on the river and actually will have one of his best bluff candidates. Let's see what happens. Well, an interesting one there. Obviously, the 3-4 got there. Not out of the equation that Lormel could have that. Not out of the equation that he could check raise a set. But actually, he waves the white flag on the ace. I would have loved to have seen. There's no way that Matchek's betting this card, so he is going to win now. But really would have loved to see a queen or a jack or a 10 or a 9 on that river. Now, we know the 10 would have obviously made Mathieu 2 pair and pretty easy call, but would have loved to see what Jan would have done on those cards, because I think he probably has to bet those cards. He just actually ended up rivering one of the ones he has to check. It hurt his storytelling ability considerably. Now, with that hand, Mathieu has pulled away very nicely. He has hit 20 million. First time anyone has got to that number. He has got quite the lead. The dream spot now, really, with 2 guys in the 30 big blind zone and 1 short stack. He can put all the pressure on those 2 middly stacks in a period now of ICM hell, as all of these guys desperately want the add-on to their finishing prize at WSOP Europe main event seat. €10,350 value, and the chance, of course, to tussle with the big girls and boys for, let's be honest, could be a couple of million, but certainly one would assume a 1.5 million first prize, something in that region. Lormel with a premium hand here. D.A.CH opens up to 10-7 suited. Feels like a 3-bet call situation, given the dynamics of these guys. No, he's just going to lamp it in. Again, just fearing exactly that problem that they both have, is that Coke's out there with the 14 big blinds and actually making life a little bit tricky from an ICM perspective. Lormel decides, well, maybe I get some flips to fold. Maybe I get some hands that have strong equity. Don't give them the flatting option. Don't end up having to 3-bet call it off in a spot where there's high ICM. Just decides, no, I'm just going to put all the cheddar in the middle. Who can blame him? What markup would you pay for each of these players in the 10k? Asks more TBC. Great question. I would have to know a lot more about their abilities, and there's simply the sample size of this, but I do feel like some of them at least would be playing with a markup. You know, instinctively you would think some of the guys coming out of these 300 quid tournaments might be actually selling at a mark down, if anything, but I don't think that would be the case for all of these guys. I think probably something around 0.9 to 1.1 would cover most of them. This is a tough tournament. Remember, the WSOP main event's a very different story. WSOP Europe main event's much, much tougher standard. I think all of these guys are likely profitable in the World Series of Poker main event. World Series of Poker Europe, much closer to break even, and maybe not even. That's no disrespect now, but that is just a pretty elite field. The fact that Rozvadov's done such a good job at funneling people into the satellites, funneling people in via this method, the fact that some players coming out of these types of games will be in there will encourage people from, you know, even a buy-in level below to take a shot in these. They're doing it well. They're building a big tournament well. But yeah, smaller field than the World Series main, elite field. No disrespect to these guys, but yeah, I don't put markups particularly high here, if at all. Hi Apocalypse, if that question is for me, yes I am. I'm going out there on the 27th of June until the 15th of June, or 15th of July, I should say. So about a 16, 17 day trip for me. Plan is to play pretty much every day. I guess while the main is on and while I'm still in the main, I'll take the days off that they give us. Haven't chosen my main event starting day yet. Make that decision much closer to the time. Always seems to be a lot of theories floating around on what's the best option. Bigger Boom says, Kings know what they're doing. They know stuff. Well, yeah, they do. They seem to have a good handle on how to build a big event. Obviously, World Series of Poker Europe main, pretty much the biggest thing that they will host in the year. There's an EPT here. I don't know if there is one on the schedule, or, you know, millions. Those kinds of things are obviously huge events too, but World Series of Poker brand does bring a little something extra. Coke with the shove and take it. He is keeping his head just above water. And while he does that, he makes life very miserable for the second and third place stacks. So my prediction of 115 is now an hour and 40 minutes away. 100 more minutes of poker is my prediction. How do people feel about that guess right now? The chance of a quick finish probably are all about Mathieu's progress. If he can continue to chip up, then he could maybe create a situation where by the time we do get three-handed, he has a commanding chip lead, and it might end quite quickly then. But there are loads of ways, mostly involving him having a dent taken out of him, doubling somebody up, where this goes on a lot longer. Some people hoping it's a little bit shorter. I guess there's bedtimes afoot. Some people out there gotta go to work in the morning. And as good as it's been, as much as I would encourage you to stay up till the end, you don't want to throw your sleep schedule out for the whole week on a Tuesday. Coke Well, Queen 3, he's just gone with it under the gun. It's a little adventurous and optimistic. A little out of the blue, didn't expect that one. Certainly not solver approved. So, Coke maybe changing gear, sensing a general tightness with two of his three table foes, thinking he could scallywag, get a king high, queen high, shoved through regardless there. Don't like it, to be honest. Really don't like it, but fortunately for him, nobody woke up that time. Hard to imagine Mathieu seeing a hand on the button he doesn't like with this particular chip setup. Biggest consideration he's giving right now is actually, can he just lamp a hand like King 9 suited in? If he has an opponent with 30 something bigs who's in the ICM coffin and another opponent who he's happy to get it in with, if it was, say, a blind v blind situation, then that is what he's contemplating. Pidic cannot fight back with the Jack 5-0. Coke has the Queen 3 again. Looks like he will defend. And with stack to pot ratio of 2.5, we see a flop of 10-8-3-2 clubs. Coke has connected with the bottom pair, which was going to happen a lot of the time and make life very difficult for him. Mathieu's got an interesting one here. Sometimes you would check back this board. Yeah, he does. Sort of cleaner in a way to just fire out your little c-bet there in a high ICM situation, but he does have a hand that would sort of like to check in that situation often enough. Ace of clubs. Now he definitely feels like he has enough showdown to just hang on. Well, that card will probably mean he goes for value. Let's check to him once again. He's definitely going to bet this. Got to target the 8x, the 10x. It's got to go small. Probably 400k would be my guess. Maybe 500. Mathieu. The way it's played out, the way that he's waited until the river to make his bet, I think you kind of believe him. It's my instinct here is that you don't find the hero call with a 3. You do find the hero call with the 3 though, Mr. Koch, and you are going to get the bad news. Clearly hoping that his opponent had something like 7-6. That wanted to play the hand that way? I don't know. Yeah, you're reaching for hands there. I know it's very tempting when your opponent makes it 400k on the river, but everything about that felt wrong with the Queen 3. Question from Big O Boom Baby. How big should your bankroll be to turn into a poker player for a living? Is that what BM means? Some would say to me it must be at least 250k. Do you agree with that? No, you definitely don't need 250k to turn pro. I turned pro with 2k to my name 15 years ago. You just need to be able to, grind a game type that can somewhat reliably handle variance and take, admittedly it was the sort of sit and go world, the high point of sit and goes then. It was easier to build up a roll. But no, I don't think you need to be already rich to build up a bankroll from it. That doesn't seem to be, you can buy a house at 250k. I don't think that's the point. I think, probably would help if you're working, but you play at a level that you win and your hourly is good and you kind of think you want to make that jump. I think you can do it with 30 or 40k to your name, to be honest. Online is obviously a way you can grind pretty small games but multi-table lots of them and keep your variance low. Here we go. Alexander Koch, pocket threes. He's just decided stack to pot ratio of 1v1. Mathieu with an interesting spot here with middle pin. I was going to say, obviously, nobody is folding a 10 here, but a 5 is the one hand he might exploit. Toke playing it like he would maybe 2 clubs. Playing it like he would maybe... It's hard to put him on anything else, though, actually. It has to be 2 clubs, which you're only flipping against, or then. So actually a well-executed sort of stop-go of sorts by Koch there. He clearly decided to flat. I don't like the flat pre, by the way, but he decided to flat with a view to going with certain boards. And it worked out from there. Yeah, O'Peaks really doesn't like the threes. Yeah, I think the problem with it is that, like, it's just fundamentally a very bad play to begin with. You don't want to call with a hand like that and then, like, have to navigate post flop in any way, shape, or form. The only bit of credit I'm giving him is that he probably recognized the board that, you know, he was maybe able to get it through more often than not, and for that aspect of the hand. But, you know, he is getting called when someone has a 10. So he's basically doing that, gambling on someone not having a 10 or a flush draw. When they have a flush draw, I guess he has okay equity. So it's really just when they have a 10 that he's in big, big trouble. You are taking your life in your hands a bit, though. And yeah, I definitely just don't like using baby pairs in that way. He's got a better pair this time, though, pocket 9s. Bingo boom baby saying, I have more than 2k, so I'm going to ring my boss tomorrow morning. Tell him I'm off. Now, I wouldn't recommend that. I think you need a time machine to go back to maybe 2006 poker and the unbelievably profitable sit and goes of the day to find a very low variance way to build it up from almost nothing, which is what I had to do to begin with. But it's a funny one. $40k in live and a trophy from Stars already, so I guess I might be a winning one. Yeah, no, that's great. Like, the beauty of poker is if you can be a winning player who just wins at, you know, stakes that you're comfortable in, long term, make a few quid from it, and, you know, keep your day job and just make poker the thing you love to spend time doing. You know, the one thing I would say about poker is that when it becomes your job, it becomes a job. And when anything becomes a job, some of the fun can be removed from it. That's not to say that poker players don't enjoy themselves. I still love the game, enjoy what I do, but there are huge aspects of it that are work these days. And that's not even including the content creation side of stuff that I do. I think for full-time poker players, the study, the work, the hours, the, you know, working on your personal health and fitness too, mind game stuff, everything. It's, you know, you have to sort of be a well-oiled machine these days. And if poker is like your passion and the thing you love doing on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon and one night a week, and your job is good, then, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But I do appreciate that the allure of life of a poker pro and the freedom it brings is a huge draw for people. It's certainly what drew me to the game. Certainly the aspect of it that I love the most is that freedom. As we look at Mathieu, raise up to 600k here with the Queen 9 suited. I think Pittich going to have to bin the 10-6. And Mathieu just keeps on grinding them down here. 21 million now to the good. His opponents who had 30 bigs are all ever so steadily moving towards 20 bigs. He's creating the absolute dream scenario that he was hoping for. Credit to him. He has played very, very well today. Even getting picked off with that bluff earlier, we still liked his play. Yormel virtually certain to open the ace-3 suited here to a half mil. Mathieu with the king blocker. This is exactly the kind of hand he might consider one of those pressurizing 3-bets. He can make it maybe 1.5k and put a lot of pressure on his opponent. 1.6 is the number he's chosen. Love this from Matthew, I gotta say. This is exactly the way. Now, guys out there, you know, a lot of you play tournaments, no doubt. That's why you're here to watch. This is good poker. And this is the sort of end game stuff that you need to be doing all the time here. You need to be spotting situations where your opponent has 30 bigs, 35 bigs. That's the perfect stack to pressurize if you're the big stack. And you can get the 3-bet in and put that extra bit of pressure on. You can pick up those soft chips there. You can put 1.6 million in the middle, pick up that nice pot, basically force your opponent into his shoving range, what he's happy to go with in a high ICM pressure situation. Great work there from Matthew, who has climbed the table 22 million, way over twice everybody else now. And remember, guys, while this is playing, don't go away. The ad is for the swag.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome, guys. We are back. Four-handed play here at King's Casino in Rozvadov. The D.A.CH, the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open. Final day, final table, final four. This has been so good. These four players and the rest of the final table, it must be said, have treated us to a poker spectacle par excellence. I have thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it so far. I don't want it to end right now. It has sort of boiled down to an interesting spot here with Mattia. 86 big blinds, 22 million versus the very impressive Jan Lormel's 36 big blinds, 9.2 million. The other two players, Pittich and Cook, 21, 23 big blinds. They are battling it out for that WSOP Europe seat. Remember, top three get a 10k seat to come back here after the World Series of Poker is all done and dusted. The World Series of Poker in Europe begins in Kings. The main event, the big one. They get to come back and chase their dreams there. Little reminder there, what is up for grabs, 39.5k plus the WSOP package, making it a tasty little 50k score for the winner, 35k score for second when you include that package, 28k score for third when you include that package. And here's why this has been so tippy-tappy, so ICM heavy, 13k for the next man out. So it is a double your money pay jump. And the person who can profit from that exact scenario is on your screen right now. Matthew Kondrasjuk. He has not put a foot wrong, it must be said. Even when he's put a foot wrong, he hasn't put it wrong. He's attempted some bluffs that haven't got through, but he has also played some fantastic small ball poker over the course of this final table. He got very lucky early against the man on screen, Radu Picic. He had the kings against the aces, spiked the king to get his engine started at the beginning of this final table. As I have said a couple of times before, Pittich, fan favourite, great player in his own right. What a different final table he would have had he been rocking the big stack with 8 left, 7 left, able to put all this ICM pressure on his opponents. No doubt he would have been. Instead, he was forced backs to the wall to be prudent with his decision making, careful with his shoves and reshoves. In the end, he was lucky he got it in. Ace-9 against ace-10, managed to spike a 9. That got him in the mix here, four-handed.
Raise 650.
Cook, well, it's got to be said, he's been the least disciplined since we went four-handed. He's thrown in a couple of very spicy, very interesting, not to be recommended shoves off his stack. This time he decides on the button to just open it up with the queen 4. He's running to Lormel's ace-king here in the small blind. Remember, Lormel has one player behind him here that he will be somewhat fearful of, so that may induce him to go for a shove rather than a 3-bet. And that's exactly what's happened here with Mathieu behind. Didn't want to create a wonky spot for himself. And Koch with the quick fold of the queen 4. He's chipping down, going in the wrong direction right now, the German. And as we enter the witching hour, we're after midnight CET. I know some people out there in the UK and Ireland maybe too. It's 11 o'clock where you are. But as this gets later and later, it is incredible to see still 325 people watching us on Twitch and hundreds more on Facebook Live. Really appreciate you guys, really appreciate the chat and the contributions. Lots of interaction here, really helps me do a one-man job here on the mic. You've forgiven me for breaking my mic earlier by screeching the top of my lungs when Lormel pulled off not one but two audacious, heroic, spectacular hero calls. And now we see Magic just turning the screw, blind v blind, get it in there with King 8 suited. Not a lot these guys can do now unless they wake up with something genuinely premium. It's the dream spot in poker. Jenny Block says, shove or fold for Cock. Jesus, though, never open Queen 4 with that stack. Gotta agree with her 100%. Spot on, Jenny. It can't be understated how impressive it is to see so many people tuning in to watch these guys battle it out for top prize of 50k. Top quality poker. They're putting their heart and soul out here, wearing it on their sleeve. There's been some incredible poker on show, but you, the audience, have helped keep me going and have helped create this tournament to remember as well for these guys as they watch it back. No doubt they will. See what they did right, see what they did wrong. Replay some hands, maybe for posterity if they end up winning. Well, Koch has exactly the kind of hand he would have wished for. He gets to reshove over Mathieu, the one player who will be the lightest in this situation. Lots of fold equity. Lormel wondering if he's the one who has to take a stand here in the big blind with the ace-6. That would be very ill-advised in my opinion. I know Koch only shoving 13 bigs over the top of Mathieu. I know Lormel will have probably gotten word about some of the looser plays by Koch, but that would be suicide stuff. Mathieu has no interest in shortening this sort of fourth, third bubble. He's going to let this go every day of the week. There's no point taking a marginal spot when he can continue to pummel the other players. It's almost like a situation where Koch, particularly against Mathieu, has loads of extra fold equity because it's the equity of Mathieu pummeling this pseudo bubble that he would have to surrender when he takes a shot. So that's part of the dynamic at play here. I would encourage those of you in the chat who are getting a little spicy, while we do enjoy some full-throated commentary here, and we welcome it. We would ask that you be polite to one another. There's no reason not to be all friends here, even if we differ on how to play Queen 4 offsuit on the button. Tricky spot here for P.D.A.CH. He just knows he's going to face a bet so often. That Jack of Hearts in his hand will certainly keep him involved. 3 will make him a straight. Any heart will make him a flush. The ace high can be good right now. And he's up against a player who is likely to barrel this turn with almost any 2 cards, let's be honest. And you wouldn't blame him either. So it turned out that Mathieu has a very good sense of where he's at here. He's almost certain, I think, putting Radu P.D.A.CH on ace high, with or without a heart. And he's gone for some value. And he will get looked up by P.D.A.CH because P.D.A.CH will be putting a lot of air in Mathieu's range, rightly so. While Mathieu's big blind defend range will hit this board because it will be a very wide range. There will be a lot of complete whiffs as well. There'll be a lot of just 9 highs, 10 highs, jack highs, queen highs that will do this, and he gets the bad news. Don't blame P.D.A.CH there. Tough spot, very tough spot. Well played by Mathieu. This is just what happens when you've got your opponents in an ICM cage. A reminder, guys, you've got the length of this stream to pick up a cap, pick up a hoodie, whatever it takes. You saw the ad. Designer swag, fresh, new, just off the rail. If you do pick up something from the shop today, you get entered in a draw. 8 people. And it will be announced over Facebook and Instagram. 8 people will win 3-day weekends to the resort here in Rozvadov. Pretty nice prize, especially if you pick it up for the price of a $20 cap. So a reminder, you have until the stream ends. You've got to be in it to win it. As we see Mathieu pick up another pot, and it's just all one-way traffic right now, guys. And you know what? You got to savor this, and you got to learn from this, and you got to enjoy what's taking place. We saw some hero calls. We saw some, really interesting post-flop hands over the last hour. We'll probably see some more. But you also just have to take your hat off to a player who understands the dynamics, plays the situation really well, keeps the pressure on, relentless. And it's great poker, and it's how a lot of final tables end. One person gets into a spot where they can lean on everyone else, and there's sort of a race for second, or in this case, a race for top 3. Jenny Block says, Chip Leader, living the dream right now with that stacks. That's exactly right. This is the dream. This is the situation that all poker players dream of. And Cook, very happy to get it in with the jacks. Happy to wake up with a hand that strong. Pittich, big trouble now. He's less than 10 big blinds. And now Cock, ironically, trying to outlast him. What is it going, Mathieu? Likely to open up any two cards, has got to be said in this situation. He really can take liberties at this point.
650.
As it happens, he does have an ace. Radu with 7 bigs.
8 pass.
Napkins. Napkins for Koch. Jan Hormel really doesn't want to get involved here. He does have a premium-ish hand. Certainly a very defendable King Jack in the big blind here. But he knows he could be put in the bin here. And that's what's so miserable. Mathieu has a stranglehold on these 3 guys right now. And the one player he can hurt the most is Lormel, who will be desperate to have some simplicity with the way that this plays out. Well, that will offer it. That will certainly offer it. Lormel trips with the jack. Mathieu doesn't really have to bet this board. As I said earlier, cleaning up equity with a really small bet. Sometimes it's a smart play. Betting 1 big blind or something close to that. 300k, 400k will do the trick. And that is exactly what he does. Lormel, well, this is a spot where when you're in a high ICM situation, there's a really important heuristic I want to share with you guys, which is that all of your hands, even your really strong ones, go into the induce range. They go into the bluff catching range. The reason is when all of this ICM pressure is on this situation, Mathieu is massively incentivized to bluff a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. That basically forces you as the opponent to turn all of your hands that want to hang on into calls. And when you are that weak that you are forced into a passive disposition where you have to call a lot, then you need some strong hands to defend that calling range. So you put all of your hands, literally all of them, of all strengths, into the calling range. Now, of course, when you get to the river, if you do have the nuts or close to it, you can start putting in some raises. But that is a heuristic that you got to think about here, guys. It's not normal, natural poker anymore, and that's why we see that hand play down in the way that we did. Well played from both. And Jenny Block noticed Mathieu not falling for it. It helped that he had just the ace high there. I think the ace high gave him showdown. His initial flop bet was basically designed to get rid of some equity. And then once that happens, he's happy to just, check it down and hope that he's good in that situation. But yeah, it would have been interesting if he had, a jack high hand maybe there. That would have been a different sort of situation where he might have been looking to target some better hands for folds. Coke has opened it up to 650 off this stack. I really don't like him opening up hands when there's a guy with 7 big blinds behind. This is a very easy spot for Mathieu to play. He can proceed 2 ways, call or shove. If he shoves, he basically puts all the pressure on Coke to have to call it off in an ICM misery spot. If he calls, he can... Oh, wow! Well, that's the part of it I didn't expect. I absolutely expected him to call there because I felt like there was a lot of boards he could just represent. He gets any kind of board that doesn't look like a hit premium hand for a very strong hand. He could absolutely apply some post-flop pressure. I'm very surprised by that, actually. Possibly he got a read that Coke would not open up without a super premium of his own, and obviously they are playing relatively short in the pot, so there wasn't the adequate stack to pot ratio for him to feel like he had maneuverability around whatever that premium hand would have been. Nonetheless, I do find it strange, offered at that price against somebody you can put in an ICM bin, that he let that one go. think this is probably an all-in situation. Oh, wow! Well, the King 3 has just 12%. Radu Pitic, unlucky earlier with the aces against this guy who had pocket kings at the time. Well, he's going to have to get even luckier with the King 3 to knock Pitic out. Pitic delighted to look down at the two aces and now have 88% chance of doubling up and having a chance again. You know, obviously 2 million, 4 million, he's still at sea, but, you know, crucially trying to get into the top 3 spots here. This is massive. Well, it's never easy, ladies and germs. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush, a 3 or a king. Well, that will be the kill card. Radu gets the double up. He is back to 4.3 million. He's probably into 3rd place now. Not quite, actually. I think he's probably just behind Koch, but much closer in chips. Little ripple of applause around his rail, a few cheers. What a time to wake up with aces. Echoing Big O Boom Baby here in the chat. Yeah, what a time indeed. He probably made the call after looking at one ace. Delighted to see the second one. And Lormel very much with the kinky handcuffs on. He can't do very much in his position right now. On the other hand, Maciek can just keep pummeling these guys now. Raising into 2 guys with 13, 14, 15 big blinds. Dream situation. Radu, will he decide to go with this a6? He might. He does. He knows he's up against an any 2 range, so he will get this through a lot, and that he does. And it'll be interesting to see if Matthew recognises that and decides he has to start shoving hands like the Queen 3 there into the 2 guys. Because calling it off with a6 is not something we would like to do. 3-bet shoving it with some fold equity, much more appealing. So Matthew maybe will be forced into some big ball play. As he looks down at the a6. Well, this is a slightly different situation because he's raising into the big blind of the Frenchman. So I think this is just a standard open this time. But I think when it comes around to him putting into those 2 guys next time round, he might well consider going for a clunkier large shove and just forcing them to only play back with the absolute top of their range. 2 quick folds and actions on Lormel, who will probably defend the ace-2 of diamonds. We saw him defend the king-jack earlier. We saw that Mathieu was willing to play a relatively small ball pot against him. He'll be hoping for something similar this time. So expect him to slide out the 300k call here. Again, probably recognising that he's up against a fairly close to any 2 range. He'll be hoping to flop an ace and, you know, play possum, but actually in this situation Maciek has the ace. Of course there will be a lot of chops when the ace comes, but well, Maciek could definitely check this back here. Lormel has outflopped him with the deuce. If it checks again, it will be interesting if Maciek decides that his hand is strong enough to check back, or if he decides to go for a equity denier. He does check back. Oh, well, that's interesting. Does Lormel go for value? No, he doesn't. He checks. That's really good poker. And when Maciek bets, which he absolutely will Lormel just call or will he raise? Obviously, in normal poker circumstances, he would absolutely raise. And I think we could expect him to still raise. But there are a couple of hands that Maciek would have played this way that he's behind. One of them is ace-4. Ace-4 would absolutely have taken this line. Three-5 you would expect to have bet. So maybe it's just ace-4. So Against that, you got to raise. He's bet 450k, so you definitely have to raise against that sizing. Had Matthew gone anything closer to pot, maybe some calls come into the equation. Although again, I still think it's tempting to raise. But yeah, against this sizing, Lormel must go for a raise, must target the ace kings, the ace jacks, the ace tens, the ace sixes for some cry calls. I think the size should be something relatively chunky, maybe 2 million.
Two raise, 1.2 million.
So the small raise he's gone for just 1.2 million. So the effect of a bet that small is that he's laying a great price for Mathieu to make a hero call, but he's also not really putting that many bluffs into his range when he does that. So I kind of prefer a larger sizing here. I think he should polarize and go for like 2 million. Makes it 2 million. Maybe it makes more sense for some bluffs, but then by going the smaller size, you're just making it a nice price to have a curiosity call, and that's what happens. Yormel playing some great poker himself there. Takes a chip, takes some chips off the chip leader, puts the gap between him and Mathieu much closer. And if these guys do end up getting heads up later on, pots like that have kept him in a situation where he's kept battling. He's not giving it away. He's not letting Mathieu run him over.
Six plus. Main raise, 625. Two plus. Four call. Four heads up. Check. Eight check.
So, not learning from his lesson, or maybe sticking to his guns. Cock opens the jack six. Mathieu
Four check.
defends. Ace, ace, deuce. Now 9, completing the 3-card flush. Cock the jack high. But also, having played it in this style with the delay c-bet, I kind of like it. He could get some queen x's to fold here. Don't think he's getting king x to fold, but he could get queen x to fold, and he is cleaning up his equity a bit. Look, I'm calling it as it's played. Obviously, don't love the open there, but having opened, I do like the delay c-bet. Jenny Block asking the question, how is he not getting shoved on? I know that is the huge problem with that style, is that Coke opens there and can really just be put in the bin a lot. A lot. And that's why a hand like that really is problematic. I'm not sure even like a Jack 6 open in normal circumstances, don't mind high ICM circumstances. Well, Coke has a real hand this time. He's going to make it 600k, or maybe add a little something something. 650. Normal will fold. Mathieu does let this one go, and Radu will have an interesting spot here against the player that he needs to keep battling against and keep competing with the 7-8. And for that reason, he is going to make the call here. Or is he? Pretty close. It's pretty close. You let this one go. Your opponent's up over 6 million. You're down at 4.5. Stretches out the gap between the two of you. You call. You risk putting more chips in the pot, bridging that gap further, but you also stay competitive and you give yourself the chance to flop the absolute joint. 9 high straight for Radu Pidic. What an absolutely beautiful flop to take a look down at. Well, you don't love the 6 of diamonds because you no longer have the nuts, but you still absolutely love your hand. Cook may well check back that flop anyway. Looks like he is happy to get the showdown with his ace-10. Oh, and he won't love that card. He actually throws a wry smile. He throws out a wry smile, getting the worst run out imaginable there. Pidic. That was funny that he actually smiled before checking. But I'm going to put something to you guys. When you flop the straight in that situation, I actually kind of like the lead out. I think there are a few hands that you want to have a leading range with in that situation with that stack to pot ratio. So I think you want to be able to put your best possible hand into that range as well. I know you risk maybe just getting your opponent to fold immediately, but if he does have something, it's hard for him to fold to that bet. So yes, you might spoil the chances of a C bet, where you go C bet call and then maybe he hits the turn and you get more. That's sort of your best case scenario. But actually, I kind of like the lead. Well, we are still four-handed. There was a prediction by my colleague Andy Payton about an hour and a half ago that it would grind all the way down to a 5 big blind four-handed game. Could he be right? Part of me loves to watch poker of that nature, so I'm here for it. One part of me would like to go to bed, not gonna lie. So I'm not here for that. As we look down at Mathieu and his pocket tens. Radu Pidic will not be fighting back with the Jack-5. But there are plenty of hands that would reshove. Remember, Matic with the absolutely loosest range here can be opening virtually any 2 cards. And we have seen him fold a couple of times. So guys will have sussed out that it's not an any 2 range in open pots, but it's pretty dang wide. Jan Lormel has another, you would assume, fine defend. Now, in this instance, he is not ahead, but he does have the rather pretty King-5 suited. He has flop best. Once again, Mathieu outflopped by Lormel. Won't like the 2 over cards. Understands that Lormel will be playing strong hands passively, so has a lot of Ace-X and King-X in his range here. No reason to bet, I don't think. If you are, you're going to bet like 1 big. Yeah, he does just check. Another ace. I think if Lormel goes for the check, he might actually induce a very thin value bet. But similarly, if he bets himself, he could just get called. But I think if Lormel checks again, Mathieu will bet targeting a 9. That would make sense. Maybe even targeting a very suspicious queen high. But Lormel may feel like, my opponent's checked all this way down. Probably would have fired out a small bet with a king, maybe on the turn. So I'm almost certainly good. My opponent could have a 9 himself, or exactly the kind of hand he has, like a real hand, pocket tens. So I actually want to get value from that. So he bets 1.6 million. Interesting sizing. So he's basically recognized that he can never Wow, it's really interesting. So he thinks he can never be not good in this spot, given how it's played. That's basically his logic. So he's decided to size up with a marginal two-pair combo because it feels like his opponent is capped. And he feels like he can attack that range with a big sizing now that gets cry calls from exactly the kind of holding he has. It's really sophisticated poker here from Lormel again, understanding that his opponent is capped but probably has some good showdown given how he's checked through on the ace king 9 deuce. In that situation, rather go for thin value and bet maybe like 600k, 800k. He goes for the big sizing, making it more likely that he has bluffs, putting more bluffs into the range that can go big. It's clever. It's a clever bet from Lormel, but Mathieu is the measure of it. I have to say, this game has been at its most gripping when it has been played post-flop by Mathieu and Lormel. No disrespect to Pidic, he hasn't had the stack size to really battle in these interesting post-flop scenarios quite as often. I don't think Pidic has put much of a foot wrong, but we've certainly seen some really interesting poker from Lormel and Mathieu when it's been the two of them. I don't think Mathieu will defend the 9 deuce here. So Pidic up to 6.9 million now, 23 big blinds. Much, much healthier than he was just a few moments ago when he had just 7 bigs. Key spot that was. Waking up with the aces blind v blind. Huge moment. Remember, you get dealt aces about once a day when you played live poker. He woke up at the right moment. Coke looks like he's just opened here. Yeah, he's made it 700k. Strange decision off this stack. I would certainly prefer a shove. King queen suited. I think 14 bigs. You want to just stick it in there, the cutoff. But the open will do the same job against an array of napkins. Rihoreka says he feels a setup coming. I don't know if he's spoilering from the rail or if that is just a hunch. I suppose the fact that we don't know means it's okay to say it. No, he's at home, he says. Yeah, Lormel will not be playing the 6-3 offsuit. Mathieu might have found one of the few hands he won't play from the button here, even though it's super profitable for him to play from the button right now. And Pidic probably just going to toss this too, so a walk. Are we going to see a walk? No. No walks. Radu is going to limp in here and hope to get a limp back, and maybe, just maybe, he can fire out on some boards and take this one down. Cock does knuckle the 7-3, so it is battle of the rags. 7 has connected. Radu almost certainly going to fire out here with the gutter. He does. He fires one big. Cock calls, and not inconceivable that Radu fires again on some turns. That's not one of them, I don't think. It's brought in a flush. It's made him bottom pair. Actually, maybe it is one. Maybe this is a card he can barrel. He knows he's probably up against a 7 or a 10 in most worlds. He can probably get a 7 to fold with a second barrel. Probably can't get a 10 to do it. But he does put pressure because he's continuing his story on a flush making card. So I think this is interesting. And I think it will do the job. Great poker from Pidic. Yeah, good awareness there that, all the flushes, there were no flushes really in Cook's hand, because every flush that Cook might have had some kind of other draw or other equity would almost certainly have raised and been happy to get it in on the flop. So actually it was a great card for him to continue his story. His range can contain lots of flushes. Good poker again. So irrelevant in a way that he picked up a pair. I suppose not completely irrelevant, because he could river 2-pair maybe, but not really fixating on the value of that, and more fixating on the scare cardedness. So you see Mathieu back on the horse. He's down to 17 million. Remember, he did get up to around 23, 24 million at one point. So he is on a downswing. He is up stuck, as the great Phil Lack once said. Jormel facing a larger opening size. So a new strategy being deployed here by Mathieu, going bigger from under the gun into the big blind of Jormel. Clearly feeling like he has a stickier opponent who's willing to call pre and wanting to sort of narrow his range, make it a little bit more predictable, get a few more pre-flop folds, which I suppose is the main objective, but also maybe force him into a range that is more work-outable post-flop. Jormel still probably has a call here with the connectivity of the 9-10. Now he lets it go. Interesting whether there's a little bit of levels on levels there, a little bit of cat and mouse, a little bit of rock, paper, scissors as those guys shift strategies against one another. Jenny Block likes Jormel to ship this tournament. Certainly wouldn't surprise me. He has played superbly well. I think right now, not just because of the chip stacks, but I would probably think Koch is the outsider. I think you probably got to go with the chips here in this situation and make it the players in exactly the order they come, chips-wise. The order you would give them favoritism. Wow, and Mathieu with the kings at a great time. Question is, will he set a trap here and just flat them? This is what's super interesting. Koch has opened off his stack of 15 big blinds. We've seen him do that plenty of times. We know, and I don't know if the information would have been relayed to Mathieu, but we know that this doesn't necessarily mean a very strong hand. So this is potentially the moment to spring a trap and just flat the... Now he does 3-bet to 1.8 million. And oh, it's an awful, awful shove by Koch. I do not know what he was thinking. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, a huge misstep. Mathieu makes the 3-bet. Koch has effectively turned his ace-8 suited into an induce rather than a shove. It's not good poker in a high ICM situation. I don't like it. The deck could bail him out yet, though. He has some backdoors here to go with his ace. All hope is not lost. There is one of the possible backdoors. 7. Jack. No, Jack's no good. And that will not do. A huge misstep there by Alexander Koch. On a huge ICM bubble. He will not be going to the World Series of Poker Europe. The other 3 players will. Mathieu gets a bit of a present there, it must be said, to get back to over 20 million. Obviously, Koch just decided, well, actually in this situation, maybe I can induce a hand as weak as ace-8 suited against the big stack who's been showing a lot of aggression. But in reality, it's just the wrong way to think about the hand, wrong way to play it. What you want is to shore up all the ICM. Look, don't get me wrong, he shoves the ace-8 suited, the same thing happens, but ugh. By opening it, he actually did give himself an opportunity to get away, and he did not take it. So we are down to 3. These guys have some tasty prizes in store. 39.5k plus the WSOP main event seat for first, 24k for second, and 17 1,275 for third. Remember, they all get that seat, so add 10k to all of those prizes. And yeah, I do agree, Cyber HCR. It feels like the best three, the most deserving three. No disrespect to Cox. He has battled his way through 840 odd players, but that was a misstep at the end, it must be said. And there were some unadvised big shoves with the Queen 3 or Queen 4, I think it was. There was some opens on the button that I really didn't like there towards the end. So, yeah, felt like he just didn't understand the situation as well as the other guys, it must be said. So the actual effect of these three seats does flatten out the pay structure quite a bit, which keeps a bit more ICM than you would normally have. Obviously, the more extreme the pay structure here, the more going to first, the less ICM exists. When the payouts are a little closer together, there actually are some ICM considerations here, three-handed, but it is relatively minor. Of course, it disappears altogether once they get heads up. D.A.CH in the small blind. Very pretty King 10 of Hearts. You might well stick this in. This is probably a shove. 20 bigs, 21 bigs. He's contemplating whether he can flat this profitably. Would certainly be a reasonable sort of hand category to do that with. Certainly don't mind the shove. Oh my God, look at this. Lormel with the aces. D.A.CH may well have saved himself. My goodness. Well, I must admit with the King 10 of Hearts, I might have stuck it in there against Mathieu. I might have got myself in big trouble. Lormel wakes up in the big blind with the American Airlines, the best hand in poker. And, you know, he's playing a deep, deep stack game against Mathieu. So he will be looking to try and get some more money into this pot. There will be no stealthy flats here and crazy traps being set. This will be a 3-bet to, I would guess, 2 million, in the hope that Mathieu has the kind of hand he can fight back with. And 2 million is the exact number he has chosen. I promise you guys, I don't know these numbers ahead of time. I know I've got it pretty close a few times. Quick fold from Queen Jack, and King 10 has basically got a fold as well. Like, it's been, you know, even if your hand is best very occasionally, even if this is a move very occasionally, you know, you've been outmaneuvered by the situation and you have to just accept that. As it happens, he does have the aces. And wow, oh, wow. Well, in the end, a relatively small pot. Still a nice one to pick up without showdown. But interesting situation nonetheless. Apocalypse theorizes that the dealers had enough and wants this one to finish, so they're going to be getting some premium hands over the next few minutes. It's possible. D.A.CH, sub 20 now, on the button with ace-9. Feels like he can open a hand like this. He does. Lormel looks the King 8 and check. Might call the 10-7 here. Feel like he might toss the 10-5. 10-6 is close and the 10-7 gets called. Good flop for the 10-7. Comes 8-8-7, 2 diamonds. D.A.CH with the 9 and the ace of diamonds, so he does have a lot of backdoors here. Probably wants to keep things simple. Fires out a little bet. Remember, they're playing 3-handed poker here. It's button small by big blind all the time, so we don't have to put these guys on particularly strong ranges ever. particularly in single race pots. It goes, check that call. Very nice for Maciek. He's looking at the full house now. But again, no reason to bet it, because if his opponent Radu has an overpair, he's winning and you can catch him. And Radu does hit the ace on the river for the best full house. So it's boat over boat. Can't imagine this going anything other than check back call. It's got to be a quick and pretty, like, shrug, sigh, whatever call here. Maciek will feel a little unlucky that this is the card that came. I think he can probably call on a lot of other cards as well. Probably he's calling all the cards, in fact. The only one he didn't like is maybe an 8. But yeah, I don't think there's much you can do here. I think Radu will certainly bet this when he has a jack high, when he has a queen high. Wow, would you believe it? What a fold from Matcha. Oh, that is proper poker, guys. Because there's plenty of hands in Radu's range there that he opens on the button, fires a c-bet. Remember, some of the time, the ace-x will check back that exact flop. So, at some level, he's discounted some of his aces by betting the flop. So, wow, that's a bit of a sell read right there. I thought it was a pretty standard check back call. It was calling how that just sort of had to happen 100% of the time there without thinking much about it. But wow, incredible fold from Matthew. I doth my cap to you, sir. You may have got snapped off yourself for some heroic bluffing earlier, but some heroic folding too. D.A.CH with the pocket eights. He's going to raise to 900k limp pot. Match has got a call here with the suited one gapper. Doesn't realise in how much trouble he actually happens to be. It's pretty rough. A lot of the time when you call with the 8-6 suited, you're going to be pretty happy because you've got 40% against 2 overcards. But in this spot, wow. Well, he has flopped to 6. It's probably going to lose him a little bit more money at some point. He's going to set his own price here with the absolute minimum bet, I'm going to guess. 375. Called. Probably on some rivers fire out a small bet again. This is one of them. Actually, I think Matthew can probably fire out a blocker bet of his own here. He's probably going to bet something in the region of 600,000 or 700,000, target some ace and king highs for calls. And then obviously we know D.A.CH is just going to snap this off. It's exactly the size of bet he wants to face for a little flick a chip in call. There we go. And Radu gets the good news. It was a 6 and not a queen. It could also have been some draws too. So some missed draws. Hence why it was a pretty easy situation. So D.A.CH up to 9.2 million now, smile on his face, 30 big blinds. Very much back in the mix here. Card distribution will decide an awful lot. These 3 players, all very capable, not much between them. They've all shown their skills tonight. They've all played some fantastic poker. Like someone said in the chat there earlier, it's boiled down to 3 great players. I really strongly agree with that. As I said, cards will probably decide more often than not. But these guys keen to manufacture, where possible, a skill edge. Again, battle of the pairs. Both players, oh well, Jan Lormel with bottom pair on the flop has improved to third pair and a flush draw. He wants to keep setting his own price here, so he bets out 600k. Oh, sorry, it's Pidic who bets out with the Jack 8. He wants to keep betting with the second pair, and Lormel, obviously having picked up additional equity and some nice outs, which he gets there on. He gets there with the Jack. So this is a tricky one now. Pidic in a very weird spot. Obviously, some Queen 10s are out there, some 10-7s are out there. He won't be absolutely loving his hand. Some backdoor flush draws are possible as well. He has made two pair. It's a very strong hand, top and third pair. He's probably going to bet it himself, and he's going to get raised. And when he gets raised, he's not going to love life. Perhaps by betting out this sizing in particular, nice, decent sizing, half pot, he's giving himself a chance to get away now. There are a few value hands that might raise that you beat. Jack 5. Oh, not really. No, don't like that one actually. I take it back. I think a raise here only represents flushes. Arguably doesn't even represent straights anymore. Your opponent could be barreling backdoors and get there. So Jan Lormel is going to raise this up to around about 4 million. Maybe he sticks him in. And he got 5 million back. I think he makes it probably 3.7, 4 million total. And Pidic is going to have a really tough situation on his hands. Let's see what the sizing is. Looks like a clean 100 stack. We know they're 5s. So with that is about 3.5 million, I think. No, I'm sorry, guys. He did basically stick him in here. Wow. Okay. 6.1 million. Sorry, I misread the chip sizes there. So this is effectively all in. He will have a couple of big blinds back, but he's being put to the test for his tournament life, more or less. It's really tough. It's really, really tough. You have to start trying to figure out what bluffs might be in there. 10 Jack would not maybe turn itself into a bluff. 6-7 has no reason to. It has a straight. 10-7 got there as well. Lots of backdoor flush potential with the 9 and the 5. So a lot of 5x and 9x get there. I think you've got to let this go. And Pidic knows it. A well worked out spot. Lormel, I'm trying to figure out maybe like he pretty much has to have the ace of hearts in his hand when he does the bluff. So it's like ace of hearts with a 5. That's probably like the hand he bluffs with. Ace of hearts with a 9. Maybe he also does it with that. Feels like the only way it works. Block likes it because by going a bigger sizing, he allows himself to have more bluffs. That's absolutely true. Chi-Chi says, no one's made a single bluff on this FT. Why would they start now? Well, Chi-Chi clearly hasn't been watching because there has been some absolutely audacious bluffs made. We've seen ridiculous bluffs all the way through this one. The ace-9 earlier on from Vinesh. The 4 high bluff an hour ago from Mathieu. The Jack-Queen bluff from Koch for just Queen high. Lots and lots of bluffs. Memorable ones too. Some of the best hands we've seen. Final reminder, guys, as we enter the witching hour, if you want to pick up a little token of the night to remember by. Piece of swag. Something from the King's shop. There's a new range out there now. If you buy something tonight, you get put in a draw for 8, count them, 8 packages to stay at the resort. 3-day packages. You will be informed of your win by text message or email. I assume that's whichever option you have said you prefer. And the winners will be announced on Instagram and Facebook tomorrow. As we look here, Jan and Mathieu battling away again. A straightening card on the turn might give Mathieu reason to believe he could bluff this situation. He obviously has picked up a ignorant gutter. He can hit a 6, but that won't be what he's really thinking about here. What he's really thinking about here is he can get a 7 to fold, maybe he can get an 8 to fold, and that's kind of it. And he has got an 8 to fold, so Lormel, who has shown heroics on a couple of occasions with his folding ability, actually folds the best hand there. Mathieu has been a bit of a small bet relentless machine all day today, just tippy-tapping his way to a big stack. What is the buy-in for the G-Cop? You have to tell me what the G-Cop is first, guys. I think is the G-Cop the thing that's on here in Kings that weekend of the time you get your stay? Oh, it is. I'm reading it now. Yes, it is. I don't know. Sorry. Check the website though, guys. Jay Wisello, who is always useful and has all the answers, says it's an 1100. So that sounds like it's going to be a great event in just 3 weeks' time. The German Championship of Poker, says Maureen Bluchlinger. So 3-bet here from Magic with the ace-3. And Jan is going to get sticky here. So the two boys with the big stacks willing to play a big pot here, guys. Eyes down for this one. Ace-3, King-9, neither of them with premiums. Both low down their ranges of, you know, what they would raise call with and what they would 3-bet with. And now a 4.4 million pot with a stack pot ratio of just 3. Two big stacks threatening to go at it here. Both pick up a piece. Mathieu likely to just bet range on a board of ace, king, jack here. He's going to go real small though. I think he's going to go like a million. Maybe not even. Looks like might even be 750k there. Yeah. So he's gone super small. Obviously, in his 3-betting range are aces, kings, and jacks. They're super premium. Probably doesn't have queen 10 too often. Also has ace, king, and ace, jack. Possibly even has king, jack. So he does have all the strongest possible hands. Jan Lormel to that sizing. Obviously, he has a pair, so he can't give up right now. 4 on the turn. Tricky for Mathieu now. Might feel as though he has to check call a street. But also it could go check in a lot of situations where he is good. Hands like jack queen, king queen, king 9 as we see. Will be happy to keep the brakes on. Hope that they're good. Won't turn their hands into bluffs. Flush card on the river. It gives, interestingly, Jan Lormel. Okay, yes, he has second pair, bad kicker, but he actually has the nut blocker. And there are some king X's in his range, the main one being king queen of hearts for a royal flush that he might play this way. King 9 of hearts maybe too. He's happy to take his showdown though, and he will get the bad news that he's been pipped. It was a light 3-bet. It was a light call, but not too much more money went in post flop. So Mathieu puts an arm's length distance between himself and Jan with that pot. He has double Jan's stack and Jan has double Pitich's stack.
200, 400, 400.
These guys are effectively, they've all banked 27k, so they're basically playing for 7k, pay jump, and then an additional 15k. So there's about 30k on the table right now. That's what these guys are fighting it out for. One of them will get nothing, one will get 7, the other one will get 22. 27 in the bank, apart from that.
Two calls. It's up to the flop. Two check. 4 bet, 550.
Jan considering whether to call or raise here. Obviously raising, he can protect his hand a little bit. He calls and gets barreled turn. Obviously it's going to be a bigger card than his 3 and he'll have to just buckle up. And for that reason he has decided to offer his hand a little bit of protection by going to 1.6 here. Not just denying equity to hands that can beat him, which is pretty much every combination of hand. Which will have cards above a 2 and a 3. Also some draw possibilities, but also just protecting yourself and getting barreled off your equity here. And kind of being put in a dark tunnel spot out of position. It's just hard to realise. He was called, so as played, Normel can have a 2x and he can have a 3x, but he can also have flush draws, maybe 4-5, maybe I think ace-4 and ace-5 probably play it as a call on the flop. He may have some 5-6s, maybe 5-6 of spades is a good candidate for a raise here. But once it goes check now, Normel will probably be balancing his 2x's with his 3x's and his draws, playing them all maybe like this, which means it goes check check. Obviously Matthew with his ace high, as he would do if he had a hand like pocket 7s, will be checking it back because he's either miles ahead or miles behind. With his ace high it's slightly different. If he's behind he has a bit more opportunity to catch up on that flop. As happened though, he's probably just going to be happy to take a showdown with ace high now. You'll think, well, I'm beating 5-6, I'm beating 4-5, beating some club combos. As it turned out, Normel got some value on the flop by raising his hand up at that point. And then it checked down. Yeah, and like how it played. Radu Pidic with a real hand here, pocket jacks. Blinds have gone up, so just 15 big blinds. He's got to induce this one though. Jack's just too much of a gift from the poker gods at this point. There is some hands, some range of hands that he would be just open shoving here for 15 bigs. Jack's certainly part of the way he splits that range between opens and shoves, and it goes into the opens. No customers though. As we race on to the next hand, it's all coming thick and fast now, these guys. Big blind 400k now. Definitely shorter levels. So my prediction, guys, was 1:15 a.m. where I live, and it is 1:12 a.m. I think I'm going to be wrong, unless there's an almighty bust up. I think it's going to keep going.
To raise 800. For raise 2,050,000. 6 pass.
So 3-bet here from Matthew. Applying all the pressure on the middling stack. Normel with the ace-8 will be feeling like he could be getting taken advantage of here, as we see here. The ace-9 unlikely to call off a shove, but just sort of being put in the bin by Mathieu. Fold of the 9-4 Pittich again with a premium hand, big slick this time. Question is, will he limp given his 15 big blind stack? He may well limp and feel like there's a wider shoving range here. Maybe a hand like King 3 becomes a shove for Normel. It's definitely fine to check back this one as well, but he might just think Radu Pittich is limping in with a wide range of hands. He could just clean out his equity with a hand that's somewhat hard to realise, King 3. He's definitely giving it some thought. Oh, and he's got him. He laid the trap, did Radu Pittich. He set the trap. And Jan Normel has fallen into that trap. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a big moment about to take place on this final table. The King 3 versus the Ace King. If a 3 comes, we are heads up. If the Ace King can hold, it's basically a reversal. Jan Normel will be the guy with 7 million and Pittich will be the guy with 14. Oh, and that more or less closes the door. 90% now for Pittich. We'll give him a royal flush now. Well, boy, oh boy, oh boy, what a moment there. The trap was set. Normel fell in. It's no fun when the rabbit has the gun. Normel goes to his rail. There's some high fives, some fist pumping. He knows he's given himself a great chance to win this tournament now. 13, 14 million. Now, there's a new challenge on the horizon for Pittich here. He's going to have to weather being the guy with the middling stack, the guy that Mathieu will now be targeting for maximum pressure. We've been used to seeing a battle between Mathieu and Normel, but no longer are they the top 2 stacks. No longer will Normel be the target of Mathieu's ICM coffining. Do not count Lormel out yet. He may have fallen into that trap, but there's plenty of poker to be played on this final table. Do not go anywhere, guys. I suspect there are more twists and turns to come. I do appreciate that the numbers have remained so strong viewing this stream, by the way. 350 people still here on Twitch. Another few hundred on Facebook Live. Clearly, if you've invested some time in watching this final day, you feel very, very much like you need to see it out right now. Find out which of these guys gets over the line. Lormel in the small blind, limps in. Mathieu just happy to take a flop with the king 10. Clearly Lormel was setting a trap of his own there. Now it just goes check, check on the 6 deuce deuce. 9 on the turn, okay. Lormel, will he feel brave, let another one peel, or will he do some betting? Probably going to do some betting here, yeah. Here we go. Small, 400k again, min raise. Or min bet, I should say. Mathieu. King High's a tempting call in this spot, it's got to be said. Probably has to peel one off. It needs to be good 20% of the time. On balance, he's going to make a call. Does. And we go to a river. It's a queen. Lormel will either bet or he will check call. I think betting makes the most sense. Both are viable options. Obviously 7-8 is missed. It's the obvious draw. But I think you need to target weaker nines. And even a sort of a heroic king high call, which is the one that we're going to be looking at now. 900k, so he's gone a little under half pot, 45%. Lormel will be suspicious. He will feel like that queen could have slowed down a lot of the hands that were happy to. He does toss it in. Gets the bad news. A nicely played hand by Lormel. Maybe feeling like the king 10 had it got a little friskier post flop or pre flop. A lot more money could have ended up post flop, or maybe all of it goes in pre flop. In the end, a small pot, but an important one. Lormel could ill afford to lose the next pot he played. We see here Pittich versus Lormel. 5s against ace 9, fair flip.
6 check.
5 still good here on a pretty safe looking 6-6 deuce board. Ace of clubs in Lormel's hand. May give him reason to check this back. He can turn more equity, have a lot of hands that he would continue with. Also may fire out a small bet. It has been very tippy-tappy. Not surprised to see the small bet. Actually, Pidich will make the call. So Pidich's perceived range will be flush draws, 2x, 6x, maybe some ace highs getting sticky, maybe even some king highs getting sticky against that sizing. Lormel with the ace 9 will almost always knuckle back here. He was denying equity with his little small c bet. He has picked up the card which gives him the nut flush blocker.
6 check, 2 check, showdown.
But again, I think it's just a happy one to knuckle down. Often is the case these days. You see a lot where guys who have just enough equity, with very little bluffing in those situations, people are just happy to get to showdown. These little small equity denial bets sort of serving their purpose. Good night to anybody hitting the hay now. It's been so nice having you guys here for company. Really appreciate it. Big up to Dara O'Carney and Fintan Gavin, who have also put in good stints earlier in the day. I'm sure they would be wishing you a good night as well. And thank you for tuning in. You see Mathieu, 19 million in chips, 50 big blinds now. Is all that represents. Opening things up with the ace deuce. Looks like he'll get this one through. No contest. He's gone for the higher sizing here, 925. Interesting. That's a new strategy into Lormel's big blind. Aggressive pitching there from the dealer, really firing those cards into the wall. Pidich releases the jack 4. So we'll have some blind versus blind action for the first time in a few hands. Lormel with the king 3, likely to limp in here. Particularly when he got to show down the ace 9 last time round. Sort of showing that he has quite strong hands in his limping range. Sending that message to his opponent that there are some traps in there. Now Mathieu with the queen 8. Deciding that this is the time to raise one up. Again, queen 8, perfectly knuckleable hand to check back here in position. But he likes to raise the king to 1.3. And the king 3... definitely in an interesting spot. That's a go. And a little bit of exploitation successfully executed by Mathieu. Lormel with the queen 9 of diamonds. Kind of like to see a limping strategy deployed by Lormel off this stack a little bit. Feels to me like a situation where you don't have to open anything in that sort of 15 to 22, 23 big blind zone. Perfectly fine to deploy a limping strategy. He is going to continue his raising ways. And looks like he's just going to get one through pretty handily here against the napkins of his opponent. I could have spoken too soon here. Pidich with a sticky call here with the 8-5. These guys have come to battle. And a good board for the 8-5, it must be said. Middle pin, overcard, gutter. Jan Lormel, queen 9 suited, much less going on here. Couple of overs. King of Spades may convince Lormel to fire a small bet. He doesn't. And the 8 of Spades on the river. So 2 pair for Pittich, but Lormel left with really nothing, having at no point in the hand really gone after this one. Happy to wave the white flag nonetheless. Pot to Pittich. As we see a dealer change there, as the clock ticks over to 1:30. Thank you once again, everybody out there, for joining us tonight. It's been some entertaining fare, it must be said, here on the King's Rozvadov live stream. My name is David Lappin. I have been on the mic for a little over 5 hours now. Before me was Dara O'Carney. He put in a solid 3-hour stint, and I assume something similar from Finton before him. So it has been 11 hours of poker, or something quite close to that, to boil us down to just 3 players now. And a raise and take it for Mathieu. He extends his chip lead. Not able to get any traction this past hour or so, always hovering between the 16 and 21, 22 million zone. Not able to really turn the screws exactly how he would like. Now, you can't have it all your own way. He will certainly be happy with his progress, but there was certainly a point at which maybe an hour ago it looked like he could really lean on everybody and create a race for second. Doesn't feel like he will have it quite so smooth sailing anymore. Lormel is all in for 13.5 bigs with the Jack-6 suited, and he's going to get looked up by the King-Queen. This is an easy call for Mathieu. He's asking for the count, but I think once we get the count, this is going to be a call for 13 bigs. King-Queen just way too high up Mathieu's range. Dominates so much of the shoving range. A lot of King-X, a lot of Queen-X will shove. This is not a close one at all, to be honest. This is nearly a call for, I don't want to say double the stack, but a lot more. Certainly 50% more. So I would be very surprised to see a fold here. This is not a close one. Not a close one at all, ladies and germs. Mathieu hasn't put a foot wrong, though, in these kind of spots. I think he will get to the right answer. But he's having a little think about it. Thanks a million to Turk there. Really enjoying the stream. Glad to hear it. So, big question now, guys. Will the Jack-6 bink here and create a really even 3-way game, or will Mathieu go heads up with a commanding chip lead? Oh, there's a jack! There is a jack for Jan Lormel. King and Queen still live. That won't do it. 12% now. Can Jan Lormel fade this river? Yes, he can. Lormel, fist pumping, loving life, back to 11 million. And we've got a 3-handed contest again. That could have been heads up with one commanding chip leader instead. These stacks have leveled up dramatically now. I think we're like 11 million, 16 million, 13 million, something like that. This is a ding-dong battle. This is a rumble. Looks like Matthew cutting out a raise here. Makes it 1.1 million. Radu Pidic. Oh, interesting spot here with the Queen 10. Wow, super interesting spot. I don't think I see a situation where he folds this hand. So I think this is going to be shove or call. Oh, sorry, 14 million. Sorry, it's not going to be shove or call. Apologies, guys. There's me thinking he had the 7 million stack from a moment ago. No, this is going to be a call all day long. Okay, well, the call is 650, so I guess we have a slight error there where it says 1.1. It was probably 1.05, but maybe our graphics round up in that way. I think they do. So 2.5 million even in the pot. Matthew does outflop Pidic on this occasion here. His bottom pair. But Pidic with the 2 overcards and a gutter is definitely going nowhere, particularly to this sizing. Queen for trouble. Oh, it is a queen. Again, I honestly don't know what's coming here, guys. I know we're on a slight delay, but I'm watching this as live. Queen for trouble. There was only 2 of them in the deck. Wow. Well, Matthew. Okay, there'll be a modicum of worry about the 6-7 and the 10 jack here, but really, what a great card. It's much more likely he's overtaken a 9x or an 8x. He's going for some value. 1.2 into 3.8. Betting a third. Pidic, no reason to do anything other than call here. He's got a top pair hand now. He's also got that gutter still. If he is behind, he can improve. So Pidic likely to lose more chips on the river here, though. It must be said. Yeah. No 8, 9, or 10 on the river, or jack. So Matthew has stayed ahead and will value bet his hand to the tune of 2.6. Tough spot for Radu's got to be said. Very tough spot here. Feels like your opponent could be taking liberties here, trying to get you off a 9 or an 8. You basically hit one of your better cards on the turn. You got to make the call here. Painful as it is, and he does, and he's going to get the bad news. 2 pair. And unhappy Radu Pidic back down to 9 million after surrendering an 11 million pot. As big as any pot we've seen today to his opponent. And just like that, matches kind of put them both at arm's length again. Just a little bit of distance. So we have a ding-dong contest, we have to say here, guys. It has been remarkable poker. Both great standard from the players. Runouts have, lent an extra degree of whimsy and excitement. Radu Pidic in a blind v blind battle. Oh wow. Just shoves the jack 6. Did not anticipate that. Normel with the 7-5 offsuit. He's going to limp in here. Mathieu unlikely to raise a hand like 10-8. That sort of sits neatly into the check back range. Seven-5, likely to take a stab here with a pretty bad hand. No, doesn't. Checks the Jack-6 deuce. I think he's got to fire out here this time, Jan Normel. A lot of hands that beat him that are very weak and can't take even a min raise, even a min bet. Normel surely fires out 400k here on this king. I think he's going to go a little larger, maybe 800k. Gets the job done. Well executed D.A.CH bet. In another limpy, tippy-tappy pot. Normel with the Ducks. He's playing 32 bigs. Likely to open this up. And I'll likely defend with Radu here. Queen 3 of clubs. Does make the call. Well, 2 clubs immediately. Prick one's ear. Jan Normel gets a paired board with his small vulnerable pocket 2, so likely to bet for equity denial in this situation. Protect those 2s, don't let a overcard come again. Radu could go both ways here. I think I favour call. Although stack to pot ratio isn't too big right now. Probably just around 3, maybe less. If he raises, he would have to call it off to a shove. He would just get a lot of folds if he raises, but that is the downside. Calling. He gets to have King X, 4X still. Can bluff on a later street if necessary. No, he is going to raise. Looks like he's happy to commit himself 2.1 million. So if he gets shoved on here, it's a gross one, but you probably have to call. Let me just do the calculation there. 5 million. Be 5 million into. Yeah, you would have to call. Ugh, it's gross though. I guess he's setting up a turn shove. I'm not sure I love this, to be honest. I'm trying to figure out what calls flop and doesn't call turn. Like in the end, he has actually got a hand that he would want to get to fold, so it did have a purpose, it did serve a purpose, but it was a potentially murky spot. Apologies if you hear the occasional yawn. Getting past my bedtime now. Radu Pidic, ace-5 suited in the small blind. He's got 25 bigs now, so likely just a limp. Wants to keep some ace-X in his limping range here. Bit awkward if he gets shoved on, but it would be a very clunky shove off 25 bigs, so more likely he gets to limp shove this ace-5 suited. If Jan Lormel makes this like 1.4 million, he could shove over the top of it. As played though, Lormel does just check. Happy to take his king 10 to the streets, and he does flop well there, top pair. Pidic, whole lot of nothing. He checks. Lormel have a very clear decision here now. Bet for value. Protect against some draws. Extract some value from an 8x, 9x, weaker king, a weaker 10. But yeah, nothing really going on there for Pidic. Doesn't even feel like he can call the one big blind bet with the ace high on the very textured board. It's just too difficult to navigate out of position. Ace-4 of spades now for Pidic on the button. Nobody's deployed a limping strategy at this point. 24 bigs. This would be reasonable, but I think we're just kind of in raise mode here, all the way down the stacks. Jan Lormel with the ace-jack here. Wow, well, kind of feel like he's happy to go to war in a three-handed game with ace-jack here for 26 bigs, 27 bigs. Effectively less against this guy, 22 bigs against Pidic. Feels like a small 3-bet spot, small 3-bet induced spot. You want to go kind of small here, even out of the small blind, you don't have to go too big. No, he's just going to lamp it in. I'd like to construct maybe a 3-bet calling range there, include ace-jack in it. Maybe made it 2.2, something like that. But Lormel, making life somewhat simple for himself, goes for the big shove. He would be very unlucky to have run into it there, and he didn't on that occasion. Pocket fours for Lormel. Oh, and a very interesting Queen-Jack suited. Could definitely shove this. Could definitely call with this. Queen-Jack suited, very pretty. 20 big blinds. Happy to get this in a lot of worlds. He does just go for the call though. It is the kind of hand that flops very well too. Suited connected. 2 high Broadway cards likely to make top pair a lot of the time too. Make life easy. There's a queen in the window. King behind it will give Pidic some pause. Check, and Lormel likely bets the king queen 7 texture. He only has to go small here, maybe 600k. Looks like he's going to repeat his pre-flop action of 800. Pittich with a very easy decision. He's got second pair. Backdoor straight possibilities. Rommel took his shot now and unlikely to go again, particularly on a card like a 10 that even some of the draws have made some hands here. Interesting spot now. Pittich quickly checks again. He's obviously made the straight. Flush card has come. But he has opened the door for Lormel to bluff here. And I think Lormel might take the bait. He can have clubs. And he can certainly have a jack. And this is very good from Pittich. Inducing the bluff here with that jack. And he is facing a big bet here. 3.1 million. Lormel not making life easy for him. Almost pot-sized bet. But he checked with a view to check calling and inducing some bluffs. He'll know he's chopping sometimes. It's very possible that his opponent has a jack as well. Really well played from Pittich there to check the queen jack in that spot, guys. Got to take your cap off to him. He's up to 14 million now. His engines are roaring. Very, very nicely done. Beautifully executed bluff induce on the river. Recognizing that in his opponent's eyes he would have had a one pair hand a lot. Couldn't take the heat of a big bet. That one pair hand would be so far way down the list of hands. Once that river came, we'd probably have to let it go. So he decided to put the jack into his inducing range and pick off the bluff that did come. Pittich now 14 million, different sort of equation. He's got ace 10. He's going to try a trap. Oh, and it's going to work. Well, they've both got premium hands, to be honest. Pretty easy decision for Jan Lormel here. King Queen suited, fairly premium in a short-handed game. Radu Pittich is limped in with a view to trapping. The question is, will Pittich have 22 million at the end of this hand and go heads up, basically in a classic heads-up confrontation where both players have the same? Or will Jan Lormel win again with the inferior holding in one of these all-in trappy spots? Pittich has fallen into, has laid the trap twice. Lormel has fallen in twice. Hard to really call it falling in with the king-queen suited, I will admit. It's very close to a flip, this one. We probably have to categorize it slightly differently. Oh, and there's a king! There is a king. Lormel in the box seat now. Pittich, you can see written all over his face there. He has flopped a 10, so a 10 or an ace. Some running cards. That's no good. Down to just 12%. He needs an ace or a 10. Or he will be the short stack. Oh, and he's gutted. Pittich sick to the pit of his stomach. He was just a moment from going heads up with actually almost the chip lead. Pretty much even Stevens against his opponent. Instead, Lormel has done it again. Another double up. Pittich back to short stack. And we're pretty much where we found ourselves just an hour ago. Stacks 20, 10 and 5k roughly. Nothing you could do there in the seat. Now, that's not like the previous hand with the Jack 6 suited. That's a much different situation there. King Queen suited, more than happy to get it in there. Always, not always, but so often going to be in good shape, even against some of the trapping range. That is what they call an old-fashioned cooler in a blind v blind situation. Had he shoved, it would have been called by King Queen suited. Had there been a raise, it would have got shoved and called. There was just no way avoiding that confrontation. It was written in the stars that those hands would go to showdown. But that is small comfort. To the popular Romanian player right now who has entertained us for hours. D.A.CH now looking at the pitiful 15 big blinds he was looking at an hour ago before he got his spin going. He's going to have to do it again. So Rommel limping in with the 8-3. He's going to have to let it go now to the aggression from Mathieu. The Queen 5. Mathieu still just going about his business in a very workmanlike fashion. Trying to win these small pots, trying to push these guys around. Eyes very much on the prize. Nothing less than first place will do. He has enjoyed the chip lead for most of this final table, while never quite pulling away in obnoxious fashion. He has managed to keep himself arm's length chip leader for quite some time. Now, question is, will he shove the Jack 6 here? Will he limp it? Will he raise it? Looks like he's going to go for a small raise. Makes it 900. Remember, big blind 400 here. Gets the job done against the Jack 4. Definitely some tippy-tappy left in the 14 big blind effective stack game there between those two guys, blind v blind. I think we're about to go on a break here. Not sure quite how the clock is being done. Obviously, it would have got altered as we got through this session, but feels like we have played roughly 2 hours. And these guys, obviously, with their back and forth showing no sign of ending things quickly. There would obviously be a small break maybe before heads up play. Maybe the organiser's keen to get us to that point. But we could be three-handed for a long, long time here. I think they just got to take the break when it comes. D.A.CH all in here. Oh no, sorry. Looks like the pot went to... Okay, sorry, our graphics confused me there momentarily. I'm not sure quite what happened. I think it was a limp shove fold. Anyway, not a pot of consequence. D.A.CH pitching the 12 big blind stack. He's pitching the rags, which he really doesn't want to see right now. With 12 bigs, you're just on the rack, really. It's sort of a form of torture. you're losing 2.5 bigs every 3 hands. So you're basically losing a big blind every hand, effectively here. And when you've got 12, you can do the maths here, guys. You basically have 12 hands to make a move. And it's very easy, and we've all been there. We've all played an orbit where we didn't play a hand for an orbit. That's not weird. That happens every day you play poker. So you really don't want that to be the case now. You don't want one of those orbits right now. In the meantime, Normel and Mathieu can play a ICM ridden pot. 2 big stacks. Normel contemplating calling with the king high here and the ignorant straight draw. Decides against it in the end. Mathieu has plenty of real hands on this 7-5-4 board, and more importantly maybe can apply some pressure down the streets. No reason to go to battle in such an inconsequential little pot. So now in the big blind, and remember that is his big blind ante in the middle as well. Normel won't attack it with the 9-7. And actually he's going to get a walk here from the 5 deuce. So 10-6 suited, didn't even have to play it. D.A.CH gets a walk. It's quite significant for him at this point. Mathieu with the ace deuce. He's going to open things up here, one would expect. Now, crucially, with a slight improvement to his chip stack, 12 big blinds now. What will Radu look down at? Ugh, the ugly 5 deuce. And Normel with the 7-4. We'll let that go as well. So these blinds and antes coming around quick and fast. We're seeing almost a hand every 90 seconds at the moment. Fantastically quick play. Part of the reason why we do end up with a shorter clock at this stage. Clearly these guys getting their money's worth here. Lots of hands in. Short-handed with the shuffler as well on the table. D.A.CH pitches the 9-8. Jan Normel, ooh, he does have a hand he'd go to war with now. Question is, will he decide to limp while the remaining player is still here? He really doesn't want to get into a big clash here. He doesn't want to get into a bloated pot. I can see him limping here. I can see him taking a very cautious approach. Well, it doesn't look like it though. Looks like he's made it 1.3 million, 1.4 million. So bloating the pot in a way that could get interesting. No, in the end, Mathieu definitely worth considering the 7-6, worth considering the connectedness of it. Could potentially have played a spicy little pot there. But in the end, maybe just giving some credit where it's due. Doesn't feel like his opponent has got too much out of line today. Will be a funny time to start. So again, that moment I described from a couple of moments ago, where of course we saw a walk. We're going to see another one. Normel pitches the Queen 3. And yes, we are probably going to see another walk. 2 walks. And a breath of fresh air for Radu D.A.CH, who can, can go along like this for a while here. He's going to get a walk every time he's in the big blind. His stack is not going to go down. I can see Mathieu opening up a suited gapper, even one as low as the 5-3 suited here. Makes sense. He's opening into the big blind that he wants to be. He is going for this larger sizing here. He's making it 900 consistently. Pittich, oh my god, the Kings. The beauty of the Kings. Well, if he was a little bit shorter or if he was in the big blind, I would love to see a flat and this played trappily, but I don't think he can do that with 12 bigs. I think it would just look too goddamn strong. So he's got to just shove and hope that one of his opponents has a real hand here. We know they don't. And he's just going to get this one through. But I don't think there was another way to play it. I think had he flatted, he would have given away the strength of his hand anyway and risked not getting those chips against some fairly decent hands. Post flop. And again, as I said, quick and fast. Another hand already. You can't catch your breath or offer too much analysis of the previous hand, for we are on to the next one at the moment. Radu Pittich, ace-5. Interesting stack. Sort of tippy-tappy sort of situation. Looks like he has raised. Jan Lormel just getting a check on his stack. Probably interested to know what he has as he's decided to open now rather than shove off that stack. 4 high for Mathieu. Oh, look at this. A little run for Pittich. A little pep in his step. He's picked up a few pots there. A couple of walks. A little cheeky 3-bet shove through with the Kings. And now the open with the ace-5. He's enjoying life again. At least seeing the funny side. Obviously he was a kind of run out away from a heads-up contest just 10 or 15 minutes ago, but them's the breaks in poker. Jan Lormel, 7-3 suited. Might open this up. Suitedness. Big gap between the 7 and the 3. 7-5 suited I certainly see being opened up here. 7-3 maybe not so much. Okay, Mathieu. I don't think he's going to wave the white flag with Queen 4, so he's at least going to limp in here. I think he's probably going to construct that raise range that he likes. Blind v blind, where he makes it sort of 1.1. Just leans into the 15 big blind stack. Or now 17 big blind stack of Pittich. 900k was the chosen amount. Pittich is going to defend with the suited jack. Well, and they've both flopped a piece. But Maciek has a much bigger piece here with top pair and a little tiddler 4 of spades, which helps as well. Quick check. Maciek with the perfect bluff catcher now. He does have a spade. Does he go for value on the river? Well, he can go for value because he does beat the board. So the 4 of spades is kind of perfect. He can hopefully bet and get some cry calls looking for a chop. Quick call for the chop. 4 of spades will be the winner. So, nice from Mathieu. Bets the amount that gets the call for a chop when it wasn't a chop. And, you know, every single big blind you can take off each other at this point now when you've got a short stack on the table like this. Crucial. Seems to be a small dispute maybe over the amount of the bet. Is that right? We're asking for floor. I think we're on a break now, guys, anyway. So whatever happens with this floor ruling, I think we've been sent on a break. 12 minutes on the clock there. I won't leave you until we know what's happened here because... Oh, so it looks like it might have been an underbet of the pot. Yes, I think an underbet of the pot happened there, guys, and we were just getting clarification that it had to be a min bet. Okay, guys, see you in 10.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
And we are back, guys. Three-handed poker. It's an exciting old business, it's got to be said. The D.A.CH, the D.A.CH Masters Poker Open final day, final three. Who will be crowned our champion here at King's Casino in Rozvadov? Here's the chip counts. Matcha, 42 big blinds, 21 million. Jan Lormel, he's been a bit lucky in the all-in showdowns, 15 million. Radu Pidic, do not count that man out. 12 big blinds, 6 million chips. But he will not waste a single one of those. He will be looking for a good spot with those 12 bigs. Any one of these three guys will be a worthy champion, it must be said. But there can be only one. Nice to see a jovial, friendly atmosphere there at the table before we get down to the serious business. of distributing these prizes. All of these players have locked up 27k, including those 3 WSOP Europe seats. I'll be back here in